Okay, I really hope everything's working correctly. It's, one of these days, I would love to be able to go to start my stream, and it just like everything works. Like, it's, a lot of times, like, streaming really frustrates me, and it's nothing to do with, like, the actual stream itself. Like, I like the act of streaming, and I like, talking to people and, having discussions and stuff. It's everything, like, technical surrounding streaming that I just absolutely despise. Like, when I say, okay, I'm gonna go to start my stream, and I literally press the start stream button, and my OBS just crashes. And like, okay, I guess that's fun. And just, oh my god, I've run into so many just extremely annoying technical issues, and it all happens in the 15 to 30 minutes as I'm about to start my stream. And I don't know, it feels like it's just a coordinated assault by the universe against me sometimes, and I hate it. Okay, I'm gonna try to not let that bother me. It's just, it feels like literally the last 5 streams, something happens right before I go to start it, and I end up starting the stream already frustrated, and I hate it. But it, yeah, technical issues, who doesn't love them? So some context for people watching the recording of this, for anyone who didn't see the YouTube post and wasn't here for the previous stream. This is a Feral Druid 80 to 85 run. Now, I've already done Hyjal like a million times in the previous testing runs, so what I decided to do for this one is I did part 1 where we did Hyjal and just the very introduction to vashj'ir, just so I could test the differences for Alliance and Horde, and we did that on Twitch. The recording is on my second channel. You can find it in my Discord, and I will update like the links and stuff. So if you're watching this recording later on, you'll be able to find that very easily. And if you didn't watch that, don't worry, because you're really not missing much. It's literally just the introduction to Hyjal, which is, frankly, pretty boring. The main purpose of testing this is just going through 82 to 85 again, which, if we're being honest, is the really interesting part of Cataclysm leveling. That's kind of why I decided to do it like this, because there are a lot of different methods that you can use to get to 82, be it Hyjal, vashj'ir, etc. There's also some other non-Cataclysm methods that I'll be testing. One of the big ones that a lot of people keep asking me about, and I haven't tested it enough to say for sure, and there's also some iffy information behind whether or not it'll actually work, is Halls of Lightning. So either soloing that or doing it in a group of 2 or 3 and spamming it really quickly from 80 to 81 could be really good. Doing pre-quests, also another potentially good option for launch. So really the most important part is this segment, 82 to 85. So that's why we're doing it this way. And this is where I left off. This is around where I stopped the timer. So I think when I actually stopped the timer, I was like technically flying in the air like so around this point. So I'm just going to try to simulate it as best as possible. And we're just going to jump right in. So I'll resume. And what I'm going to do, at least for this initial segment, first off, before I forget, I'm going to queue into a Cataclysm dungeon. It's, I guess I'll also queue as DPS just in case. The thing I worry about sometimes is I've noticed, at least in regular Classic, like not the beta, but like the pre-patch on live servers, if I queue as a tank and DPS, a lot of times it bugs out and it tries to force me as a DPS, even if there's only like a tank that's needed. So whenever I queue as a tank and DPS, my queue times are like 5 minutes slower randomly every now and then, because it'll just sometimes say, okay, we're going to find you groups where you're a DPS now. And even if the tank queue would have been instant, it just screws me over. So I'm doing this only because on the beta, I have no idea what people will be available. On live servers, it's almost always that, what's it called? What happened? Oh, okay. NPC got a little bit confused. How far away do I need to run? There we go. Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to immediately queue up for dungeons. That way, if one pops, I want to be able to test it. I really have been wanting to test dungeon leveling, and I have not been able to get into groups on the beta. There's just nobody queuing for dungeons, which is a little bit unfortunate. Not entirely unexpected. I doubt there's going to be too many people who are actively testing it, but it would be nice. And I mentioned before, but to kind of solve this issue, I am... Can't get threat on that mob. It's fighting some random NPC. Fuck me. Did it... Looks like everything else is working. For whatever reason, it reset my, my mangle to the cat form mangle. Let me just double check. Is everything working on my cat form bars as well? Looks like it is. Okay. Just double check. Okay. Yeah. I will say the same thing that I always say. If anybody is watching this and they happen to have access to the Cataclysm Beta and you want to queue as like a healer for dungeons, by all means, it would make things a little bit easier. Just being able to actually find somebody. I expect that I won't be able to, which is... That's okay, but would be nice to at least simulate it. Because effectively, my last run or two have been just purely quest simulator routes, because there has been nobody actually around to do the testing. But I'm going to try to do that on my own time. I've been messaging a few people I know who have the Cataclysm Beta, asking them if they can like help me test out dungeon leveling and stuff like that. So hopefully I'll at least be able to get that done at some point prior to the actual launch of the expansion, just for scientific purposes. And let's see. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so main reason I'm testing the rest of Hygel first is because I did not actually test this more than once. I left Hygel a bit early in a lot of my other previous testing runs, so I want to get at least one other full run of this out of the way, just so I'm 100% confident in it. And can I use... Can I use this in the air? No, I cannot. Out of range. Jesus. Okay. And this stuff I can collect while I'm in my Druid flight form. So that should be a little bit easier. There's the last one. Now I just need one more of the immolated... Oh, well, speak of the devil. Okay. Yeah, I don't think these quests are too bad. It's just a lot of times you're going to hit 82 before you actually reach this point. And generally speaking, it's considered to be more efficient to switch zones by now instead of finishing out Hygel. But I want to make sure that I'm fully confident in the route. And obviously, I want to have more detailed footage for when I actually make the leveling guide. So even though I roughly know the order of these quests, it's better in case, you know, I stumble upon something new while testing it again. That way I'm absolutely 100% confident in the information within my guide. Also, the one final thing is, when I did the end, like the final quest of, what was it? Of Hygel on my Death Knight, I actually did not manage to do, like, the little scenario thing, because somebody killed it the second that I walked up to Ragnaros. And I got quest credit and immediately finished it, which I suppose was nice, because that meant that I didn't actually need to do it myself, but it would be nice to get footage of what it's supposed to look like and how you're supposed to do it. Where is this again? I think it's... Yeah, it's on one of the tables. Dark Whisper Lodestone. Oh, this is the one where there's just... Yeah, there's things along the rock. I can't shapeshift that. but it's still faster if I enter and leave light form really quickly. Will the level range of heirlooms be converted to 85 once the expansion release? They actually put out a blue post about that. So the old heirlooms that were never supposed to go to 85, they are not changing. They're still going to remain level 80. In case you're not familiar with Cataclysm, Helm and Cloak went up to 85. The other ones never did. The heirloom rebalancing, where they all scaled up to max level, that didn't happen until MoP. And even in MoP, there were some weird quirks. And then the full heirloom system that we know today didn't come until early WoD. I think it was like 6.1 or something like that. And the heirloom system has remained roughly the same ever since. What? God, I forget this quest. The icon is wrong, I think, because it's pointing, for whatever reason, to that ogre, which we fight in a later quest. If I recall correctly, the way that I do this quest is I kill basilisks, and then the corehound eats the body? Or no. Yeah, no. I kill basilisks, then I get the meat, then I feed it to the corehound. Right. Okay. I don't know why the map indicator is completely off there. But yeah, okay, so to finish what I was saying, Blizzard did confirm in a blue post that because the heirlooms that we have right now are being accessed earlier than intended, because normally they were supposed to be locked behind guild rep, which was going to take a while because guilds had to level up. The heirlooms are all accessible immediately because they've changed the way the guild leveling system works. So right now, you can very easily obtain those heirlooms, and they only scale up to 80. But Blizzard said when the first raid tier releases, which also today, they have confirmed that the first raid tier is on the 30th. So launch is on the 20th, first raid is on the 30th, and when it releases, the Helm and Cloak heirlooms will revert back to being 1 to 85. But not until this raid. That way people don't use them for launch leveling. I have to feed corehounds. Should also clean out my bags a little bit. Just before I forget. I don't remember the gnome making so much noise when you vendor stuff. That is so annoying. Oh my god. Alright, good enough. Would you rather know how to... What? What is that question? I genuinely don't know what the fuck that means. Thanks for stopping by the stream. You find the heirlooms now to be horribly expensive, and other than convenient, not much better. I mean, it really depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about retail, I would agree. For the most part, heirlooms are, generally speaking, very expensive for not a lot of convenience. I hate having to fucking do that every time. They don't really help that much. In Classic, I disagree on both fronts. The heirlooms are moderately expensive in Classic. Oh, okay, yeah. You were talking about retail. Yeah, the nice thing about Classic is the heirlooms are both relatively inexpensive compared to like how difficult it is to get them fully online in retail. There's no upgrade system at this point. It's just you buy the heirloom and you use it, and it goes all the way up to 80 or 85 in the case of the Classic one, or Cataclysm ones. The Cataclysm ones are also really nice because all you need to do, pretty much, is just... Our desert's lush. Well, and an oasis. All you need to do is just get guild rep, which literally takes 2 to 3 hours. It's not hard at all. And then you buy it with gold, but it's, like, not a lot of gold. Like, if you really wanted to, a single WoW token would cover the cost of almost every single guild heirloom that you can buy. And I mean, you only need 2 of them, really, because there's a bunch for different armor types and whatnot. And also, I should note, this is something that I meant to talk about before, but I forgot. If you are buying heirlooms, I highly recommend you just level up a goblin and do it that way. Because goblins get a passive racial thing where they always get maximum discounts. So they get the full, like, exalted a reputation discount, and they get, what's it called? They get a additional further discount on top of that, I think. All I know is that it is most efficient to buy the heirlooms on a goblin. It is super duper cheap. And because getting guild reputation is really easy and all you need to do is just complete quests while leveling up, the absolute best way to do it, in my opinion, is to just level a character. So anybody can just level up a goblin, get it to, I don't know, level like 30 or something is probably how long it'll take. And then at that point, you, let me pull 5 at a time. The last time I pulled all of these at once, and it was bad. But yeah, much easier when you actually are strategic about your pulls. You only need to fight the 5 that you need. But yeah, if you do that, you'll save a good amount of gold. And then for the other heirlooms in Classic, it's relatively simple. You just buy them with Justice points, and Justice points really aren't that hard to farm. It's like a little bit time-consuming, but the difficulty of farming the Justice points needed for one heirloom in Classic is, I would say, a lot lower compared to the average person trying to farm the however many tens of thousands of gold it costs to fully upgrade a single heirloom. So it's really not that unreasonable. And more importantly, in this version of WoW, heirlooms are actually really relevant. Like, they give you a major time save. They're very, very, very helpful. So if anybody is interested in speed leveling, it absolutely is worth your time. Whereas, like NetNeo pointed out, for retail leveling, heirlooms are more of just like a nice thing to have. They really don't change that much. Slime girls are anime girls made out of slime. I mean, I kind of picked up that much. I'm just... Like, I can understand, theoretically, what a slime girl is. I can still question why you're asking me, would I want a slime girl harem? It's, you know... I don't know. I don't understand the question. That's the part that I was confused about, not the definition of a slime girl. No, this is not a speedrun with prequests. I'm doing most of my testing runs just regular 80 to 85 with no prequests. I am considering doing like at least 1 or 2 prequest testing runs over like the next few days just to see. But I'm mainly, like, my leveling guide, when it's done, it's not going to be completely designed for people looking to prequest. My compromise that I've been thinking of doing is I'm going to make a video on my second channel which goes over the prequests that I am going to do personally, and then discussing some of the pros and cons of prequesting and things that you need to keep in mind if you plan on using that strategy. Because it's something that, if we're being honest, a very, very, very small number of people are actually going to do. And the moment Cataclysm launches, it's now completely out of date. You know, nobody is going to go around and do random activities in Wrath of the Lich King to level up after Cataclysm is already launched. It is purely a launch day preparation thing. So I don't want to dedicate time to that in my actual leveling guide because it would be useless after. So all of these test runs are under the assumption that you're just trying to level a character up 80 to 85. They're all obviously done solo as well. And what's it called? That's what the actual routing is going to be based on. But then I'll probably do at least 1 testing run where I plan around launch day stuff, where I do pre-quests, where I potentially do some other, like, day 1, you know, little tricks that are meant to save time when things are crowded. And we'll see about like how much of that I cover. But if I do cover it, it'll probably be a second channel video. That way, you know, if it doesn't perform well, which it probably won't, because like not a lot of people care about it, doesn't matter, because then the people who want to watch it can watch it, and if you don't, it doesn't fuck with the algorithm. Let's see. Guild rep is definitely harder on max levels than on leveling tunes. Yeah, exactly. And there's just no real incentive to buying the heirlooms on your max level. There's just functionally no difference. If you buy them on your low level, if you buy them on your max level, it is exactly the same. And as I pointed out, it's sometimes easier on a low level if that low level is a goblin. So that is what I did. I have yet to buy my cloak heirlooms, I think. Or no, it's the helm. I have cloak, I haven't bought helm, that's the one that's at revered. Because I haven't finished leveling my goblin, but my goblin is like 1 bar away from revered, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But that is what I plan on doing. Cat is not out, this is the PTR. Well, it's the beta, but... goblins, you need to level 1. Luckily, you know just the person to teach you the fastest way. Yeah. Well, if we're talking classic, I honestly, I need to do additional testing for goblin just to see what ends up being fast, what's not. Because whenever I leveled my goblins, both the test run that I streamed on YouTube and my own like personal just leveling run that I did with a goblin on live servers, which I recorded, but it was like, it wasn't an actual speed run where I'm like doing narration. I just turned OBS on and then I forget what I did. I think I watched like the ending of Better Call Saul while I was leveling up my goblin. Because that was like about like a week or 2 ago at this point. Really good show, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that. But I have the footage. It's not going to be uploaded as an actual run since I wasn't, you know, giving commentary and stuff. And I wasn't really seriously timing myself, but I did at least try to complete the zone slightly faster than when I streamed it on YouTube. And I managed to shave like about an hour off my goblin starting zone time, so it definitely can be optimized. The thing about the goblin starting zone is there's a lot of stuff that's just like roleplay, and you can't really optimize it to be any faster. And compared to a lot of the other starting zones, I don't know. I can't see goblins ever being an efficient leveling race as a result, which is a shame because they're fun. And one of the other really problematic things about goblins that remains an issue in retail to this day with both them and Worgen, and I guess it also extends to like Pandaren. Okay, there we go. I can click off the buff. Shit. Is that you finish the starting zone at like a much later level than most other people, because regular races will finish their starting zones at level 10-ish, and goblins and worgens finish theirs at roughly 12 to 13. Kind of depends exactly depending on whether you have heirlooms or how many heirlooms you have, but generally speaking, you're going to finish it roughly 2 to 3 levels late. And because at this point in time, every zone has a fixed level, it makes it really difficult to, like, evenly follow, like, the leveling route that I will put out eventually, because you're going to want to head to either Westfall / Lochmodan for Alliance, or Silverpine Forest for Horde. That part I'm pretty sure of. Both zones start at level 10. Now, for Alliance, it's probably not going to be a massive problem because both zones are, like, relatively on the smaller side. They aren't, like, super duper long. So you can get all the good parts of Lochmodan out of the way, and even if the quests start to turn green towards the end, it's not a really big deal. You can switch zones by the time it becomes a problem. The thing about Silverpine Forest for Horde is that it is a very efficient zone, but it's also really long. And a lot of the best parts of Silverpine Forest are at the end. And if you have to slog through green quests for, like, 4 levels just to get to the good part of Silverpine Forest, I don't even know if it's worth it at that point. Because, like, we know for a fact Silverpine Forest is worth doing if you are starting it at level 10. It's really, really, really good. But if you're starting it, like, 3 levels late when you've already started to see the quest turn green, it's a little bit tricky. So I'll have to do a bit of testing specifically for goblins to see if they are better off just skipping Silverpine and doing something else. But it's really awkward. Especially because most leveling zones in Cataclysm operate within 5-level brackets. It's a little bit like messy from levels 45 to 60. There's a lot of zones that only have quests for 4 levels. But for the most part, the lower level zones are all either 5 levels or 10 levels. That's roughly how much Blizzard structured them to span. And that means that if you're exiting the Goblin starting zone at level 13, well, that just puts you in this really awkward spot where you are dead center between 2 different zones. You can't enter the level 15 zones yet, but you're also going to be way slower if you try to enter the level 10 zones. It's just really awkward. And you can kind of see why, as the years went by, Blizzard kind of smoothed out the leveling curve for a lot of these zones, because it does feel really bad when you just don't have any great options available to you. I keep waiting for them to change emotions, but I think I got beaten. Because it was the middle one 3 times in a row, and then as I press it, they change emotions. God damn it. See, this is why I wait. I was like, okay, surely it's just going to be anger 4 times in a row, and that's why I wait. That's why I told myself. Okay. You were just curious about my slime girl politics. Okay, this is number 2. Yeah, no strong opinions on slime girl politics. How is Feral feeling? Pretty good, actually. I was not super familiar with Feral before... I think it's number 2 again. Yeah, I was not super familiar with Feral before starting this run. The last time I played it in Classic was TBC, so I'm not super familiar with a lot of the Wrath changes, but I actually quite like it. I'm going to press 2 again. And let me just make sure I don't fuck up this other one so I don't lose 10 seconds. Yeah. Good thing I waited. It changed at the last second. What was I saying before? Yeah, so Feral has surprisingly good high target AoE. Because Blood DK has, like, kind of the best AoE by far. That's kind of a no-brainer. The nice thing about Feral is that for 3 targets, it has Berserk. For 2 targets, it has Maul with a Glyph of Maul. So you're kind of fine for that. I would say Feral is probably at its worst, and it's not bad, mind you. It's just, like, at its worst relative to other tanks on, like, 5 targets. 4 to 5 targets. Because then you're not able to really cleave down with Mangle. But you're not, like, hitting enough targets where you're, like, surpassing a prop pally and stuff. But on really, really, really high target AoE, your Swipe and Thrash are uncapped, and they do really good damage. So you can do these gigantic pulls and just cleave it down, and Feral survivability is actually quite nice. They get, like, a lot of these absorb shields when they do damage from, I think it's called Primal Fury. It's one of their passives. And it is very, very, very good. If you're doing enough damage, you can just keep absorbing all incoming damage. And it makes them very, very, very tanky and very good at doing stuff like, you know, the big AoE pulls that we're familiar with in standard leveling runs. Which, you love to see it. Okay, I think that's all the dragons that I need to kill. Just let me Completely missed that shot. And, oh yeah, the other nice thing about Feral is because they can just seamlessly shift into cat form, because at this stage, Feral is both cat and bear. The AoE stuff that I was mentioning was for bear, by the way. But I think that's, honestly, if you are playing Feral, really in any content, especially for leveling, you need to learn how to play both halves of it. You need to know to play bear for large AoE pulls, and you need to be able to play cat for single target. Bear still has really solid single target. I think the main weakness of Feral is if you only try to play cat. If you only play bear, you can honestly kind of scrape by. But if you only play cat for leveling, you're going to start to struggle on high target AoE. Bear is just a lot better for that. ASMR mukbang show on OnlyFans when? Yeah, I don't know about that one. Good to see you though, Zach. But yeah, overall, I guess, thoughts on Feral. Feral feels good. No complaints. I still think that I like Blood DK a little bit more. And I will admit, Feral is a little bit more complicated with all of, like, the utility and shifting and stuff, if you're trying to just, like, level straightforward. It has a lot of buttons, which is, you know, compared to Bear on Live, which is one of the simplest tanks, there's kind of a lot going on here. But you could argue that a lot of classes in Cataclysm actually have pretty involved rotations. But, I don't know. Blood DK, I like Blood DK, don't get me wrong. But I think once I figured out the general rotation, it really wasn't too complicated. It's a lot more complicated, I think, if you're trying to really min-max your damage, but for leveling, you don't need to min-max your damage. It's honestly, like, worse to do the whole maintaining your diseases thing while leveling as Blood. You just kind of press Heart Strike, and that does the most damage. So, in that case, Blood DK, pretty straightforward for leveling, whereas, like, here, Maul hits 2 targets, and it's off the GCD, so I'm weaving in Maul and other abilities, but I can't, like, just spam Swipe and Maul, so I have to do, like, Thrash, then Swipe, then Maul, then Mangle, and also, the one weird thing I've noticed about Bear is none of your abilities just generate rage. They all cost rage, and some of them will generate additional rage and basically refund themselves depending on, like, how much damage you do or how many targets you hit, etc. And you get a lot of your rage based on damage taken, which can be a little bit unintuitive. So, I don't know, it's not hard, don't get me wrong, but it is a little bit trickier. It took me a little while to really get the feel for Bear leveling when I got into it earlier. Has my voice changed? No. I mean, no. I don't know if my voice sounds different today. There's nothing that would make me think my voice should sound different. I don't know if anybody else thinks that my voice sounds weird, but no, I don't. I haven't changed anything. I'm not intentionally talking with, like, a French accent or something to make my voice sound different. I don't know. I'm not, like, trying to make it sound different, if that makes sense. If it sounds different, it is either because I'm tired or, I don't know, maybe my throat's sore because I've, like, been doing a shit ton of recording over the past few days, which I would say that is, if anything, the most likely reason. Voice sounds the same to you? Yeah. It is weird sometimes. I don't blame people for thinking something sounds different. Like, so I always, like, my mom wants me to send her my videos when I finish them, because she always wants to be like, oh, I want to watch it and stuff like that. So I always send my videos to my mom whenever I finish them. And one of my videos from, like, a few days ago, my mom was, like, so sure that I had gotten a new mic. She said, your voice sounds so different. Like, you must have changed something. I'm like, no, it's literally have not changed anything. I even re-listened to it because I'm like, surely if somebody thinks my voice is different, it must be my mom. No, it sounded completely normal to me. And then the very next video, she was like, yeah, actually, this sounds the same as it was before. So for whatever reason that day, it sounded different to her. So yeah, if it can happen to my mom, it can happen to anybody. You show talents and glyphs? Yes, give me 1 second. Talents or glyphs. I'm not going to go over and explain it. If you want like the detailed explanation of why I chose what I chose, I did that in the other part of the speedrun. You can go and watch that. Let me just quickly... There'll be a little bit of like travel after this, so I can explain it all then. Yeah, you can see gigantic pull here. And I'm just kind of fine. My health is relatively stable. You can just see if you look at my like health bar, dodge, absorb, dodge, absorb. So Bear has really good leveling survivability. And it's kind of weird where Bear's survivability, I would say, actually goes up the more targets it's hitting. Because that's the thing, on like 5 target pulls, sometimes if the 5 targets you're hitting are doing enough damage, it might start to like outweigh your shielding. But if you're hitting like 10 targets, there's bound to be some random fodder enemies in there, and you will just kind of never die. So it's actually beneficial to do gigantic pulls like that sometimes. And if I'm being real, I really liked leveling Blood DK. But I felt a little bit sketchier on some of those gigantic pulls that I did on my Blood than I felt on my Bear. On my Bear, I literally can just go to sleep and mash like 1 or 2 buttons on those gigantic pulls. Really, when I have Berserk up. Berserk is a ludicrous cooldown. But when I have that up, I mean, it is so fucking chill. You just do not need to do anything. And on Blood DK, it's good, but you really need to time your death strikes correctly on some of those more challenging pulls if you want to stay alive. And then there's Prop Paladin, which I'm going to be honest, Prop Paladin really didn't feel good to me. And the other big difference that you have to keep in mind when evaluating like leveling efficiency and stuff is that both my Death Knight run and this Druid run are done on template characters with like generic green items. My Protection Paladin run, I did on my actual prop pally, because that's what I've been maining in Wrath, with like full ICC Prebis for leveling, with like 2-piece that gives you 20% Hammer of the Righteous damage. I had really, really good trinkets like Darkmoon Card Greatness and stuff like that. So I was stacked to my prop pally, and leveling still just felt like a massive slog compared to Blood DK and now Feral. Because prop pally just has terrible high target AoE. It's pretty dire, honestly.
Show yourself, beast. We will destroy you in your corrupt spawn, no matter where.
1 second.
Slay her now.
And yeah, for the people asking about talents, just give me 1 second. Let me finish this real quick. Keep in mind that the moment that we're done with these quests, there's going to be like 5 minutes of travel time and roleplay and stuff where I will not have to do anything, and I can just show you all my talents and give a quick explanation for it. If all you care about is seeing the talents, I'll just put it on screen here. I should actually spend a point. That there. So I'll show it here. If you want a more detailed explanation, just give me a moment. And I'll do that after I'm done. I should put... Where is... There we go. I'm just gonna shift into bear form. Oh, fuck. Ah, this quest is so annoying. This quest is actually such a fucking pain in the ass. I really hope it's... Yeah, fucking garbage quest design. So, for reference, for people who aren't familiar with this quest, you need to let Tortola tank the boss. The auto attacks on this mob hit actually so fucking hard that I did this on my blood DK and I face tanked it, and I managed to live for like 30 seconds with all my defensive cooldowns and like constantly death striking at the right time. It still just does way too much damage. You will die. The problem is Tortola can't hold threat for shit. So like tanks basically need to play as a DPS for this, because you saw there I pressed like 3 buttons in bear form and I ripped threat off Tortola, and then I just died. Like my health already dropped really quickly. So the one nice thing is like for Death Knights you could just switch presences. You could still play blood but just turn off your threat generation. Though then again, a lot of your abilities also have baked in like Paladins can disable Righteous Fury. Yeah, there's no good way about it. This sucks as a tank. I should note, though, you never want to do these quests for, like, actual speed leveling. This is purely for testing purposes. But the last, like, 10 quests we've done are, like, not efficient enough to warrant running. You would want to leave High Gel by this point if you're really trying to level up fast. Shred? Yeah, true. I don't have Shred on my bars because, I mean, I wasn't expecting to be in a position like that. That is a fairly unique spot in the leveling process because, I mean, how often are you gonna be able to hit something from behind when you're solo leveling? But you are correct that I probably should have been pressing Shred there. Anyways. Did I do any dungeon farm or just quest? For this run, I have not done any dungeons. I'm in queue for dungeons, but the reality of beta is, like, nobody is queuing for normal dungeons. So, I said this earlier, I'm looking into getting people to help me test it, but if you have access to beta and you want to help me test dungeons, shoot me a message on Discord. I'm trying to schedule a time when we can, like, get a 5-stack going. But, yeah. Let me scroll up a little bit. You fell asleep yesterday on my world record run with Druid. Awesome. Yeah. Glad to hear you enjoyed that. If it was the 2-hour one, then yeah, it was probably the recent... Well, recent is relative, but the last run I did, which was the 2 hour 60 to 70. Alright. So now I finally get to do this quest, which is pretty much the only reason I'm even continuing, because I want to test this scenario, because I didn't get to do it last time. Looks like there's a little bit of roleplay. Goblin speedrun strat, pick Death Knight. You're not wrong. You leveled another Druid Worgen just for rep since low-level zones fly by and rep? Yeah, absolutely. Did anything in pre-patch change for 1 to 80? Yes. The experience required was reduced pretty heavily for 70 to 80. And I think 60 to 70 also got a reduction. And then, I mean, the obvious of... They added all the Cataclysm revamp zones. So 1 to 60 is way faster. But that's less to do with experience changes and more to do with the fact that zones are actually efficient now. Lacerate does so much damage to bear, especially with the ICC 2-piece. Yeah. Lacerate, I mean, even I don't have ICC 2-piece, obviously. This is a template character. But even without that, yeah, Lacerate has been doing ludicrous damage for me. So I honestly feel like bear leveling in general is just the way to go. You watch the DK doing solo... I'm assuming you mean Halls of Lightning, because you typed HOS, which is Halls of Stone. And if you're doing solo dungeons in Wrath, Halls of Lightning is the one that is, like, consider to be potentially good. Okay, so let me just... Oh my god, is all my shit gonna get parried? Oh my god. Yeah, all my shit's gonna get parried. Can I get behind him and use Shred? Worth a shot. Okay, yeah, I can Shred from this direction. Wasn't sure. That's good to know. I didn't kill him, right? Oh no, it's an intermission phase. Oh. That's pretty cool.
Defeat these sons of Rajas, so I can aid Cenarius.
Okay. Yeah, it feels weird Lacerate doing so much damage. Because Lacerate kind of feels to me like the, Can I use Ravage? Okay, I can. Wants me to heal Cenarius? I'm not gonna heal Cenarius. The wave reminds you of Helya? Yeah. Should probably just be able to do one more rip and then we're good. Wow, lots of recast there. Gonna apply Rake. Yeah, I don't have power shifting on this. I'm really not used to cat form. I'll be completely honest. I did not do a ton of cat the last time I played this. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think power shifting is a thing in Kata, but the last time I played it was, so I'm just like, does this work? And you're right, it doesn't work. But it was just kind of like, hey, I'm energy starved, might as well try.
We must not let down our guard.
It gives a warning to heal him and he only lost a tiny sliver of health. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure that one of these NPCs will teleport me out of here, so I'll just wait. Rake and Rip 2. I mean, I was using Rake and Rip. That I was using. So. The only button that I did not put on my bars is Shred, because when you are solo leveling, 99% of the time you are not able to Shred because must be behind the target. But I forgot that there are quests like that where it's like an NPC tanks it for you and I'm able to get behind the target. Place the one without mastery. And this is... Alright, we go to Stormwind. Where I have my hearth set to this place. I'll just fly back to the High-Gel Peak. There's Bear Weaving to keep up Lacerate stacks. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, let me scroll up a little bit, because I keep falling behind in chat. Apologies. Things die way too fast for dots to matter? Yeah. That's also one of the reasons why I only really go into cat form on single target. Because on two targets, it's just better to cleave it down with Bear. Cat dots really only help on a single target, like a big elite like that, where you're able to get the full value out of the bleed. And then... Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about talents. I will explain that a little bit. Then we have Deep Home now. The thing is, I'm tempted to queue as a healer just to see if that speeds it up at all, but I don't have anything set up for healing in Cataclysm. I don't know anything about Resto Druid. Okay, real quick. So, talents, I'm mostly going down Feral, obviously. There's really not a lot in the other trees that you care about taking. Like, what is this going to do for you? Master Shapeshifter, I guess, is not terrible. So if you want to, you could argue for putting 2 points in here, 1 point in Master Shapeshifter. Debatable. But really, you want to just go down here, down this tree. There isn't much of value in the balance tree, and the only extra points that I'm taking is I have, like, defensive bear stuff, and I have, like, some cat things, but I'm going a bit light on the cat talents because, as I pointed out, I'm not really playing cat mostly. It's mostly bear. Also, I'll say my once per stream reminder of if you enjoy the stream, make sure to toss it a like, because likes on live streams do carry over to videos. It does the same algorithm shenanigans that all stuff like that does. First time watching live, love the vids. Awesome. Thank you for joining the stream, RuneScape. You can bear it, yeah. Ret is absolutely better for leveling Paladin, and it's not even close. Like, for dungeons, of course, Prot's not bad. Like, it'll be able to tank dungeons just fine. It's just that for doing massive pulls while leveling, it's really just not on the same level as either Blood DK or Bear. It's just how it is. But yeah, I do think that Ret Paladin is significantly stronger, because Ret, honestly, it's not bad for that type of stuff. Has really good AoE. Okay, here I think there's like 1 or 2 quests over here that I have to pick up, and then the other things on Questy are lying to me, if memory serves. Just do this really quick so I don't fuck up and die. On parry. Nice. Yeah, it is ludicrous how much damage Bear does. Holy moly. If I actually had a bear at max level right now, I was gonna level up my bear before Cataclysm came out, but I'm gonna be honest, right now, I am already so tight on time in between practicing for, like, this leveling guide and making the heroic dungeon guides that I just have barely any time to actually play the game. So, I just haven't had time to finish leveling my bear up to 80 on, like, live servers, which is unfortunate because I'm really enjoying this, but there's no way that I'll be able to level it right after Cataclysm launches. I'll have to do something else. I'll probably start with my Death Knight since I already have solid gear on that, and Blood DK is still really good, but this doesn't feel bad at all. Okay. Drop the totem. Oh, come on. Oh. It's like barely in leash range. Takes so much damage outside of Bear Farm. I don't even know if it's worth it. Because now I need to shift out and throw heals on myself. Molten Giants are still one of the coolest looking mobs in WoW? Yeah, for sure. A lot of the models added in Cataclysm... I realized what I just did. Oh, well. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. There we go, this time I remembered. I'm also not really getting much rage off these mobs, I guess because their attacks aren't like actual auto attacks, they're like spells. Okay. Just tuning in, do you think Hyjal is going to be way faster than vashj'ir? Yes. That part is not really that complicated, right? Like, Hyjal being faster than vashj'ir is pretty self-explanatory. Vashj'ir is very slow. If you are curious about vashj'ir, you can find the Prop Pally 80 to 85 run on my channel, and I actually did vashj'ir specifically for that the entire way through, and it was just about as inefficient as you would expect it to be. It was slow. And yeah, vashj'ir is like, it's really bad. So what I can say about it is a lot of people told me that they're considering doing vashj'ir first on the Cataclysm launch because it's going to be less crowded than Hyjal. Because everybody knows... Oh, come on. I can't use that in combat. Fucking hell. Everybody kind of knows that Hyjal's faster. Like, you honestly don't need me to tell you that. But what a lot of people are thinking is, oh, well, if Hyjal is, you know, the slightly faster zone, then I'll just skip it, do vashj'ir instead, and then I will be able to get ahead of the pack because there'll be significantly less people who are leveling in vashj'ir. And I hate to break it to those people, but that strategy only really works if vashj'ir is slightly less efficient than Hyjal. And it is really, really less efficient than Hyjal. Like, by a lot. By a lot. And I'm just going to do this. Now I'm just going to go back to bear farm. There we go. Yeah, vashj'ir, I would say, is like... I don't know if I want to say it's quite twice as slow. It is close to twice as slow, though. It is, like, really, really close to being that bad compared to Hyjal. The other thing is, at the very least, if you're going to do vashj'ir, no matter what you do, don't do Abyssal Depths. Because, basically, if we're ranking the vashj'ir zones... Where is it? Over here. Abyssal Depths, this is the worst one by far. There is so much roleplay. The quests here are so annoying. They all take forever to complete. This zone is, like, maybe one of the worst leveling zones ever created in WoW, in terms of efficiency, right? And I'm saying this as somebody who actually quite enjoys vashj'ir from a thematic standpoint. I think it is a very pretty zone. I really like the general, like, ambiance in vashj'ir. And I think the story is kind of cool. Like, one of the coolest things about vashj'ir, in my opinion, there's, like, these quests in this section where you control, like, the Naga Battle Maiden, and you have to go around and fight, like, historical battles and stuff. And it's a cool set of quests. It's slow as fuck. So, this zone is terrible. The end of Shimmering Expanse is just as terrible, like the Naga quests over there. kelp'thar Forest is pretty bad, but it's not, like, horrible. And the start of Shimmering Expanse, like the first 2/3 of Shimmering Expanse, are actually good. There's relatively solid quest density in Shimmering Expanse. The problem is getting there, you have to slog through kelp'thar Forest, which is really not that great. And you're pretty much forced to leave vashj'ir early, unless you want to be very inefficient, because, like I said, Abyssal Depths is really, really, really bad. So, I would really not recommend doing vashj'ir unless you just absolutely love the zone and you don't care about leveling efficiency. And if that's the case, you know, hey, more power to you. I never want to tell people that they should or shouldn't do something. It's like, oh yeah, this is bad, this isn't worth doing, blah, blah, blah. do what you want at the end of the day. But obviously, if you're watching my speedruns, I would assume that your goal is to level as quickly as possible. And if your goal is to level as quickly as possible, vashj'ir ain't it. Not by far. So, the question isn't necessarily, do I level in Hygel or vashj'ir? If you're trying to optimize leveling. The question is, do I level in Hygel, or do I do something completely different? And that is why you see a lot of people looking towards spamming Halls of Lightning, or just spamming Cataclysm dungeons, because Halls of Lightning, I am unsure if it's going to be as fast as a lot of people seem to think it is. It also, keep in mind, I will test it, and I will at least maybe put out a second channel video discussing how fast this Halls of Lightning. The thing about it is, it actually got nerfed for the original live launch of Cataclysm. And we don't know if that's going to happen again. So I would not put all of your eggs in that one basket. But it could be a relatively solid option to get past the crowd if that is what you are looking for. However, no matter how you slice it, it is going to be a good option to spam dungeons up to level 82. I don't necessarily know how efficient it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be faster than doing Hygel in a vacuum. Like, maybe it is genuinely the fastest way to level, even if you do have zero competition in Hygel. That much I am unsure of. I have not tested it yet. But what I can say with almost absolute certainty is that the fastest leveling method is probably going to be either doing the cheesy stuff in Northrend or spamming Cataclysm 5 minutes. Because unless you are literally the first person in Hygel and you have no competition whatsoever, you're going to get bogged down by other people, and that will still be more efficient than entering vashj'ir. Give me a second. Or people need it. Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Everybody needs rep. You're correct about that. So somebody said you need Earthen Ring rep. I also see a lot of people saying, oh, well, you should do Deep Home because Therazane rep. But keep in mind that, like, you can still do that at max level. Nothing's stopping you from doing that. And the thing about doing this stuff at max level instead of... I think I do that. The thing about doing that stuff at max level and after the initial launch instead of waiting until... or doing it during launch, I mean... is that you're going to be able to not only kill the mobs faster, because you'll be much higher level, but you will also not have to deal with crowds of people slowing you down. So I would say, get to max level as quickly as you possibly can. You have over an entire week to farm reputation, because raids don't come out for quite a while. There's absolutely no rush to gain reputation. Just do it later on. Now I can kill these mobs. Alright, let me scroll up. This is the experience healers and DPS have in dungeons with a shit tank. Yeah, Tortola is not the best tank, that's for sure. Though honestly, I would take Tortola over like half of the tanks that I've gotten in LFR. If we're being real. These guys are casters. This might be a little bit tricky. Oh, never mind. What the hell? They just die. Okay, they just die. These mobs have no health. What? I thought that was going to be a lot harder than it ended up being. Okay, item around the corner. I want to make sure that I... Oh, don't dodge my lacerate and let my stacks fall. I'm not... Hold on. That mob is not supposed to die, right? Am I... Why? At low health, that mob is supposed to stun me, and then there's like 15 seconds of roleplay where he holds you into the air, and then the Griffin Rider lady frees you. I just killed him, and it completed the quest anyway, so I just skipped 15 seconds of roleplay, and I have absolutely no idea how I did that. I've never seen that happen before. Shit. Your roleplay skip confirmed speedrun. Yeah, now I just need to figure out how to do that consistently. It took me a second to even realize what had just happened. Alright. The release date is May 20th, at least for North America. I mean, it might end up being the 21st depending on your time zone, but it is May 20th. Blizzard needs to find ways to encourage people to test dungeons and raids. I mean, they do. We have plenty of people testing dungeons and raids. You can't expect people to be testing normal mode Cataclysm leveling dungeons at 6 p.m. on a Monday. I'm probably one of the very few people that is just randomly doing a leveling run at this time. Is what it is. Will questing be viable during the starting phase of Cata? Yeah, viable, yes. High Gel is not a bad zone. It's not like a super duper fast zone. It's no Silver Pine or Hillsbrad. But High Gel is like a fine leveling zone. The only reason why people are looking into ways to skip High Gel is because, like with any expansion, it is really, really, really inefficient when there's like a million other people doing the same quest as you and you have to compete over tags. So there's nothing wrong with High Gel, like, in a vacuum. It's just, you know, outside of that. Alright, I should probably also set my Hearthstone to Temple of Earth before I forget. Because I forgot to reset it later on. 25% more XP just from heirlooms in the guild perk. Well, we don't have heirlooms. That we will not have. Keep in mind that the Helm and Cloak heirlooms are not going to be working up to 85 until after the first raids come out. So you'll not be able to use that on launch. We do have, yes, the 10% fast track bonus, but it's only 10%. And then we get this for reputation, but that's not experience. Oh, the innkeeper is not over there. This is the innkeeper. Okay. Even gods of fire aren't immune to angry cat scratches. Indeed. Why no fairy fire on those big elites? Yeah, you're probably right. I probably should fairy fire. I mean, I don't use fairy fire on like individual mobs, but you are definitely correct that on some of those big mobs I should probably start using it. Like here, obviously I wouldn't, but yeah. I believe when you type that message, I was fighting Ragnaros, in which case, yeah. It's a good idea. Good suggestion. I need one more blood. There we go. And yeah, I need to let's kill 2 just to increase my chances. Can I LOS behind this? Is this an LOS spot? No, it is not. Ah. Oh, fuck me. How far away? I'm just gonna run. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. I'm just gonna eat to refresh my food buff and heal at the same time. Gotta do it eventually, might as well do it now. Bear weave my balls. Alright. Thank you for that lovely contribution to chat. Isn't that why Blizz added Glyph of Omen? They didn't want people to be forced into bear weaving. Ah, I see. Yeah, keep in mind, well, a lot of people may know that I play a ton of Druid in retail. I really didn't start playing Druid at all until... when was it? Until Legion. I gotta shift down. So I've played Druid, like, a decent amount during Classic, but mostly during, TBC and Classic era. Didn't really play it at all in Wrath, and this is my first time really playing it in Cataclysm. So I'm still kind of figuring out the changes, learning things as I go. So, you know, don't be too harsh on me, right? Like, nobody's absolutely perfect on a class their very first time playing it. And I know most of you guys aren't, but yeah, some people get really offended if I press the wrong buttons, and it's like, I'm doing my best here. But also, I'm, generally speaking, not familiar with Druid during the periods of, like, Cataclysm through WoD. I did not really play it a lot at that point. Druid's really good for these quests, though. Being able to completely skip fighting those mobs is really nice. Watching normal flight after dragon flying looks so weird, yeah. With retail, they may as well get rid of ground mounts altogether these days. Personally, what I think they should do is what Guild Wars 2 does, and have ground mounts get, like, dynamic stuff as well. Because that's, like, a really cool thing that they have in Guild Wars 2. And honestly, a lot of my favorite Guild Wars 2 mounts are the dynamic ground ones. I don't know if I can go into... Can I? Fuck it, I'll test it for science. I can go into aquatic form with this. I was really worried that it would break. This is technically better? Yep. Alright. Well, I remember that quest took me a really long time the first time I did it. It's actually not that bad when you know what you're doing. And it's especially not that bad on a Druid, where you can just pop into the air and you're good to go. Oh shit, that being said, isn't there... I want to say that there's a secret bonus quest that I missed. Let's just test for science. Because Cataclysm has a lot of these unmarked quests that happen when you kill stuff. I don't remember if it's here or somewhere else. It could entirely be that I'm just, like, making this up in my head. Nope, I'm correct. There is a bonus quest. Yeah. Did I miss any of the other things? One thing that I hate is it's really hard to see items that start a quest in your log in this version of WoW. They don't stand out at all. So a lot of times you just won't even notice them. So I'm just going to quickly scan my bags to make sure that there wasn't another one that I missed earlier. I do not believe there was, though. But now I'm paranoid. I'll at least loot that. Okay. And then these drop off the little ooze guys. Surprised Questy doesn't have that one written down. That's, they're actually missing that. Now, if I recall, though, the drop rate on this thing is terrible. So, whether or not this is actually worth doing, we'll see. But I guess if you happen to get it, I don't know. The nice thing is Druids can theoretically skip it. What the fuck? Yeah, I killed 4 of them and I got 1. That's fucking awful. This gives 34,000 experience. The mob density is pretty bad. To make sure none of them leash. 1 of them just leashed. 2 of them just leashed. Fuck my life. Or no, it was just 1. Okay. Whatever. This is really annoying. Yeah, I think you skipped this quest, but we test. We test for science. Oh my god. Come on, please. Fuck this shit. Nope. I'm not even gonna finish this, because you just will never do this quest. I'm fairly certain it's not a prereq. If it is a prereq, fuck me. But I think it is just meant to be a bonus quest, and if it is a bonus quest, then there is just absolutely no reason ever that you would want to do that. That is so bad. I have to go really far for this. Little Ooze Guys is a late 90s band name. Oh. Let me scroll back up to the top. Thorn's not worth using. I should probably... That's the other thing about Druid leveling. There's, like, so many little tiny things that you can do to, like, technically speed it up, and it's like, I just... Like, does it really fucking matter? You're probably right, but it is so hard unless you are very, very familiar with how this works to remember to, like, yes, I'm about to do a big pull, I should probably use Thorns. But you are probably correct. I should probably be using Thorns on a big pull. So. We'll see. The other thing is, though, like, I'll double check. I'm curious how much damage it actually contributes. It's also, the problem is you need to shift out of bear form to do it, so it's only worth it in situations like this where I am already doing stuff. Let's look. Thorns, like, I guess, can't really see. Is that worth it? On 3 targets, definitely not. Is it worth it on 10 targets? Maybe. I guess, like, I'll try to remember the next time I do a gigantic pull to put up Thorns. Maybe it's worth it, but I don't know. I don't know. Hey, there's a person. Are you watching the stream, I'm guessing? Hello. Twilight Snare. Okay. And that did, like, no damage. There we go. Finally got the fucking item I needed. Okay. You might do vashj'ir on your druid, since at least in the beginning you get your tabard and you get decent gear from your... Yeah, that's fair, and I will say vashj'ir on a druid is way better than every other class. Druid is, without a doubt, the best the best class to do vashj'ir with. Everything else is going to feel significantly slower. Do you need prequests or a specific level to get to Deep Home? You need to get to 82 for Deep Home. So I don't even think just prequests would be enough. Prequests and a combination of other stuff to reach 82 to get to Deep Home early is, I think, what a lot of people are aiming for. You could do that. I wonder, could I start in stealth here? Sometimes these quests bug out if, like, the moment the mob goes to attack you, it either breaks you out of stealth, or if you're stealthed, it, like, bugs out and evade bugs and disappears. But I'll try this. Every now and then it lets you do this. Seems it worked. Yeah, I'm just going to apply Rip and then Shift and Bear. I'm just taking that off my bars. I genuinely do not understand the purpose of Pulverize. It is a shit button. I'm sure somebody's going to tell me that Pulverize is good for, like, endgame stuff, but I've pressed it enough times and had it do absolutely fuck all while leveling that I'm just straight up taking it off my bars. It is not worth my time to press. And I'm actually going to move Thrash over here. 4 hours in and only 82 seems rather slow. It is not slow. I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with classic leveling, but I mean, it could also be someone who's just trolling. But if you are genuinely unfamiliar with classic leveling is long. It is not fast, and 4 hours in for 82 is not slow. Feral's actually quite good for leveling. You only play classic? Well, then, yeah. Yeah. Then I don't know why you're surprised, then. This is honestly a pretty solid time relative to my other tests. Pulverize is garbage unless you fight boss-like mobs. Yeah. Oh, it gives you 9% crit? Yeah, that doesn't seem worth it at all. You can grind 8 hours straight and only gain half a level in Classic? Yeah, exactly. I mean, admittedly, Cataclysm is much faster than, like, OG Classic, for sure. But, I mean, this is pretty normal. Average 80 to 85 takes 50. That is... no. That is completely untrue. I would say the average person... I mean, if we're assuming, like, slash played time, that is just actually factually wrong. Because, like, for instance, my retail leveling route... obviously, my world record is 4 hours, 10 to 70. And that was before Dream Surges. I'm not going to attempt it again. It's way too much of an effort to go through that. But it takes some people like 12, 13 hours just to get through my 10 to 60 route on their very first character. Like, it, if you're unfamiliar with the routing, it could sometimes take quite a while. And in that case, like, my fastest... my average, let's say average time that it takes me in retail, for instance, to get from 10 to 60 is, let's say, 3 hours. I've gotten multiple runs around that point. And if it takes some people on their very, very first try, 12 hours to do that, that's what, 4 times as long? And, like, I guess by that logic... considering, can I get a shred off here? I can barely shred. Got one. By that logic, if you took my worst 80 to 85 times so far, which was my Paladin run where I did vashj'ir, which, mind you, is not recommended. So if you took my vashj'ir time and you multiplied it by 4, it would still only be around 45, 46 hours. And that is like the absolute worst case scenario. And I still think that is unreasonable, because the other thing about like leveling at this point is it's really, really straightforward. Like, one of the main things that some people struggle with when they first do my retail route, which is why it takes them so much longer, is understanding the differences in the routing and understanding like where am I supposed to go, how do I turn on this chromie time, etc., etc. There's like a lot of movement from point A to point B. Dragonflight, most people at worst take about twice as long as my average leveling time if they're brand new to it. Because Dragonflight and really all new expansions, including Cataclysm, are kind of linear. You go to the new zones, you follow the quest lines in the new zones, and that's really about it. There isn't a lot that you can do to get lost along the process. So, personally, I would say, if you are really, 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 really slow, or just really playing it casual, and you're not concerned about leveling quickly at all, and you're chilling, right? You're having a fun time, you're in no rush whatsoever. I honestly think it could not take you any longer than 30 hours. And that is like maximum upper bound, 30 hours, 80, 85. You are deliberately going slow at that point, if it's taking you that long. And I think almost everybody, especially if you are the type of person, right, who is watching my stream right now and already trying to familiarize yourself with the quests, if you have done the Cataclysm quests at any point in the past and have a basic memory of how this stuff works, then there is really no way that it's going to take you anywhere close to 50 hours. I don't know. I just can't believe that. Because the zones just don't take 50 hours to go through. A lot of the time, when people get confused with my leveling route 10 to 60, and it takes them a while, they got lost somewhere along the way. Like, a lot of times people will tell me, well, I didn't reach level 45 in Hillsbred Foothills, so I decided to go to Arathi Highlands. And I'm like, no! The leveling route is perfectly calculated. If you don't hit the exact leveling threshold that I recommended, just continue along the route, go to WoD. But some people will just basically make up their own additions to the route and say, logically, I must have to go into this extremely inefficient zone to continue the quest line. And that's what takes them so long. If you are just, like, following the quest markers in Deepholm, and you are taking forever to get there, it's still only going to take you a certain amount of time. So yeah, I don't know. I genuinely do not think it is even remotely possible for the entire 80 to 85 process to take like longer than 24 hours, but at the absolute worst, I think 30 hours is the slowest possible time I could conceive of. Zones are a lot more layered in Cata. By layered, do you mean like phasing for different quests? In which case, yes, but you gotta be specific about it, because layering and phasing are two fundamentally different things. That's why I'm confused, Goose Comics, because when we're saying layered, what layered actually means, and this is not me being pedantic, this is genuinely something that, makes it easier or harder to understand. Layering refers to the technology used in classic WoW to divide up people amongst different versions of the same world. So you are still going to see other players, you're still going to be able to interact with everybody. Layering just means the population is split across different copies of the exact same zone. Phasing, completely different thing, which I assume is what the question is referring to. Oh my, what is this? I have never seen this ability cast before. But yeah, phasing is when quests occupy the same space but put you in different versions of that little pocket of a zone. And it's used for like storytelling moments, like, the dragons are attacking this little town, and then it puts you in a phase where there's dragons attacking this town, and then you finish the quest and it takes you out of the phase and puts you in the regular overworld version of that. And if you are asking about phasing, then yes, Cataclysm is when they first really started using phasing to full effect. Phasing was never introduced until Wrath, and in Wrath it was used very sparingly for certain quests like the Wrathgate, right? Stuff like that. Cataclysm, almost every single zone was designed from the ground up with phasing in mind. Oh, shit. That's a rare mob. Okay. Can I kill it? It doesn't look like it has that much health, so probably. Yeah, another thing about Cataclysm rares in the endgame zones, they are very hard to find. Like, you will almost never see this guy. Or any of the rares, for that matter. They all have very, very, very long respawns, and they usually give pretty good shit. Let's see, how much... Wow. Yeah, so that was like a full quest's worth of experience. So it's, in terms of rare mob killing efficiency for, like, leveling, it's definitely still worth it. But obviously, it's significantly less reliable being able to find rare mobs in endgame zones compared to, like, Cata Revamp Zone rare mobs, which you can reliably integrate into your routes for 1 to 80. What did I get from that? I got... Ooh. Item level 333, and it only requires level 83. So that's... Yeah, that's pretty good. That's like normal endgame dungeon gear on a level 83 requirement, so... If you got that as a clothy, that would be kind of big. Give me a second. I think if I do this correctly, I can get just in between all of their leash ranges. Not fuck this up. I have not done an only dungeon spam run. No. And what I will say is I'm not going to do an only dungeon spam run all the way up to 85. And I can tell you with absolute certainty, dungeon spamming only, it all the way to 85 is not efficient. It just is not. Dungeon... like, interweaving dungeons into your leveling process is not a bad idea. The question is, how many dungeons should you do? That is a question that I will try to answer, but it is a very difficult question to answer inherently because there's a lot of factors to consider. Only spamming dungeons is not worth it. I will tell you that right now. Assuming this is beta and not a private server, this is beta, correct. Come across any bugs yet? Oh yeah, plenty. This is not ready for release, but they're going to release it anyway. That's just how it is. Cata had a few BOE blues that had normal level, or 85 item level, but can be equipped at 83, yeah. There are a lot of world drop BOEs in Cataclysm. Yep. That's just one of many. And some of them are normal raid item level. The ones that you get from the level 85 rares, those things are spicy. I might make a video covering that because a lot of people that I've talked to don't seem to know that it's a thing. But there are these, like, really super duper rare, like, mini world boss mobs that you can find in the Cataclysm endgame zones. And they drop guaranteed world drop epics, 2 per kill. And some of those things will sell for a fucking fortune. So being, like, knowing where those spawn and keeping an eye out for them is going to be really, really, really important. And obviously, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, if I make a video covering it, obviously, then it's like, there's more people watching for it, and the people in the know have less of a chance. But as I always say, I'd rather more people had access to the information. I dislike the idea of strat hoarding. If you want to get one of those super duper rares, you should be able to do it because you're just, you know, monitoring the spawn locations better than other people, not because you have information that nobody else has. I will probably post that video, like, after launch, though. Maybe, like, launch day or the day after launch, because I have a lot of other important things that I need to post before the launch. They have up to 72-hour respawn. Yeah, it is very hard to find those mobs, but if you do find them, oh, that's money right there. How long do you stay in Deep Home? We're kind of still figuring that out, honestly. There's two schools of thought with Deep Home. Something that a lot of people are recommending, which is a fair point, is that if you don't care about, like, leveling efficiency, Deep Home is just a very good option, because you have to do the entire questline anyway at max level, because it's required to unlock Therazane. It's the only reputation where you need to go through the entire questline pretty much in order to get the necessary rep. And Therazane is a very, very, very good reputation. There's a lot of very important stuff from it. So, if leveling speed is not a concern of yours, then yes, you should probably do exactly that and level through Deep Home regardless. That being said, Deep Home definitely slows down a little bit towards the end. So, as for whether or not for speed leveling it's going to be super efficient, that's debatable. That being said, Uldum is not necessarily the fastest zone either. Cataclysm zones are a little bit hit or miss. So... I'm just, you know what, I'm going to use Challenging Roar just to pull these over here. Hopefully they don't, like, leash or something before I get a chance. God. They leashed. But NPCs tanking mobs are the bane of my existence in this run. That is one of the nice things about having Death Grip when you're leveling. You don't need to worry about, like, oh, is the mob going to follow me? You just tell the mob to get over here, and that's it. Druid is really nice for this. You're an HPAL, so you'll probably just dungeon spam to 85. Look, do what you want, right? If that is what your heart desires, go for it. I will highly advise against doing that. It is not efficient, and you are going to miss out on a lot of important stuff that you will have to redo again at max level. Now, as I said before, there is a case to be made for just doing a lot of stuff at max level because you have to do it anyway. But, like, that was also from the mindset of you're doing things that are faster for leveling so that you can get to 85 faster, so then you can go back and do the rest of the quest later on. Dungeon spamming is not going to put you ahead on gear, because you're going to replace it at max level really quickly anyway. It's not going to get you to max level faster, and you're still going to have to go back and do the quest anyway. And especially if you're a healer, and you don't even control the speed of the dungeon, unless you're, like, running with friends, right? If you're running with friends and you have a tank friend who knows how to do the dungeons efficiently, but pugging dungeons as a healer is maybe the worst thing you could do for leveling efficiency, because you have really no say in how fast the group goes. If you get a shit tank, you're fucked. It's gonna take forever. So again, play the way you want. I'm not telling you, no, like, you can't do this. If you are doing that because you find it fun, by all means. But I do want to give the disclaimer, since the entire concept behind this stuff is speed leveling, that is not a good idea. Just keep that in mind. You're hoping that by the time you spam to 85 and then go back to do things, there'll be fewer people falling over each other for mobs. There will be fewer people, you're correct. But here's the thing. the actual best way to do a lot of these zones is just by getting ahead of the pack early and then doing them on launch day with no competition. So like Hyjal and vashj'ir, for instance, no matter what you do, you're going to be struggling with other people for mobs. But the reason why people's suggestion to do Deep Home early is such a good idea is if you're one of the first people on your server to reach level 82, it is arguably faster to do Deep Home right now and on launch day. Obviously not literally right now, but like assuming it is launch day. Right now, you can do it on launch day and it'll be faster then. If you're obviously a little bit behind, then yeah, launch day will be a bit more crowded, but I don't know, not by any significant margin. One of the other things about Deep Home, though, is, like, take this quest, for instance. This quest, if you're doing it solo, you have to kill all of these trogs surrounding the mob every single time. If you're doing that quest when other people are here, you can wait for somebody else to kill all the mobs, and then everybody can interact with the guy to crush the building. And because you don't actually need to kill the trogs, there's no advantage to being the person to take it out. So there are quests like that which are actually faster when other people are doing it. Something to keep in mind as well. And Deep Home has a lot of quests like that, and it also has a lot of quests like this one, where look at this quest. I need to kill 12 mobs. There could be like 20 people here, and I would still be able to easily find 12 mobs to tag. This is not the type of leveling zone where you are ever concerned about having to compete with people for tags. It's only the stuff like in Hyjal where you have to compete over like the handful of mobs that are wandering around a small area. That's where it starts to be really inefficient. But in most cases, like this is not a concern at all. There are so many things for you to get the tag on. So yeah, I don't know. The main concern is bottleneck quests. Hyjal has a bunch of bottleneck quests. Deep Home honestly doesn't have many, so it's really not a bad zone to do with other people. You have 25 turn-ins, weekly, dailies, wintergrass, and see, in that case, I would actually say you are in a perfect position to get to Deep Home before the vast majority of players and start doing those quests with very little competition. So if you are already doing all of that preparation, which like, you even kelp'thar, yeah, I'm not even going to be doing kelp'thar pre-quest. But if you are doing all of that effort, then it would be a shame to put in all that effort to do the pre-quests, put yourself in literally the perfect position to do Deep Home questing day one, and then do dungeon spamming instead. Because you will be cruising ahead of everybody else, like 90% of the player base. And the zones outside of Cataclysm, or outside of Hyjal and vashj'ir, will be really, really, really fast. Maybe you'll do that and get you a cheap red set? Yeah, I mean, getting catch-up gear for endgame stuff right now in Wrath is really not that hard. I've been getting some catch-up stuff on my Death Knight, which I haven't really played that much, and it's so easy. Especially because of the, what's it called? The Scourge Stones and whatnot. Like, you can literally just buy Death's Choice by running dungeons. There's so many easy ways to get good catch-up gear. And realistically speaking, aside from very specific items like Tiny Abomination in a Jar, Shadowmourne, and a few very, very particular overpowered items, which you will eventually replace, but they will be good early on, the difference between ICC 25 heroic gear and, like, PvP gear or Justice Point gear, it's really not that high. Especially because you're going to be replacing it almost immediately into the leveling process anyway. And if you are running dungeons, which, don't get me wrong, you should still run a few. Like, I am planning on at least doing 1 or 2 runs of Throne of the Tides, because I really want to get Whitefin Axe and Might of the Ocean, if possible. I'm not going to spam it until I get those drops, but if I do happen to get them early on, that would be awesome. And if you get any items from the early dungeons, they are way better than anything you can get right now in Wrath. So it's really not hard to play like an off spec or something like that. And that being said, like, if I really, really wanted to, if I wanted to play Feral Druid, I could do that. I could go and get my Feral Druid caught up and ready for Cataclysm leveling if I started today. The only thing is, I literally have no time. Because The second that I finish this stream, I'm going to dive into Adobe Premiere and finish working on my my first set of dungeon guides. I forgot to pick up the quest. My goal is, my current goal, I don't know if I'll be able to do this, but I am hoping to have Throne of the Tides and Blackrock Caverns out tomorrow. That might be a bit ambitious. Throne of the Tides I think I can do. Blackrock Caverns I might need to delay a little bit. And I'm hoping to have at least a few of the others done by Wednesday. I'm going to just, like, rapid fire those guides out the moment I finish them. They are currently my top priority. Because then on Thursday, I have Mop Remix. And Mop Remix, I'm going to be streaming. And for people who are excited for Mop Remix and stuff, I will warn you right now, I genuinely don't know how much I will be able to play it and stream it on the launch. I will do, like, close to a 24-hour live stream on the actual launch day. So Thursday, the one thing is I do have Mythic Ferox sales later that night, so I will probably stream... I don't know when it launches. Okay, I think the mob is supposed to stop. I'm fairly certain that the catapult is supposed to stop and help me fight these mobs. And it's just going. It is not stopping at all. Which, oh, there we go. It finally turned around. Is retail classic? I mean, I don't know what you mean by retail classic. Yeah, see, I kind of got fucked a little bit here, because now the catapult was supposed to be stopping and fighting all these mobs. And what is actually happening now is it went all the way to the end, and now it's turning around and trying to kill all the mobs that it skipped. Yeah, this is beta. Oh, is that the question? Is this, like, live servers classic? I think the quest might have broke. Oh, nope, we're good. Okay. How long is ICC Bisgear gonna last with set bonuses and stuff? Well, it really depends on what you mean by best in slot gear. That's why, like I said, specific items like trinkets... This is not live. This is not live. This is beta. As multiple people have said, it is beta. What's it called? Yeah, specific items such as, like, for Ret Paladins, Tiny Abomination in a Jar, obviously Shadowmourne, things of that nature. Basically, any item that punches above its item level. Stuff like that, obviously you're not going to replace it for a little while. You know, shouldn't come as a surprise, it's a really good item. But in terms of raw item level, anything that doesn't have a special effect attached to it that, like, allows it to punch above its item level, you will probably replace extremely early. Like, very, very, very early. Either level 81, 82, stuff like that, and you will have replaced most of your gear, including your trinkets and stuff, by the time you've reached, give or take, level 84. If you are in full ICC heroic gear. Even earlier if you are not. As for your tier bonus, I don't know. It really depends on your class. Like, for me as a Blood DK, none of the Blood DK 4-piece bonuses are really that good. So, I'm actually, and I don't have full ICC, like, 25 heroic tier. So, I'm actually going to be running ICC 2-piece and Trial of the Champion heroic 2-piece, because I have a few leftover tier tokens from my 50 chest runs, which I did do a few on my Death Knight. So I have enough to buy the 2-piece on that character. And that's going to be better for me, I think. I'm pretty sure, like, if I had full ICC 25 heroic 4-piece, just for item level alone, I'd run it. But because the 50 chest tier from TOGC is actually higher item level than normal ICC tier, I'm just going to run that instead. And in that case, I'm probably going to use those tier bonuses a little bit longer, but I will likely replace them when I start getting items that are like, I don't know, 290 something item level. But it also really heavily depends on the quality of your tier set bonus. Because some people have pretty worthless 4 pieces or really mediocre like bonuses in general. And then there are other people where their 2 set bonus is a colossal damage increase and they'll probably use it all the way to 85. Really, really depends. You made a Feral Bear in your full BIS, which means 4-piece gives you 12% DR. Is it not worth holding on to and just replacing during gear? You made a guide for Feral Bear Halls of Lightning runs, which you're going to do. I mean, I'm going to be honest, like, you don't really need damage reduction for leveling. Like, I'm in template character gear, and I have barely broke a sweat in terms of survivability on the vast majority of these pulls. It's just really, like, you can't die. So that's kind of what I mean when I say a lot of the tank 4 pieces are just not worth it. Because, like, 12% DR? Yeah, I honestly would not even wear that at level 80 if you have something that's just more raw item level. Obviously, if you're full BIS and your 4-piece bonus is 277 item level, then yeah, wear that just because of the item level alone. But the moment you get something that's higher item level, I'd say drop it, because, like, why do you need damage reduction if nothing even has a chance of killing you? And that's the case for dungeons, too. Yeah, yes, multiple people have made that joke already, okay? Barely, yeah. It's a good joke, I'll give you that. But, like, oh my god. Pun was not intended, but it is good. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, I also did dungeons on my Death Knight, and even doing, like, gigantic dungeon pulls. I think I died once in a dungeon, and I did this insanely aggressive full room pull in the Stone Core on my Death Knight, which, mind you, also a template character, and I barely died at the end, and the group still managed to kill it after I had died, but the healer barely couldn't keep me alive because I did the super aggressive pull. You know, it's all good. I'm not mad. I'm just like, it's like, oh my god. Every time I say, you know, barely broke a sweat, people just, yeah. I don't care. I think it's amusing more than anything that everybody immediately goes for the word association. But yeah, like, I was never struggling for survivability at all. So I genuinely do not think as a tank, you should not be building for survivability at all as a tank while leveling. This applies really for all versions of WoW, but especially in Cataclysm, where now tanks are kind of reaching their god mode status. You can just kind of live anything. Chinese feral name Barely. Oh my god. Come on, can I drop combat, please? There we go. Yeah, tanks, yeah, exactly. Tanks need the DR the least, ironically. Like, for instance, in retail, obviously, it's not exactly the same, but in Cataclysm, we're already kind of reaching that point in retail. And in retail, when I level as a tank, I run full DPS shit. I kind of, admittedly, I also raid with mostly DPS slanted gear, but at the same time, that's just kind of how tanking retail works in general. But I am running absolutely zero survivability-oriented stuff as a tank. I'm going full DPS talents and stuff like that, because I can never die anyway. And as we can already see, that is already the case right now in Cataclysm. Planning to run straight-up damage trinkets and regem full agi and drop stam? Yeah. Now, admittedly, stamina is not terrible for tanks while leveling, because thanks to Vengeance, in those gigantic, you know, AoE pulse situations where we are benefiting a lot from Vengeance, stamina does give us more attack power, because it Vengeance scales off that. But, you know, pound for pound, yeah, agi gems are going to give you more bang for your buck. But if you must go for survivability, like if you really feel like, this might be a little bit spooky, I need to get a bit more survivability for this, always go for stamina before going for any other damage stat. Because even if, like, avoidance is technically speaking a better mitigation stat, stamina is a better damage stat for mitigation. So, something to just keep in mind. You go full DPS as a Vengeance DH, no cheat death at all? Yeah. I mean, due to the place that Last Resort is placed in the tree, it has been difficult to take Last Resort as a vengeance unless you want to gimp your damage for a while, which I kind of dislike. I wish that Last Resort was easier to take, but I'm with you there. And that I have also played vengeance like that. Pretty much all of Dragonflight. Is Moonfire better than Fairy Fire Bear damage-wise? It's not for damage. You're probably right that for a single mob, I should have used Fairy Fire, but it's like muscle memory, right? Moonfire, for pulling a lot of mobs, is better. So I have the muscle memory of, okay, if I'm pulling a lot of mobs, or if I'm pulling a mob, I'm using Moonfire. But you are technically correct that, yes, for a single mob, I should be using Fairy Fire as the opener. The reason to not use Fairy Fire on multiple targets is quite simple. It has a cooldown. Moonfire does not. So Moonfire, you can quickly round up like 8 mobs in a short period of time. Also, shit, Hearthstone. Whereas Fairy Fire has a relatively short cooldown. From what you see, Agi before Stam is a bear because the more you're critting, the more shield stacks. Oh yeah, you're absolutely correct, Big Chop. Don't get me wrong. I would also gem for full Agi. I think you're correct in that. I'm just saying, like, a lot of people will tell me that they... some people feel really concerned building full damage as a tank, so I'm more so saying for those people, not necessarily directed at you specifically, but for the people who are concerned about their survivability and are worried that, you know, oh, if I don't run survivability, I'm going to die in dungeons, I recommend to those people that they run stamina over other stuff. Where do I go? Oh, this is the one where I have to go behind the temple, and there's... Yep. But yeah, I agree that because of the shielding and stuff, yeah, I definitely think stacking Agi is better. I honestly think the more I test this, that for speed leveling, 80 to 85, Feral Druid may genuinely be the best spec. This has felt very, very, very efficient on a template character with no good gear. So I feel like if I had ICC gear and I had all that stuff set up, this would be pretty ludicrous. Very efficient. Oh my god. Alright, congratulations on your fun. Do I don't even think I need to kill... Yeah, I don't even need to kill the Servant of Therazane. I literally just need to stab its neck. It's, I was thinking snap its kneecaps and then legs. I combine the two. But yeah, snap its kneecaps, and then we're good. You've been playing every tank during ICC, and you go almost full DPS gear on Heroic Lich King at this point, but if you feel nervous, you'll throw on a couple Agi Stam Gems? Yeah, exactly. I guess this one I technically... Nice. I guess I'll do this Son of Therazane. And then I need to kill a few more of these mobs, so I want to tag this guy, because that's 4 in total. And then if I cleave them all together here... Air puns are a grisly thing, causes pandemonium. Oh god. So many bear puns, oh my god. I'm not gonna read all the bear puns, but yes, congratulations. There's some good bear puns in chat. Also, at some points, I want to scroll up real quick, because I missed a lot of messages earlier. I want to make sure I don't miss a lot of them. Yeah. Chat's moving fast today, which is good, but of course it means that I want to be certain that I read everything. Okay, there we go. Okay, here we go. I think I found where I missed the other messages earlier. Abyssal Depths is named as accurately as it is abysmal, yes. Thematically, vashj'ir is one of the best zones out there, but it's not great for speed leveling at all. Yep. If I recall correctly, this guy punts me, so I think I want to angle myself so that I get punted towards the quest giver. Really enjoyed watching your 80 to 85 speedrun videos. Do you have written guides for the routes you take? No. I'm going to be honest. I will probably not have time to make a written guide for 80 to 85 before Cataclysm launches. It's really difficult to update the website. I have a lot of stuff that I need to work on, and the website is ultimately just a lower priority for me. It is something that I want to do eventually, but the only way that I am going to make a written guide for Cataclysm 80 to 85 is if I have, like, free time after finishing literally everything else. And that's most likely not going to happen because within a few days, Mop Remix is coming out, and if I end up having free time after finishing all my Cataclysm stuff, I'm probably going to just start working on my Mop Remix videos and guides and stuff beforehand, because I really want to get that out as early as possible. It is really unfortunate that Blizzard did their release schedule in this way. I wish I had more time to do everything, but as it stands, this is all stuff that I kind of need to cover, and I don't have time to cover it. It's just kind of a problem with the way that they've scheduled their release schedule. There's way too much, and I do not have time to cover it all. I wish I did, I just don't. God, that feels really efficient. How do I do these quests again? I need to kill Draggle Giant Butcher, so I should do a big pole on top of him. Okay, I need to kill one more mob. Might as well be this one. And then I pick up the quartz stuff, and I free the little hatchlings. Problem with Blizz is stories can be cool, but people tend not to want to sit through Blizzard's RP during the game. Do you leave the zone and go to the next when you get a full level? Really depends. You can keep staying in the zones as long as you want, really. There's no forced time when you have to leave each individual zone. Then we'll get the last one here. Now, Jade Crystal Clusters. I need 6 of them. I have 2. And this is one of those things that I can just fly around and pick up in flight form. Okay, I need 2 more. Where's the last one? Ah, there's one over here. Perfect. You should at least get a tabard before spamming any sort of dungeon. Yeah, you're probably correct about that. If we're talking about, like, efficiency, that is a good idea. I wonder what the earliest tabard you could get would be, though. It's tough to say. Because it definitely wouldn't be Therazane. And I wonder when you can get the High Gel tabard. It's fairly early, right? I want to say it's, like, friendly. It's not too long. Okay. Getting max level also unlocks PvP and Justice Point gear, which is a big power-up early. Yeah, true. Do you need some pre-quests or... Oh, I've read that already. Ah, I remember these quests. Okay. So... This is the one where in my previous run, I found a little tiny speed optimization that we could do. It's going to be a little bit tricky to get it correctly. Okay, go, 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 go. Fuck the jump. There we go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Yes! Oh, that feels so nice. And I actually fucked that jump up. If you don't have a speed boost like dash, that is very unforgiving. How fast to level 1 to 80? I don't know an exact time yet. I have not done any 1 to 80 runs in Cataclysm yet. All I can tell you is that after Cataclysm launches, and I've done all of like the launch stuff, and I have a bit more free time, my first main goal is to figure out 1 to 80 leveling, and I will put together an alt leveling guide for that. I just do not have the time to do that right now. You can ground mount here? Really? Oh, shit, you're right. Good call. Oh, shit, I didn't prowl fast enough. Wait, is that a... Oh, no. Thought that was a rare for a second. Would have been nice. How do I get out of here again? I think I drop down here, I get scooped up by the red worm, and then it takes me to the exit, right? I should be in travel form. I have not tested Halls of Lightning enough to know whether it's faster or slower, so not taking any more answers about that. It gets asked a lot. I don't know for sure. And all I will say about Halls of Lightning is do not rely on it because there is a good chance that it gets nerfed. It got nerfed in original Cata launch. There's a chance it gets nerfed again. There's a rare on a cliff in that cave, but you don't know how to get there without glitching the flying mounts. Yeah, I vaguely remember that there was a rare in like a weird spot here. That's probably the one that I was thinking of. I couldn't remember where it was, but I was like trying to look out for it. I think that there's multiple rares. I mean, we just found a rare earlier. The big elemental monstrosity guy. So there's a lot of rares in each zone. You're thinking of Anax, or whatever the dragon is, the big Twilight Dragon that patrols around here. There's one world boss rare in every single zone. And then there's Anax, and there's a bunch of other regular ones. And thank you, Goose Comics, for answering that for me. I didn't realize that you had already answered it, but yeah, it helps when, you know, frequently asked questions like that. I don't need to repeat myself, so I do appreciate that. You're doing Halls of Lightning from level 80 to 81. It's about 40 to 45 minutes. After, yeah, it's definitely not worth doing past 82. That much is sure. Even if it doesn't get nerfed beyond 82, we already know that it's not worth doing. Up to 82, debatable. And then you also have to keep in mind that if you're really trying to speed level, you're going to be doing pre-quests anyway. So that's going to get you close to 81. It'll... Like, if... Okay, what I'll say is Halls of Lightning, if it doesn't get nerfed, it'll probably be one of the better ways to get up to 82 on launch, at the very least, because it lets you dodge the crowds. But, I don't know. Deep Helm, there's only 4 rares? Yeah. Is someone doing it for the first time? It takes a lot longer than it did on retail? Yeah, I could see that. Go to Deep Helm after 82, you gotta pre-quest the route to get to 81 anyway. You're only doing Halls of Lightning to avoid the starting zone BS? Yeah, pretty much. The other thing, though, is if you do Halls of Lightning up to 82, it's also possible that, like, a mix of Deep Helm and dungeon spamming will be better to get to, like, 83. Because Deep Helm isn't necessarily the fastest zone ever. It's not bad, though. I don't know, I think... Deep Helm's growing on me a little bit more now that I've done it like a few more times. it's like some of these quests are really annoying if you don't know what you're doing. They're kind of fine. I'll have to see. Hope they don't nerf it because all starting zones are going to be so full. Yeah, I mean, there's always dungeon spamming, though. Yeah, Deep Home is yes, it's one of the more important reps. So for people who are not interested in speed leveling, yes, Deep Home is worth doing. But obviously we're looking at this purely from a leveling speed, you know, thing, and not necessarily like, is it good to unlock the rep later? Because everybody will do Deep Home eventually. So you could argue killing two birds, one stone, but, you know. Watch Druid Urban, well, that will definitely not be the case. I know you're just joking, though, but yeah, that will not be the case. With realm consolidations, I think they'll be kind with layers. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are freaking out. Keep in mind, it's going to be layered up the wazoo, so it's not like it's going to be extremely difficult to level. I think people are overreacting as to how bad high gel is going to be. It's going to be slow. Do not get me wrong. It will be slow. Relative to doing it with nobody else there. That's just naturally how it always is on launch day leveling. But as somebody who has leveled on multiple expansion launches and dealt with overcrowding before, it is manageable, especially if you know what you're doing. Because if you know how to efficiently progress through the zone, you can bypass people who really don't know what they're doing and are doing it for the first time. Now, admittedly, that's a little bit harder with Cataclysm because a lot of the people, even who didn't do beta, already know the Cataclysm quests. But a lot of times, even when I fall behind on launch in new expansions, because I tested it on beta, I already have an inherent advantage. Like, for instance, in Dragonflight, I ended up falling 3 hours behind everybody else because my server crashed. By the time I actually managed to log in on Dragonflight, there were people who, well, I mean, multiple players in the world had already reached max level. The world first race was already over because, like, Now had done crazy shit. And I had multiple friends who were already, like, level 66, basically. And I was still level 60. And I still managed to pull all the way ahead through the end of Waking Shores. It was still crowded. By the time I entered Onaran Plains, still packed with people. And at the very end of Onaran Plains, it finally began to clear up. While already hours behind everybody else, I pushed through and pulled ahead of the pack just because I knew those quests like the back of my hand because I had practiced it so many times, and I was just blasting through it. I was actually leveling with 2 of my friends in my guild at the time on Dragonflight launch because we had both been stuck in the server queues and we couldn't log in. So we both got in at the exact same time. We were both at the exact same spot. And we just said, sure, let's group up because at this point, I wasn't going to be able to speed level anyway. And it got to a point where I was already so far ahead of my friend in our same group. He was just like, you go ahead, man. I will catch up later. Because he could tell that he was just not able to keep up at the same pace with me. Because that's just what happens when you are already familiar with how this stuff works. And yeah, I expect that'll be the same for Hygel. Another thing is, like, I don't know if Halls of Stone will work, so something that I have been considering is, like, looking through Hygel and saying, what are some ways that I can optimize the quests if I am forced to do them? And trying to figure out what are going to potentially be the bottleneck quests. One of the big bottleneck quests early on, well, the very first quests, obviously, are going to be, you know, very crowded. And I've talked before about I thought of using a warlock to summon me to skip the roleplay. I don't know if that's going to work, but I will test that over the next few days, and I'll let you know. Maybe something I'll post in the Discord or something. But I've also looked into the, you know, that quest where you have to, like, channel into the elementals and cause them to explode. And I've tried to find, okay, well, what are the most isolated elemental locations? And there's a few of those fire elementals tucked off in the corner where you really wouldn't think to look for them. And I suspect that the vast majority of players will not go for them. It's even, they're outside of the range that the map displays for where to find them. So if I end up in a position where I am forced to level through crowded Hyjal quests, I already know all of the really, you know, difficult to find spawn locations for these quest mobs, so that when everybody else is sitting around waiting, I'll be able to go to those mobs, tag them, and move on to the next quest. That's something that I do for every expansion launch, but it is definitely something that you can prepare right now, assuming you have the beta. Uldum is really broken on the beta so far? Yeah. I tried to do Uldum during my Paladin run, and I had a few bugs, a few crashes, and then the end of the quest line just straight up doesn't work. So, yeah, Uldum is just not ready for launch. And apparently it's been like that for a while, and Blizzard hasn't fixed it, so I don't know. Yeah, like I said, this is not ready for launch. We are absolutely not ready to launch on the 20th. Like, it's not. Blizzard's just going to release it anyway because they do not give a shit. Oh, fun fact. I made a forum post like multiple weeks ago. It's old at this point, where I said, and you know, you guys know that I can be a little bit inflammatory sometimes. Maybe a bit of an understatement, but like I have a tendency to get like annoyed and angry. But I feel that I was very diplomatic in my forum post. I basically just said, I don't think Cataclysm's ready for launch. And I very politely said, okay, so the tabards are friendly. So you could theoretically get the Therazane tabard right now. And I very nicely said, I think that Blizzard should really take a look at the current state of the beta and consider whether they want to release it in this state. I really want Cataclysm to succeed, and I'm concerned about how many bugs there are. My post got removed by forum moderators like a day ago for inflammatory trolling or something like that. And I looked, there were a few other posts that said similar stuff about, you know, the launch should be delayed. They also got removed. So, and this is, mind you, like a month-old forum post almost by this point, and they only just removed it a day ago. So some Blizzard dev is so insecure about having to launch Cataclysm in this state that they went and wiped all of the forum posts complaining about how Cataclysm isn't ready to be launched. So, yeah, that's a good sign, right? Reddit moderator tactics, yeah. I could not even believe it when I saw it. Like, I got a notification. It was... I don't use the forums a lot, but I've made one or two posts before. Like, I made a post back in 10.1.5 of Dragonflight talking about how Blizzard fucked up implementing something that was in their patch notes and they just never did it. I'm sure a lot of people remember that if you followed along with the retail leveling stuff. And honestly, I was kind of like a bit angry with Blizzard in that post. Like, I didn't outright, you know, swear or say like, fuck Blizzard, blah, blah, blah. But I used some choice words to describe my feelings on the fact that they put stuff in their forum post or in their patch notes and did not actually implement it. Basically, that this is pretty embarrassing and not a good look for Blizzard. That post is still there. It got a shit ton of likes. I shared it with, you know, viewers and stuff as in an effort to raise awareness for the fact that this was still broken. And they never took that down. So I have literally never had a forum post get taken down. And keep in mind, for people who weren't around for this, there was a point in time where I had ChatGPT write intentionally inflammatory WoW forum posts, not like saying offensive words or whatever, but for instance, what was, ChatGPT, I asked it to generate a controversial World of Warcraft forum post, and it gave me a forum post titled, "Is Raiding Too Easy Now?" And it basically talked about how raiding in retail is way too easy, and classic raiding is so much harder. And that ChatGPT unironically created that when I gave it the prompt. Still one of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen. And I posted on the forums. It pissed off so many people who obviously didn't understand it was a ChatGPT post, writing essays in response to ChatGPT to explain why it has no idea, it's a stupid classic player, blah, 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 blah. And that post didn't get removed. So I've had posts like that that are still on, and the one post I've ever made that got removed is a very polite message saying, I am concerned about the state of Cataclysm's beta, and you may want to consider delaying. And they fucking removed it. Like, yikes! That's bad! That's not a good look! Did the Oldham Lore Master part earlier today, you had 2 phasing issues with NPCs not spawning. Oh, you had to fly into a different zone and back. Yeah, see, I think I had an issue like that where the NPCs were not spawning. But maybe I'll try that and see if that fixes it. I'll do that on my Paladin, because I'm not going to redo all of Oldham. But I'll test it just to see. What? Oh, come on. I can't preemptively climb. Oh, fuck me. Oh, I'm out of range? Alright. This quest is kind of annoying. And I'm not even in range to auto-attack? How the fuck am I supposed to generate rage? There's like only 2 rocks that are actually in auto-attack range. Yeah, now I'm out of range again. Out of range again. Oh my god, this is miserable. Yeah, I can't auto-attack, so I literally just can't generate any rage right now. Yeah, it's clear whatever dev made this quest did not test it on a melee DPS, ever. Obviously, this is like a Cataclysm Blizzard dev problem, but it's really, really annoying still. I mean, I guess that's not a terrible idea of baiting the breath out, but that's still really annoying. Let's try it. Yeah. Honestly, pretty good suggestion. Unfortunately, I'm still out of melee range here. I'm in range to use my abilities, but it's not even a good rock. I think maybe this one will be in range. Okay, yeah, this is auto-attack range. We refresh lacerate. There we go. You'll be in dungeons forever anyway at max to farm your pre-raid bis? Yeah, exactly. I missed your first message. Hold on. Wow, a lot of messages just happened. Hold on. You got banned for the official forums for making a post recommending fixing numerous bugs. Yikes. Yeah, that is, like, really not good. They should not be doing that. I have to go all the way across the zone. Okay. 60 to 61 XP changes? Wait, what? Hold on. So, fun little side tangent. Oh, I see what you mean, Goose Comics. Yeah, you made me think that it just got changed. Ah, but I see what you mean. Just fun little side tangent before I discuss or read the rest of chat. So I just got a message from one of my previous guildies from SOD, who obviously I've stopped playing SOD, but if you watched my second channel, on my second channel, I made a short about this guy who joined our guild, who I was like 99% sure was a gold buyer. This guy showed up with like caster BOE gear from the auction house and the jackhammer, that like 1% drop or less from Ultimon on a rep paladin. He had like absolute dog shit gear, but all of it was like auction house stuff. Blatant gold buyer. And I said from the day that he joined that raid, like, what the fuck? This guy is not even a good player. Absolute garbage. And he's just blatantly swiping his card on random shit on the auction house. Like, is this really the type of person that we want in the guild? And, you know, of course, when the guild leader, you know, asked him, oh, did you buy gold? He was like, no, I just farm a lot. And I'm like, fuck off. But according to one of my SOD guildies, this guy just showed up to a Sunken Temple run with both of the Darkmoon trinkets, including the one that isn't even good, the, like, Decay and Sandstorm, just randomly, on top of other BOE stuff. So, he was like, I think you were right, I think he is buying gold, because, like, Jesus fucking Christ. I just, like, imagine buying gold in SOD, man. Imagine buying gold in SOD when you don't even know how to play your class. That's the thing that I really struggle to understand. You know, I can maybe understand. It's like, if you were going for rank 1 parses and you really, really, really wanted that Darkmoon deck and you knew how to play your class and you were, like, one of the best in for your class outside of that, then I can maybe understand. But if you're just, like, some random dog shit rep paladin and you're just swiping your card on Season of Discovery AH BOEs just to get blue parses at your peak, like, what are you doing with your life, honestly? That's just, like, kind of pathetic. Big respect to people pushing back on gold buyers, yeah. And I should note, like, I do not condone buying gold for that, right? But I'm saying I would understand the mindset of somebody who would want to buy gold for, like, that one particular case that, you know, I explained. Because the reality of Classic WoW is that there are some items that are just prohibitively expensive. And if you really want to increase your performance, it is either you just don't get that item, or you kind of buy gold or farm for an unreasonable amount of time, especially in a seasonal server. So, while my mindset is, fuck that, I'm just not going to buy gold, and I'm going to not get the super duper ultra rare BOE trinket, I can understand the mindset of somebody who is really, really wants to increase their performance and wants to go that extra mile. But it is just, like, the dumbest thing you could possibly do to buy gold when it's just on dumb shit like that. Yeah, gold buying is definitely still a thing. It absolutely is still a thing. And it's like, I wish that Blizzard did more to crack down on gold buying. Unfortunately, they don't, so it's rampant. And it's kind of reached that position where, as a community, there really is not much that we can do to stop it. Like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, we need to oppose gold buying, and, like, I think it's bad, and obviously I'm willing to call it out when I see it. But I know for a fact that me calling out gold buying is not going to do shit. Absolutely nothing is going to happen to curb gold buying unless Blizzard themselves wants to do it. And they've clearly showed that they don't really give that much of a shit. So it's just something that has plagued Classic since the start. And I mean, in regular Classic now, well, they finally added the WoW token, so they've thrown in the towel already with Classic. But it's still an issue that affects SOD and Era and stuff like that. Hello? Do I have to... Is there, like, an extra button that I need to press? Hello? Hello? Game? Hello? The cloud is touching the red mist. Why is it not working? Why is the quest broken? What the actual fuck? I think I need to just abandon and re-accept this quest. This is broken. Maybe he's rich or something. I'm not gonna, you know. Yeah. Where the fuck was the quest? Oh, it was over here. Yeah, I will say, you know, I understand that some people are saying, well, technically you could farm XYZ amount of gold. I'm just going to tell you that, like, I'm not going to give you this guy's full backstory, but it is highly unlikely. And especially, I'd be more understanding if he was spending a lot of gold if he was, like I said, a good player. Like, the person in my previous sod guild who just messaged me to let me know that this guy had just bought all of those BOEs, he actually himself spent a lot of gold on BOEs, and I bought some for him on my Horde alts, and then moved it over to Alliance for him. But the thing is, he was somebody who I knew for a fact was actually earning gold himself, because I saw him online all the time flipping auctions, which is the same thing that I was doing. So I knew how he was making his money, because he was online all the time. And he's also a good player. So he is like getting 95, 99 parses even without like the super expensive BOEs. So when he told me that he was trying to get this one really rare BOE for his prop paladin, I forget which one it was, and he said, hey, can you look out for that on the Horde auction house? I said, yeah, sure. And I bought it for him for 250 gold, moved it to the neutral auction house, and he paid me like, well, he paid me 300 gold, which was basically the price that I had spent for it and change, partially to cover the neutral auction house. I basically flipped it for him for free. But I was willing to do that because, you know, he's a chill dude, and I know for a fact he did not buy his gold. This other dude, I do not see him online all the time. When he is online, he's doing random bullshit, like not like spamming incursions. And he's also not a good player, so there was absolutely no chance that he was just doing really efficient gold farms all the time. Yeah. But once again, I'm not going to tell you this guy's life story. Just take my word for it. He was 100% buying gold. If you had known this guy, you would have immediately recognized that he was buying gold. And it was one of those things where, like, I've seen it enough to immediately recognize it and say, oh yeah, this guy's a gold buyer. They were already suspicious, and they said, I think you're probably right, but, like, I don't know for sure. You know, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And to me, that was all the evidence I really needed. Him showing up in, like, dog shit AH gear and the, like, jackhammer as a great parsing rep paladin. That's all I needed to tell me 100%, yeah, this guy's buying gold. But it seems they now agree with me because, you know, he's just randomly showing up with Darkmoon card decks in Classic and Raid. And I will note one of the things that pissed me off about this guy in particular. And this is why, like, if the guy was just buying gear for the sake of buying gear because, like, that's his way of having fun in the game, sure. But he's effectively griefing our raid because he was the lowest performer. He was doing less damage than me and the other tank by far. So he had absolutely no idea what he was doing. So he was making our experience worse. But then the thing that really pissed me off, and it was, I literally messaged the guild leader, and I told him I refuse to raid with this guy. I rarely ever do that. I am usually a pretty lenient person, and, like, even if somebody pisses me off, I will do my best to set aside my differences and raid with them. I literally said I refuse to raid with this guy again, because after a particularly bad raid night that we had, where he, mind you, was getting hard fucking carried, absolute dogshit player, he posted in the Discord that he was really frustrated that he died on, it was either the second or third boss, because it fucked his parses. And he feels bad that he can never get a good parse run because people let him die early. And I'm like, motherfucker, you're running dog shit gear. You don't even have your fucking seals up. You're literally auto-attacking and pressing Crusader Strike as a rep paladin. And you have the fucking balls to post in Discord that the reason your parses are shit is because people let you die? The reason your parses are shit is because you're fucking shit. And the fact that he had no knowledge of that, he inted the fuck out of our raid and then had the balls to complain in Discord, and he's a gold buyer, that's where I draw the line. I'm like, I fucking hate everything about this person's existence. I refuse to be anywhere remotely near them. Fuck that. Fuck that. The guy was Leroy Jenkins. I mean, I'm pretty sure Leroy Jenkins was at least, like, okay at the game. I don't know, though. Though, I will say, I don't want to... I don't want to ruin your childhood memories too much, especially because these are secondhand stories. I have heard some... I've met people who raided with Leroy Jenkins back in the day. Not in, like, the time of Leroy Jenkins, but, like, around, like, the early classic days, like Wrath TBC. I had some friends who raided with him. And I have heard some not-so-savory stories about Leroy Jenkins. Once again. Don't want to slander somebody who I don't know personally. But all I will say is I have heard some not-so-great things about him as a person. Could be completely wrong, which is why I'm not actually going to say what I heard. But it's enough that it has kind of ruined the Leroy Jenkins meme for me when I was like, oh, wait, really? That's what he was like? Ooh, yikes. A little bit unfortunate. Yeah, and I'm not... I know Leroy Jenkins was a skit. I don't give a shit about that. Everybody should have known that Leroy Jenkins was a skit. That's not... Nobody cares. I'm talking about, like, personality stuff. Yeah, as for unsavory, yeah. The one thing that my friend told me that kind of confirmed it for me and made me say, oh, that's actually... That makes sense, is he said, go back and watch the Leroy Jenkins video and look at the names of everybody in the guilds. It's kind of hard to see because it's obviously, like, super low quality. But he said, look at what they're all naming their characters. And, you know, based on that, take a guess at why they're naming their characters the way that they're naming it. Especially Leroy. And, yeah. The moment he said that, and I looked back at the video, and I saw what a lot of the names were, and I'm like, and after he had told me a lot of those stories, I'm like, oh no. Oh no. That's not good. Yeah. And, like, and that's the thing, yes. I understand, I know a lot of people are going to say, like, yes, back in the day, you know, in gaming, a lot of people, you know, edgy humor and stuff like that. There's a reason that we call hard R the gamer word, right? But, and it could just be fun banter. My friend could have been overreacting, but it sounds like it was a little bit more than just, you know, typical gamer culture back in the day. Like, yeah, there's a little bit more. What were the names? That's why I said, go watch the Leroy Jenkins video if you really want to see. That is the only thing I will say, because that much is, you can literally see it in the Leroy Jenkins video. It's in the actual video itself. You don't need to take my word for it. And that's all I'll say. Like I said, I don't want to slander somebody based on third-party stories. But I'm not a fan of some of the stories I heard. I think when we say hard R, there is only... we all know what hard R means, right? That it's... I don't know what it means, the bad one or the less bad one. There's only one thing that everybody associates with the phrase hard R. So I guess in that case, I probably mean the really bad one, because I have no idea what the less bad hard R is. I don't know what that means. People, yeah, and that's why also, for all I know, Leroy Jenkins has changed significantly, and I I don't want to like hold it against a person, but I will say, considering as far as I'm aware, it was all taking place around that time period, which is why their characters were named the way they were. It kind of ruins the concept of Leroy Jenkins the video for me a little bit. I don't know if the people themselves are bad people, but they their sense of humor does not align with my sense of humor, and it makes me view the entire Leroy Jenkins scenario in a different light, is what I'm saying. And I suspect that if Blizzard knew the full backstory behind it, I do not think that they would use Leroy Jenkins as nearly as much of a poster boy as they do.
It's a wonder you even lasted this long down here.
Some people... I mean, if anybody says that the RET whatever word, that it's a bad word, like, I agree with that. But if anybody calls that word hard R, that is boomer shit. They are just a fucking boomer. Only boomers would say RETA, etc. is hard R. That's not hard R. We all know what hard R is. Fucking hell. Linus Tech... Oh, yeah. Okay. True, I do remember the Linus Tech Tips thing. Okay. Well, yes, I remember that clip. Maybe that's why people jokingly call it that now, because of the Linus Tech Tips clip. Yes. Repel, yeah. If you don't know hard R, then good for you. I hope you stay pure. Don't get corrupted like the rest of us. The internet is a scary place. Me.
Save your thanks. We march upon the twilight precipice as soon as our forces are gathered. I expect to see you on the battlefield.
Nice, I managed to clean out my bags just in time. You shall explain. Gets banished to the void. Yeah. I will be leveling in WoW Remix, yeah. I'm gonna do a very long stream on the launch day of WoW Remix. I am unsure how much I will level beyond that point, because I have a lot of videos that I need to make. I will, at the very least, I will level my first WoW Remix character up to 70. I will probably also level a second character in WoW Remix up to 70 in the first day as well. Though I don't know how much more I'm going to play. I'm going to play WoW Remix a lot over the next few months. But the problem is, like, Cataclysm launches right after WoW Remix. They really fucked me over here. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Are you kidding me? Server shutdown in 9 minutes? Really, Blizzard? Oh, man. That's not good. This is the second time they've done a random server shutdown in the middle of one of my speedruns. It's unfortunate, because, like... Blizzard, you diss Leroy, huh?
May the light embrace you.
That's not good. That's really bad.
Each day is a blessing.
It's the death from the forums. I don't know, guys. That's tough. You hope I get to 85 tonight? I mean, I definitely would be able to get to 85 tonight if they weren't shutting down the servers. That puts me in a bit of a tough spot. Oh yeah, apparently, so that, like, shitty Rep Paladin, when they asked him how he managed to suddenly show up with both Darkmoon decks, he claimed that he farmed 6k gold, just, like, in between the raid weeks. and he bought it on his own. And yeah, it's like, okay, they don't even believe him. So I did start in high gel, yeah. Yep. Esther's Gate plans. Is this I'm gonna go to the marker. Oh no, it is just a kill mobs type thing. Surely they're going to fix all the bugs that have been in the game. Yeah. Now, I'm not gonna stop the I'm not gonna stop the stream just because they're restarting it. Oh my god. Lots of caster mobs, not very good. Because the last time that Blizzard did server restarts when I was in the middle of doing a run, it only lasted like 15 minutes. They made these 5 levels slow to get. Yeah, I mean, that's how it was. The entire point of this is 80 to 85 is meant to be the same length of time that like 70 to 80 was in Wrath Classic. It's the entire expansion. It's meant to take that long. WoW Remix it's a special game mode coming to retail WoW within the next few days. And basically it's a fun way to level up new characters, and then you get to experience Mists of Pandaria content with like a twist. It's not like true classic, but it is set in Dragonflight, but it's like mock content in Dragonflight. It's kind of weird, but it looks like it'll be fun enough. The pizza mukbang OnlyFans foot show has a chance. Oh my god. No, you cannot use heirlooms. So none of the heirlooms scale up to 85. When the raids come out, Blizzard's going to fix the Helm and Cloak heirlooms to scale up to 85. So when I do like future leveling runs after launch, whenever the heirlooms are fixed, I will start using the Helm and Cloak. But they aren't even working right now. If I wanted to use it, I could not. If I go over here, you can see even on beta right now, it only scales up to 80. So. And in case you are unfamiliar, how do I do Fire Ward? It doesn't say on the mob, but I want to say that if I kill the mob, that's how I get the Fire Ward. Raids come out on the 30th. 30th, right here. No, they are only scaling Helm and Cloak. They put out a blue post earlier today about it, if you want to see the details. I mean, it's basically just what I said, but yeah. How do I do this quest again? Fire Ward. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to fight these elementals, but oh yeah, no, I got credit. Oh, okay, I am doing it correctly. Right. I didn't notice that I got credit for killing that. It's weird that the game, or Questy, is not actually working correctly. But I was getting credit for doing the quest. Hello, Cloak. Good to see you. You did get the buff, yeah. I didn't notice, but yeah, it's working. I didn't see that, so I was confused for a second. Do you recommend doing random dungeon finder and questing, or just only questing for the 5 levels? At the very least, I don't know exactly how efficient dungeons will be as like a main source of leveling. Bare minimum, doing every single dungeon at least once will be efficient, guaranteed. That much I can assure you without a shadow of a doubt. Beyond that, it's hard to say, but it's always efficient to do every dungeon at least once because they have quests. And dungeon quests in combination with the end of dungeon bonus are very, very good. Very, very good. And there's chances for you to get gear, which is relatively efficient. One of the other things with dungeons is And one of the reasons why 82 to 84 we're going to be mostly doing questing, because if we look at the dungeon breakdown, actually I should finish this quest first, just before I forget, and then whatchamacallit, then I can just wait and show you because the servers will shut down in a second anyway. Air Ward, oh no, I just need to kill Heathen Call and destroy the Waygate. Right. So I do this. Ah, fuck. Come on. Nice. God, druids are so broken for leveling because of that shit. Just casually use the thing and fly off without having to fight mobs. Actually just an overpowered class. Okay, come on. Oh my god, can you fall down to the ground so I can attack you? Stupid game. There we go. Alright, now the servers are going to shut down, so I'm going to just pause the timer and wait for the servers to ride out, but what I'll quickly show you is you can see that at level 81, you unlock 4 dungeons. So the best time to spam dungeons will be immediately after hitting 81, and you'll want to try to get all 3 of these. Now, that being said, Stone Core, while Stone Core can be accessed as early as 81, you actually don't get a lot of the quests for it until after doing Deepholm. So there's a case to be made for waiting to do Stone Core until later, but Vortex Pinnacle, you get most of the quests for it in the dungeon itself. I think there's like 1 quest that you get as part of doing actually Uldum, but the thing is you don't get the Uldum quest until right around 84, so like it's not necessarily worth waiting for anyway. While we wait, by the way, I'll double check in a little bit. I'm assuming it's not going to be a very long maintenance. What I'll quickly do is I'm going to check the WoW forums just to see if they've posted like, hey, we're taking the servers down for 24 hours, which if so, fuck. WoW forums. 1 second, I got to switch over OBS. It's taking a really fucking long time to log me in. Don't you want to get tabards? I mean, yes, obviously, if you really want to min-max your rep. But here's the thing. It doesn't really matter getting the tabard before doing dungeons because you're going to be running a shit ton of dungeons at max level anyway. So getting the tabard before doing dungeons will save you a little bit of time, but it's really not a hard and fast rule. If anything, I would just say make sure that the moment you are able to get a tabard, you get it. Also, what the fuck is going on? Hello? Why can't I log into... I have friends online in Cataclysm Classic. This is regular live servers. Why is it not letting me log in? Like, seriously, Blizzard? Are you just going to completely fuck me over right now? Hold on, let me check to make sure my computer isn't having issues. Nope, there's no problem on my computer. It is a Blizzard thing. I don't know if you get more... I don't know fucking how the exact rep stuff works, please. It is entirely possible that you're correct. Like I said, either way, you want to wait until later on. What is happening, man? Something is really broken with Classic right now. You are in Cata right now? Yeah. I don't know why I can't log in. There we go. I just temporarily bugged. Yep, my OBS is working. Well, because we're gonna go back and continue the run, hopefully, if the servers are going to be back up in like 5 minutes or so. So, okay, I don't want to do that. So what I'm gonna do, because why not? I have the game muted. Because I want to do something. I'm not just going to sit here and twiddle my thumbs. We're going to do Archaeology! Yay! I don't know. I still don't have my Zinrock, so I'm just going to kill time until the servers are back up. And I'm not going to, like, stop the stream and restart it, so. If anything, this gives me a chance to get caught up on chat. Quests working as intended is so rare in Cataclysm that it confuses most. Yeah. Dungeon grinding would be more efficient if you're running with the same competent people versus the roll of the dice getting morons and LFD. Yes and no. You are absolutely correct that dungeons are more efficient if you have the same people. That being said, I think if you're the tank and you have like at least one other friend who can do good DPS, like dungeons are fine. I would say they're roughly comparable. They're going to be marginally faster. That being said, the difference of doing random dungeons with a random tank versus other people, that is a significant difference. But if you are the tank and you know what you're doing, I mean, I've found my dungeon clears to only be marginally slower than with like a group of people that I know what I'm doing in all versions of WoW. You were thinking of pushing to 83 in dungeons, then maybe jumping into questing. I would say you could probably jump off as early as 82. And the other thing is, you don't want to just spam it. Pretty much, the reason why 82 is the breakpoint is because that's when you can enter Deepal. So the only reason to do all this other stuff is to skip Hyjal. The moment you're able to enter Deepal, well, you want to jump into questing as early as you possibly can, because now you're already ahead of the pack. Now, the problem has been avoided. And as I mentioned before, we could see that I got... Why is my volume so fucking high? Oh, it's good enough. As we saw before with the quest that I get off Therazane, it's sometimes better to continue through the quest line until you get that dungeon quest, and then you can do dungeons, because there's no real difference between hitting 82, doing deep home quests, and then queuing for dungeons, or what's it called? Spamming dungeons until 83 and then doing deep home. So I would say that your top priority, if you're trying to get ahead of the pack, all that really matters is getting to 82. After that, you should prioritize just whatever is the most efficient way to gain experience. You've been farming archaeology this whole time. I've been keeping you occupied. I'm glad. Yeah, I have been like really fucking busy, so I haven't had as much time as I want to go for Zinrock. I really hope that I will have the time before the launch to actually get this done, but I don't know. I'm literally only doing this right now because it is something to do, and I'm hoping servers will be back up before long. Most of those are very, like, brief server restarts. Are you already leveling to 85? Beta. Did you try the Warrior Prot Revenge build in Wrath? No, I didn't really play my Warrior in Wrath Classic much at all. I heard it was good, I didn't have time. Oh shit. 3 dig sites in Ungoro. I can complete a fossil one. Blizzard seems to only give you what you don't need from it, like useless toys. Yeah. Like, I got the epic shield for my paladin, but I don't really want it. It's not bad. It's like silver lining, like, okay, if I decide to level paladin or warrior, at least I have something for them. But I want Zinrock, and I still don't have that. Right now, for rares, I do have Kaldorei Wind Chimes, but I don't know. I have every single troll rare except Zinrock, which isn't hard because there's only a few of them, but it has eluded me. You only need the shield? Oh, man. Can we trade? I wish. It was very satisfying to level and run dungeons with. Yeah. Archaeology is a thing Blizzard wrecked and never bothered going back to. Dig quests, yeah. Honestly, archaeology peaked in MoP and WoD. I actually think archaeology was genuinely kind of a fun pastime in WoD. I didn't do it a lot in MoP just because, like, I just never really bothered. I went back to it later on. Like, basically, in WoD, I went back to do mop archaeology and I enjoyed it, but I never played it when it was current content. And in WoD, I actually did a shit ton of archaeology. Like, I had almost every single pristine artifact on my Death Knight. I did a ton of archaeology in WoD. It was really good in my opinion. I think it was really fun the way it worked because they had a lot of really nice quality of life things to make archaeology less of a pain by that point. And I really liked the whole pristine artifact thing because one of the biggest issues with common relics is that once you already have all the common relics and you're just hunting rares, there's like no real advantage to getting a common relic. It's literally filler until you get a rare. So the idea of getting like a pristine common relic sometimes as a way to get like a bonus little quest that not only do you get like, I think you got like relics or something for turning it in, but you also had the little display in your personal museum. And then you could go to your little museum and you had all the little display shelves with all the stuff. It was really cool. It's like the same kind of thing that makes Animal Crossing fun. And I haven't played a ton of Animal Crossing, but when I did play Animal Crossing on my DS way back in the day, I played like one of the original Animal Crossings, like the super early ones. One of my favorite things to do was like fill out the museum exhibits and just go around and collect like all the different insects and fish and just fill out that catalog. And then you could walk around the museum and see like all the little displays and stuff. And it's nice. It's fun collecting that stuff and having it displayed. And that was kind of the whole vibe that archaeology had for me in MoP and WoD. And I liked it. It fits the profession, really. And I think that if they had just continued along with that, it could have been cool. Personally, I despise Legion archaeology. I did Legion archaeology once or twice, and I thought, wow, this is absolute garbage. I am never doing this again. And I am still missing almost all of the Legion archaeology rewards, because I just genuinely cannot stand how badly it's designed. And then they did some, like, really janky thing in BFA. The BFA rewards are all completely shit. And, yeah, it's just bad. What's my fastest 8085 right now? Only 11 hours. I've been doing a lot of, like, test runs, where I'm just testing, like, the full zones and stuff. At this point, I have a general idea of what a fast route will look like, so what my current plan is, this is going to be my final testing run, mostly because I just needed to see the Alliance side of Twilight Highlands, and over the next few days, I'm going to try to put together some off-stream, like, really optimized runs, and when I get one that I'm really happy with, I'll upload it to my channel, and that'll be, like, the framework for my leveling guide, which should be posted, like, a day or two before Cataclysm launch. I want to do as much practice as possible to make sure that guide is really, really, really good. But, like, for instance, I did a run with vashj'ir, which I know is inefficient because I just wanted to test it to be sure. Which server is more populated? I don't know what you mean. Did I miss a message? You did Legion Archaeology for the Spirit of Vashj'ir mount? Yeah. I know a lot of people who grinded it specifically for that. I'm not a big mount person, so I just didn't really care. But, yeah, that was, like, the only even remotely worthwhile thing from it. Let's see. As a new player, what would you recommend? Retail or Classic? Both. I play both, so I cannot recommend one or the other, like, definitively. Retail and Classic both have their strengths and weaknesses. And, like, I would say they're, like, one isn't necessarily better for new players than another. They are better for different types of players, which you could be either. You could be someone who is, like, very competitive and really wants to, you know, perform super well and likes doing challenging content in games. Like, if you like Souls-like games or something like that, you may enjoy doing difficult mythic raids and stuff like that. And in that case, retail would be more your speed. But if you more just kind of want to vibe and explore the world and stuff like that, and you don't mind a longer but more rewarding journey, well then, one of the versions of Classic is probably more for you. I would say if you really like the RPG elements of MMOs, then obviously Classic Era is probably your best bet. Or Season of Discovery, while it may have its problems if you're just starting it for the first time, you probably won't really notice them. And then Cataclysm, in my opinion, is a really nice middle ground between those two game designs. Which is why I personally feel that World of Warcraft peaked in MoP, and there are still things that I love about retail, which is why I continue playing it, but I think there's a lot of stuff in retail that was at its best in MoP and has just been getting progressively worse since. Which, at this point, I don't really mind, as long as we have the older versions of the game to play that stuff, then I don't really care if, you know, retail is more just rating focused. As long as the things that I play retail for stay enjoyable, then I'll just go to Classic to get my fill of the parts of the game that have gotten worse over the years. Can't wait for MoP Classic? Oh, yeah. You have no idea. Oh, my God. It's, like, I'm really excited for Cataclysm. I've been playing this a lot. I've been, you know, making, obviously, a bunch of videos about it. I plan on making even more videos about it. And I plan on playing Cataclysm pretty much nonstop all the way through. But while I am really excited for Cataclysm, mostly because a lot of this stuff I didn't get to fully experience as a kid. Like, when I played Cataclysm, I was a little kid, and I really had no fucking clue what I was doing. So I have really fond memories of it, and just based on the, like, what I've played of it, I think it is as good as I built it up to be. I'm very excited to play it. But a lot of it is just, like, seeing what I missed. Mists of Pandaria, I actually did play a lot, and I just loved that expansion. So I am just really, really, really excited to play MoP regardless. I think that'll be really fun. So, yeah, I don't know. MoP is... It's like... So right now, while I am excited for Cataclysm Classic, right? I still want to cover, like, retail stuff, and I'm kind of splitting my time 50-50 between retail and classic still, because I think it's important to do, like, equivalent coverage, especially with MoP Remix. I wish they didn't stack them on top of each other, but either way. But, like, Mists of Pandaria Classic, when that comes out, outside of, like, I'm not going to miss raid days, because I'm not going to fuck over my guild, but outside of, like, showing up for mandatory raid days, I am going to completely clear my schedule when MoP rolls around, and literally anything else can fuck right off. That is the only thing that I'm going to be focusing on whenever that rolls around. New World of Warcraft patch, I will play it as much as I need to get raids done, and if there's, like, miscellaneous videos that I would normally make, fuck that. I'm only going to focus on MoP Classic. I'm very excited for it. Let me see. Wow, missed a lot of messages. You just started, so you have a nice answer to this. If you don't have ADHD, retail. If you do, classic. Eh. Do you think Valor will be available from day one? Hard to say. Possibly. What I do know is that they haven't confirmed yes or no if Valor will or will not be available. So there is a chance. I would also say, though, there is a very good chance that Blizzard does disable it, because a lot of times with expansion releases, they disable that stuff because they don't want people to have an unfair advantage. But they haven't outright confirmed that Valor will not be available, so maybe. Retail has no lore, it's literally comic book madness. Yeah. I think one of the messages that I missed earlier, that I meant to go back and read, but I forgot, but if that person's still watching, I don't remember exactly what their question was worded, but my eyes skimmed it over, and I'm like, oh, that's a good question. I should answer that, and then I just kind of forgot. So I'm paraphrasing what I remember reading. They asked me something to the effect of, what kind of leveling runs do I do before the expansion launches, like on beta? Do I only do the super fast speed runs, or do I try to do a slow story run to experience the quests and the lore and stuff like that? Like, how do I approach that? And it's a good question. And my answer to that is, previously, let's see, Zinrock. Lame. Open up some fossil ones. I think I'm still missing one fossil rare. I forget which one it is, though. Either way. Back in the day, ever since I first got into the beta, which my first beta was the Mists of Pandaria beta. So I've gotten into every beta since. I got into the Legion beta, but I actually did not play the Legion beta at all. I think I made like a character and I meant to mess around with it. I went into Legion almost completely blind, because I actually, as much as I did like challenge modes and stuff, I was really frustrated by a lot of the stuff in Warlords of Draenor, to nobody's surprise. I mean, WoD was a pretty frustrating time to be a WoW player. And I had the mentality of like, I don't really want to beta test this, because when I tested the WoD beta, it was one of my first betas. I tested MoP. I was still like relatively young, but I tried a lot of stuff in WoD and it was very blatantly broken. And I remember submitting a shit ton of bug reports. I remember trying to like make forum posts saying like, hey, this isn't working. And I was like, surely they're going to fix all this stuff, right? Like the game is blatantly just not finished. And then they just didn't. And that was kind of my first moment as a kid of like, wow, Blizzard just doesn't really give a shit about actually making sure their game is polished before it launches. And it kind of like left me a little bit disillusioned with World of Warcraft. And like the Blizzard development teams. That was like the first time when I'm really like, wow, they really aren't all that they say they are. Because for reference, when I was a little kid, my dream job was to work at Blizzard. I've mentioned this before. But I always wanted to go into game design. It's what I went to college for, right? And I always said when I was a little kid, like, dream job, oh yeah, definitely want to work for Blizzard. Because I've been playing this game since I was 5 years old. And Blizzard used to have that really big reputation, like Blizzard Polish and stuff. And, you know, when you're a kid, obviously you don't know any better, so you believe that shit. And it was really disheartening for me as I started to grow up, and I was like already a teenager by the time of WoD. And, you know, playing this stuff and being really excited to actually get to test out all the content and realizing, like, they don't actually give a shit. They don't listen to any of the feedback on the testing stuff. You get access to the beta and you just do shit on your own, and Blizzard doesn't actually really care. So that was a little bit upsetting. And as a result, based on how WoD went, I kind of was like, yeah, fuck it. I'm not really going to test Legion at all. You know, I tested WoD and, you know, we all know how that went out. And I had a really fun time going into Legion blind, I will say. But back when I like tested MoP and WoD, one of the things that I did is exactly like that person asked. I did like a casual playthrough of all of the story stuff. And I watched all the cutscenes, I read all the quest text, blah, blah, blah. Partially because back then I actually gave a shit about the WoW story. And, you know, kind of expanding on that, nowadays I don't. Nowadays, I really just could not give a shit about the story. Shadowlands was the first time when I think I tried paying attention to the Shadowlands story, and like midway through Bastion, I stopped caring at all. Already in the beta, I was already like, wow, this is stupid. Because kind of like the moment when... Do I have a video of my 11-hour? Yeah, you can. It's on my channel. If you go on my channel, both my Paladin and my Death Knight runs were 11 hours. My Death Knight run was 20 minutes faster than my Paladin run, but my Paladin run did vashj'ir. So I did the later stuff much faster on my Paladin, but my Death Knight did high gel instead of vashj'ir, which made it faster overall. But yeah, you can see that. It's split into 2 parts, because like obviously these runs are really long. I can't have 10-hour longer videos on YouTube. So that was my compromise. But yeah, you can find them really easily. No video from MoP. I cannot... Oh, so real quick, just to answer. I cannot make a leveling guide for MoP Remix. If you are seeing leveling guides for MoP Remix, they are wrong. We did not get enough time to test it. Leveling in MoP Remix was extremely broken in the one testing weekend that we got. And we only had like 2.5 days to test it. There was simply not enough time to test everything. And most of the stuff that we did test was not working. So what I plan on doing is within the next 2 days, because so many people keep fucking asking about it, and like I kind of understand why, but like I'm probably going to just make a second channel video and basically just kind of like this, unscripted. I will ramble for 30 minutes and basically walk you through step by step all of the things that I tested in MoP Remix and what was fast, what was not fast, with the gigantic disclaimer that basically none of it will be applicable to launch because they are most likely going to tune a lot of stuff. Because it was very, very, very broken. Quests were not working from levels 60 to 70 in Mop Remix. Dungeons were not working from 60 to 70. The only way to level 60 to 70 in Mop Remix on the testing weekend was by spamming LFR. Does that mean that spamming LFR is the fastest way to level? Probably not. It was actually quite efficient due to an oversight on Blizzard's end where you had no dungeon cap from queuing LFR, so you could just spam the first boss over and over. But that was so broken, there's no way that they let that go live, because they would just completely trivialize all of the content in that. And considering XP on so many different sources was just not working correctly, we genuinely don't know. So I will put out a video. Yeah, also, like, some classes, like Troy just pointed out, on my Brewmaster, I was, like, doing 50% of a raid boss's health. Like, there's so many broken things that will absolutely get fixed, because it was really not working correctly, which is kind of why I'm a little bit annoyed that we did not get a second testing weekend, because yeah, I wish I could make a leveling guide. I really wish I could, because I can tell you right now, there are going to be YouTubers who make, before the launch, a Mop Remix leveling guide, and it's going to be completely fucking worthless, because I did as much testing as they did, and I can tell you right now that I did not get anywhere near enough efficient or like relevant data to put together a good leveling guide. Everything that I got is subject to change. So I cannot in good conscience make a leveling guide that is just not going to be useful. So I will record like a video explaining my findings, explaining what I suspect some of the faster leveling routes will be, and I will put that on my second channel because I don't want to put pure speculation up on my main channel. And I'll put out like an announcement or something on my main channel to basically be like, hey, if you're interested in this, go check it out, just to let people know. But yeah, I won't do that. And then, of course, I am going to be testing Mop Remix literally the moment it comes out. I will be leveling characters, I will be trying out the different leveling routes, and hopefully, but by the second or third day after I've leveled a few different characters, I will have a better understanding of what the fastest route is, and I will try to have an actual up-to-date Mop Remix leveling route out as quickly as I possibly can. But until then, you know, there's just no point. What's with the... I have no idea. This is... Every single time I log in, I don't even clear them anymore, because if I clear all these tickets, it's the same thing over and over. Thank you for reporting. And it's annoying how you have to manually click through every single one of them. And you're probably not going to see it here, but then what'll happen is if I log out after clearing all of these 20 tickets, and I log back in, it'll pop up another 20 thank you for reporting tickets on top of my screen. It is impossible to make this go away. It is so fucking annoying. This has been happening for like a month or so. It's just every single time I log in, just a stack of 20. The only reason it's down to 18 is because I cleared 2 of them and just said, why am I bothering? It's just going to appear again. But if I log out, log back in, it's going to give me 20 of them again. So I don't bother anymore. Oh, nice. There's one right there. Yeah, like, at least if they want to thank me, and it's probably because I reported like 1 or 2 blatant gold farming bots that I saw like months ago in Wrath Classic, but I only reported 1 or 2, and the default is always 20, so I think their system is broken, and instead of just giving you 1 message, it spams you with 20, and they must have like forgotten to like put in a check to see like, hey, did we already spam this player with a thank you message? And I think that just what happens is if you ever reported a bot ever, every single time you log in, it checks, does this player deserve a thank you message, and just sends you the max, which I assume it caps out at 20. And like I said, this has been going on for like over a month. It's so fucking annoying. Especially because a lot of times it like covers some of my buffs and I can't see it. It's a massive pain in the ass. But yeah, so I guess that's it for Mop Remix. What I will also do is, because I'm going to do it anyway, I'm probably going to put together a speculative tier list on the best gems to look out for. That'll also be a second channel video. And then when we have concrete information, once I've tested it and I've seen what they've changed, because some of the gems in Mop Remix that you can get were, like Chori said, literally one-shotting raid bosses in conjunction with certain abilities. So that's obviously going to be fixed, but, you know, it's hard. Like, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. But yeah, it is unfortunate because I have received so many questions about, you know, why have I not made a video on Mop Remix? And I guarantee you, when I stream Mop Remix day one, I'm going to be flooded with people saying, where's the leveling guide? Where's the leveling guide? I'm just going to be like, oh, like, blame Blizzard, not me. I did everything that I was supposed to this time. I actually tested it. I dropped everything. On the testing weekends, I literally cleared my schedule. I had shit that I needed to do on that mob testing weekend, and I cleared my fucking schedule to test it, thinking that I would then be able to test it again, and it ended up just being a waste of fucking time. So, Blizzard has just been making my life absolutely hell over the past month or so. And that is going to continue for the next month or so. My guide for Mop Remix, do your fucking cloak. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Also, let me real quick check the beta to see if it's back up. Oh, well, there's an update, so I suspect that it might be working. Let me just see. Cataclysm Classic. Oh no, that's not the beta. WoW Classic. Oh, it would be under development. Under development, Cataclysm Classic Beta. I'm not seeing anything new, so if there was like a major update on like we're taking the servers down for an extended period of time, beta's still down for you? I'll double check. Yep, still down. Alright, well, we keep digging dirt. Shadowlands trashed everybody. Oh yeah, I stopped in the middle of that. Yeah, Shadowlands broke me, for sure. Shadowlands was really bad. Honestly, BFA was when I stopped really caring about the story, but Shadowlands, I could not stand it. And for anybody who watched since like the very early days of my channel, because I started making YouTube videos in the Shadowlands pre-patch. That was when I uploaded my first speedruns. And I like relentlessly mocked the story. And I like whenever there was like the like Clea always did like the Pelagos no, and I would always imitate Clea because the dialogue is just so shit. And it's not even just that the lore is so bad, but like, no hate to the voice actors, because, like, they are not the ones at fault. But the Shadowlands questing dialogue was so fucking cringe. And I forget what it was. There was one line that Pelagos said in particular that every single time it was so bad that I could not help but make fun of it. And it was just every single time I did, like, Shadowlands speedrun. Yeah, no one escapes the maw, instantly escapes the maw. Just, it was awful. It was fucking awful. I guess I do Felwood dig sites. Intentionally make the leveling guide late and call it the mop up guide. That's good. I like that. Just shows that people trust your videos for credible leveling. Yeah, and Garam, I know, like, I was a little bit annoyed when you asked that. I'm not upset, like, that you in particular asked that. Like, when I'm frustrated, I am more just frustrated by the position that Blizzard has put me in. Because, like, I agree. I understand why people are asking, and I'm not upset that people want a leveling guide. But it's just, like, it's more frustrating for me because I wish I could make a leveling guide, but Blizzard fucked me over. Blizzard kind of fucked everybody over, all the content creators, by not really letting us test it. And it's just really, really, really frustrating and just stressful for me because like the more stuff that I can get done ahead of time, the better. Because now what's going to happen is I'm going to have to, like, these 4 days are going to be fucking hell for me. I guess 5 days. I'm going to have to make Cataclysm Heroic Dungeon guides. I'm going to have to stream Mop Remix, and I'm going to also have to try to make Mop Remix guides at the same time. And then also I have Raid, which admittedly it's not big, but like at some point in the middle of my Cataclysm or my Mop Remix streams, I'm going to have to pause to do a Mythic Ferox sale, which is not too bad. Hopefully we don't wipe, and hopefully it's just in, out, 15 minutes, done. But there is a chance that that is like a 30-minute, hour-long yuck fest, and I'm not looking forward to it. They're going to become a withered pale orc. Yeah, it's... I'm not going to sleep that much those 4 days, I'll tell you that. So... yeah, it's fun. That's why, if I can choose to do anything while I wait for the beta to come back up, this is like the one thing that I really want to get my Zinrock done before launch. But if I have to sacrifice getting Zinrock to get the rest of my videos done, the videos get top priority. It's like, as much as it does kind of suck, there is a reason why this is a job and not just like, you know, hee fun, I'm playing video games. Like, there have been so many things that I have wanted to do in WoW and, well, frankly, a lot of other games that I just haven't been able to play at all that I can't get to do, because making videos, it's fucking time-consuming, right? Like, if I wasn't making videos, I wouldn't be doing, you know, multiple different full 80 to 85 test runs in the PTR. I'm doing this, frankly, for you guys. Because I could do this stuff on my own while watching Netflix, or I could, like, in between flight paths or something, like, quickly open up Photoshop and begin editing one of my thumbnails and stuff like that. But obviously, I'm not going to do that in the middle of a stream. So, you know. That's the price of doing videos. Thank you for that, no problem. It's also fun. I mean, I do like streaming, but it is a lot of work. Fucking popcorn head Pelagos Arbiter. Until you said that, I completely forgot the end of Shadowlands where they made Pelagos the Arbiter. I actually completely blanked on that. That was... God, I can't believe they fucking did that. Mop Remix is on the 16th. I don't know what time it is. They might actually say, if you, like, go look up the, look up, what's it called? The Wowhead post about it. I think Wowhead probably has the start time, because I think Blizzard did say the start time. I want to say it's probably going to be 6 p.m. Pacific, because that's usually when they do releases like that, but it could be earlier. I don't know. The one problem, if it is 6 p.m. Pacific, if my initial leveling run takes me longer than 6 hours, which I suspect it will, because 6 hours is not a long time. Actually, let me double check that, come to think of it. We're not in the middle of a speedrun, so I can just stop and check if I want to. There's the official thing. When did they... I know they said it somewhere, because I remember seeing the time. I just forget when it was. When does it launch? Oh, nice. I was wrong. It is 10 a.m. Pacific time. Ah. Okay. So it launches Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern, which is really good. And that means I'll have 11 hours to complete my first leveling run, which that should definitely be doable. Because my original leveling run on the PTR was 14 hours, but it was broken. Well, my original leveling run was 14 hours, but I finished at roughly hour 13, and then I fucked around for an hour on the last XP bubble. So it was realistically 13 hours, and 60 to 70 was completely broken. So that took, like, way longer than it should. And I fucked around and tested a lot of stuff from 10 to 60. So I should absolutely be able to do 1 to 70, or 10 to 70, because you start at level 10, I believe. I should absolutely be able to do that in under under 10 hours. Which means that what I should be able to do is the very first stream will be the first character, and then I'll probably do like a few things at endgame just to test it out. Then I will have my Mythic Farok carry. And after we do the Mythic Farok sale, then I might take like a quick nap, like a power nap or something like that. And then I'll probably stream again at like 1 or 2 in the morning, and we'll just go from there. Because I'm going to have to get a lot of testing done. Wowhead has it 2 days, 16 hours from now? Yeah. I don't know exactly what that is, but I just had the official announcement open, and it officially says it starts at 10 a.m. Pacific. So that seems to be the confirmed release date. How long do you think 80 to 85 would take for an average person? 15 to 20 hours, I believe. If in my casual leveling runs, because like these are, I'm not doing optimized speed runs here. These are like, frankly, casual, like we're just going to test out the quests and stuff. And if there's something efficient I can do to save time easily, oh nice, 2 back-to-back. Then I'll do it. But like I'm not going out of my way to really try to super duper hyper optimize these runs. I'm just getting familiar with it. And it's taken me roughly 11 hours pretty consistently. I have a feeling that this one's going to be faster. Because I am already like midway through 83. And I was like around the 7-hour mark in my other runs when I was midway through 83. But I suspect if you're really taking things slow and you're not super familiar with Cataclysm leveling, 15 to 20 hours at the latest is, I would say, a really solid time for 8885. With Januser and Golden gone, hopefully WoW writing improves. I don't think Christy Golden was the problem. I saw a lot of people like happy that Golden was gone. Golden's writing was not bad. Now, Golden got like a lot of flack for some of the story decisions, and I'm not saying she's the best writer ever. But like I read a lot of Christy Golden's like old WoW like Warcraft books, and they were good. Like she can write. So I do not think that she was the problem. Danuser, I have not seen anything good come from Danuser. Because all of the content that he has ever publicly said, oh yeah, I wrote that, I'm like, oh, that was terrible, okay. So the only stuff that I have ever seen Steve Danuser take credit for is dog shit writing. And all of the takes that he had about like writing in general and like what he thinks about like twists are like good writing and stuff like that, that man just has no fucking idea how to tell a good story. Christy Golden, well, I don't know exactly what she did or didn't write. Some people have attributed some bad parts of the story to her, which I don't know necessarily if it's true or not. What I can say about her is I have read some of her writing that is explicitly just her writing, and it is good. So I know for a fact that Christy Golden can write. Steve Danuser, I have seen no evidence of that whatsoever. So I do not think Christy Golden being gone is necessarily a good thing for the story. The only good thing to come from Danuser is the increased sales in Sylvanas body pillows. Yeah. God. Yeah. Arthas betrayed Uther, yet Shadowlands made it somehow that the Paladins were bad or not forgiving Arthas. Exactly. Yeah, there were so many terrible things in Shadowlands. You asked your German friend how long it'll take 80 to 85. Every time you asked him, he says no. Okay, that's good. That took me a second. That's good. Oh, God. Having the Shadowlands as a place, it's going to make main characters. Yeah, that's... See, one of the reasons why I will always say that, like, the Shadowlands story is worse than anything Blizzard has done before, or really anything Blizzard can do after. They're going to have to try really hard to do worse writing than what we got in Shadowlands. And it is exactly what Chori just said, of the damage that it does to future storytelling. Because I think the Dragonflight story is shit. But the Dragonflight story, in my opinion, is relatively inoffensive. By the way, little trick you can do. If you want to teleport... I only saved like a few seconds by doing that, really. But if you fly... Oh, fuck me. Okay, well now it actually backfired, because it's probably gonna... I got out of the teleport zone. But if you fly into, like, Mount Hyjal right now, it teleports you over there. So... A lot of times, if I'm in Felwood, I'll fly into Hyjal and get teleported over to Winterspring to save a little bit of time. The VOD of this will always be up on YouTube. Any YouTube live streams automatically get turned into videos after the fact. It's like a default conversion thing. But yeah, Dragonflight's story is bad, Shadowlands' story was bad, and it ruined the lore of World of Warcraft inherently. I missed a few messages before. Let me scroll up a little bit. You can see Blizzard extending maintenance until Mop Remix launches? Probably, yeah. Let me see. Be nice to get a summary. Your actions have led to the removal of X removal of gold. Oh, yeah, for bot reports. That would actually be pretty cool. That would make the impact feel a lot more tangible to players, for sure. Even on the PTR, the ticket system is full of GM bots? Yeah. The forum dev's passive-aggressive way to troll you. Let me see. I missed a bunch of messages here. War Within may be interesting, but apparently Blizz is just doing Old Gods again. Yeah. I don't know. That's kind of the problem. I'm going to kind of try to reserve judgment for the War Within story until I see it, but at the same time, I've already seen a bunch of spoilers of the War Within story, and it just doesn't look interesting to me. The thing about WoW writing these days is it's just so impossible to have stakes. Like, kind of the point I was trying to make earlier with Shadowlands. The issue with Shadowlands, more than anything else, is it has killed the ability for there to be tangible stakes in the story ever again. It has fundamentally wrecked the entire world building of the Warcraft universe, and now it doesn't fucking matter whether or not, like, Xal'atath wins or what. Like, why should I care? There's just absolutely no stakes, no motivation, and I just think the character writing is pretty flat these days, too. I don't know. I've been pretty upfront about the fact that I'm just kind of not a fan of the story. At this point, like, unless it gets directly brought up, I try not to take it into account when, like, evaluating an expansion. Like, a lot of people will say, oh, I don't like Dragonflight because it has, like, a bad story. And for me, Dragonflight has its flaws, but I'm not going to hold the bad writing against it. I just consider WoW to be a bad story game in general these days. I think if you're going to play Dragonflight, if you're going to play retail, you just kind of need to ignore the story and evaluate it purely based on the gameplay. And I'm just not going to let myself be mad about it. Like, I could get really pissed off if I really wanted to about how stupid the writing is, but it's just not worth the energy, really. Also, let me finish this before I forget. Okay. How many of these Highborn Scrolls do I have? Oh, I still have a bunch. Oh, I have a lot of these things left over. Alright. Still no rare there. I have exactly enough fossil things to solve that. Did I get the exact same one? Really? Okay. Gotta love archaeology. It's depressing they abandoned archaeology. Yeah. Yeah. Remember when Blizzard teased about that goblin cannon in Ashara and then nothing came of it? Yeah. like there's so many random things that they teased. I think one thing that I distinctly remember being pissed off about is, like, I think it was Steve Denuser. I mean, Steve Denuser did this a few times, and that's kind of why I think he was just a really shit writer, because I think he genuinely didn't understand that in his mind, his storytelling was like revolutionary and breaking the mold. And to everybody else, it was the most formulaic, predictable shit ever. And that's why listening to him talk about his writing is so annoying. Because he will say things like, I will say, I don't know if it was him who said the first thing I'm going to mention, which was the war, like, Sylvanas attacking Teldrassil and burning it down was not going to be what everybody thought it was. One of the developers, one of the writers said that. I don't know if it was Denuser or somebody else, but I know one of them did say that. And a lot of people were going into the Teldrassil burning thing saying, wow, what's going to happen? The writers have hyped it up as it's not going to be as simple as you think it is. And it is literally just Sylvanas getting emo and lighting the tree on fire. It is not even remotely more complicated than that. And that's one of those situations where, like, if there was some moral gray area, I could understand how some developer might think, this is like creative storytelling and it's not going to be simple black or white. And, you know, well, to the rest of us, this is just bad writing. To them, maybe they think that this is really morally gray. But Sylvanas going, burn it, and lighting the tree on fire is about as black in terms of morality as you could possibly get. There is no gray morality there. That is just, I am evil, light the tree on fire, kill the night elves. Where is the moral grayness there? Exactly? How is this any different than what everybody thought was going to happen? That one really pissed me off. Because, like, look, I would have been annoyed no matter what when the burning of Teldrassil happened and it was poorly written. But the fact that prior to it actually happening, the writers tried to act like they had this whole cool thing set up and they just fucking didn't, that just made it even worse and made me even more annoyed because I went in expecting way more than what we got. But what Denuser obviously was widely criticized for is after the whole jailer robot thing, he said, you guys just don't understand, you haven't seen the full story, and then the end of the story was that Pelagos becomes the Arbiter, and that's it, and there's like nothing else. So basically, when everybody was just dunking on Denuser for how stupid the ending of Shadowlands was with the, you know, jailer, I'm just trying to save everybody for what is to come, blah, like, and everybody said that was stupid, and it was. He was like, no, you don't understand my full vision for the writing. And then his full vision for the writing was just shit. And it's like, look, you wrote a shit story, just take the L. But when he goes on Twitter and tries to, like, defend his writing as if it isn't the bottom barrel dog shit that we all know it is, that's just where I'm like, oh my god, please fire this man. And they finally did, thankfully. So, you know, Blizzard did one smart thing. She's evil until the split second jail. Yeah, oh god. The I will never serve line. God, Shadowlands had so many absolutely horrendous storytelling moments. Oh, I forgot about that. It is actually just unbelievable how bad the writing was. How am I doing? What's the questing add-on that I'm using? What questing add-on? This? This is, Questy. But, I mean, I'm not using this for questing. Right now, I am just doing archaeology. While I wait for the beta servers to come back online. So I guess real quick, for anybody who's just joining the stream now, the run is not over, the run is paused because Blizzard turned off the beta servers. So I'm like midway through level 83, currently in Deep Home, and I'm almost done with the Deep Home quests. But the timer's paused and the run is in limbo as I wait for Blizzard to figure out what the fuck they're doing with the Cataclysm Beta servers. And because I would like to finish the run, and I don't want to just stop the stream, I am doing archaeology on live servers while I wait. Let's see. Which server do I play on? Horde Fairlina. Some of Denuser's writing made me wonder if he even liked WoW. Yeah. Oh, Vemp. Yeah, I read your message earlier and I was going to scroll up and read it again, but thank you for putting it again. Sorry if this has been asked. For Cattle Launch, is it faster to play with friends and interweave dungeons with questing at certain points or just go solo? So, I'll give you the same answer that I give everybody. Your questing speed with friends is... A chain is only as strong as its weakest link, effectively. If you have a friend who is really slow, you are going to be as slow as your slowest friend. Just having other people with you does not magically make leveling faster. However, if all of your friends know the route and they're like actually interested in leveling quickly, then it will be faster. Now, at the same time, if you want to play with your friends, play with your friends. Like, do what you want. But a lot of people have this impression that I must level in a group. And I need to, if I'm not leveling in a group, I'm being inefficient. And I have been leveling completely solo in multiple WoW expansions on launch for years now. And I usually outpace every single one of my friends who levels in a group. Because a lot of them don't do nearly the same amount of practice as I do. If you are doing a lot of practice and you are super familiar with the route, solo leveling will almost be better. Now, for Cataclysm, I have one friend who I might level with, and I have told her that if she wants to level with me, we're going to do practice before the launch. But that's like, basically, I'm like, if you want to level, this is what we got to do. So, that's like the requirements. Otherwise, I'm leveling solo. But technically speaking, if you have friends who are keeping up with you and, you know, understanding the questing route and obviously know how to press their buttons correctly, then it is usually faster. What I will say, though, is, generally speaking, for, like, leveling efficiency, 2 players are fastest, kind of. Like, having a second person to increase kill speeds tends to be a pretty significant time save. Because you're, in many cases, killing mobs twice as fast. A lot of times, the 3rd or 4th player doesn't really save you that much time. However, when you get to 5 people, if all 5 of those people really know what they're doing, then you can now instantly queue up for dungeons without having to wait for queues, and that will save a lot of time. So my recommendation for anybody who is interested in leveling with a group has always been 2 players is the easiest to do, because you only need to teach one other person the route, and it does save a considerable amount of time. And then don't bother with 3 or 4 people. Just do your own thing. Like, if you have a group of 4 friends or something, my honest recommendation, unless you all really want to play together, but if you're all trying to level relatively efficiently, but maybe some of them have less experience than others, genuinely, I would say split your friends up into pairs. Like, you level with one of your friends, your other 2 friends level together, and then if you want to do dungeons, like, group up for that or something like that. But generally speaking, when I am planning to do, like, day 1 expansion leveling with my guildies, a lot of times people do level in pairs, because leveling as a group of 5 can be really tricky. And people have things come up, right? Like, if you have one person in a group of 5 who has, you know, like, a quick IRL emergency, then suddenly now 4 other people are waiting for them, or they just have to ditch them and leave them behind. But generally speaking, you know, if you only have 2 people and you're certain that your schedules are aligned, it's just a lot easier to coordinate. Everybody's situation is going to be different. That's why it's a really hard question to give, like, a definitive answer to. But, yeah. And as for interweaving dungeons is worth doing whether you're leveling solo or with other people. Obviously, if you're queuing as a DPS, it's going to take a while, but in that case, it makes perfect sense, right? You queue up as a DPS, the queue will probably take you like 20, 30 minutes, but when the dungeon pops, there you go. You knock out the dungeon. It may not necessarily be super efficient because you may get like a really dogshit pug tank, so it's usually better if you're leveling solo to level as a tank, because that way, A, you get really fast queues, and B, you're in control of like the actual speed and quality of the pulls. What realm am I on? Horde Fairlina. But yeah, it's kind of up to you and your personal situation. Thanks for the detailed answer. No problem. Glad I could help. How long would it take to get to 85, assuming you level at a decent pace? Ballpark 15 hours. I think Denuser thinks of the scenes in his head and doesn't care at all about how they actually fit into the story. There are so many instances of characters seemingly talking past each other. Yeah. Honestly, I think you're absolutely correct about that. And that is like an issue that a lot of amateur writers fall into, where in their head, everything seems really cool. Because obviously in your head, you have all this supplemental information, and you have all the characters' backstories like subconsciously memorized because you're the one who wrote the story. And this scene that you envisioned, you're like, oh man, that's so cool. And if you could get that to play out, and you could convey the emotion that you're feeling in your head when you picture this story beat, if you can convey that to the audience, it would be awesome. And you really want to do a good job conveying that. But it's fucking hard. That's the difference between a good writer and an amateur writer. Being able to take that scene, rip it out of your head, and copy it perfectly into whatever medium it is that you're using to tell your story, being it like a movie or a book or a video game or whatever. Being able to do that correctly is difficult. And I think you're probably correct that Steve Denuser is really good at thinking up these super cool, epic moments, but then it just comes off as so garbage and contrived when it actually lands in the game. But at the end of the day, that's what writing is all about. Anybody can have, well, maybe not anybody, but there's a lot of people who can have really wild imaginations and really good creativity and can come up with really cool story ideas. The classic, thing that a lot of beginner writers fall into, and I say this as somebody, I'm not an expert writer, but I like creative writing. I have dabbled in writing for fun every now and then. I don't really have a lot of time to do it, but I have story ideas that, if I ever have free time in a future part of my life, I'd love to sit down and, take a crack at. And it is very common to see a lot of beginner writers fall into the difficulty of they keep doing all this world building and character development, and they make the classic, stereotype is the people who make all the maps, and they have 50 million maps of their world and all these character charts and stuff, and they haven't written a page of their actual story. And that's the kind of problem that you can fall into. You can build this really fleshed out world, you can have this really cool story in your head, but until you actually put pen to paper, or, well, you know what I mean, finger to key on Microsoft Word, it doesn't fucking matter. At that point, you have no story. So, yeah, some people are best suited to give lots of ideas. It's the job of more seasoned writers to take those ideas and shape them. Yeah. Obviously, I'm biased, but I'd like to think I'm a relatively good writer. But I see, a lot of times, it's kind of the same thing with, guides, right? One of the things that I will always say, I believe, is one of the biggest strengths of my guides. Part of it is my research. I do think that I have a higher bar of research quality compared to other people. A lot of people do one testing run and just call it a day. I like to go really in depth, but I do genuinely believe that my guides are better written and have a lot more detail and more proper explanations to help people understand what they should actually be doing. A lot of other guides are just kind of haphazardly thrown together, and they will just say, yeah, do this, do that, and they will just kind of assume that you know a lot of stuff that you don't if you're a new player. And I try to put a lot of thought when writing my guides and writing the scripts for my videos and stuff, and is this properly explained? Did I think of the right words to make this make sense? And a lot of times I'll have some of my friends proofread it, because I'm hey, if my friend is able to read this and intuitively understand, a lot of times I actually ask my friends who don't play WoW to read some of my video scripts, because if they, as somebody who doesn't understand WoW at all, is able to read one of my World of Warcraft videos and intuitively understand how this system works for a game that they don't play, then that tells me that I've done a good job at breaking it down into understandable terms for somebody who's learning it for the first time. And that's, at least for guide writing, kind of the most important part. But that is just writing in general, being able to find the right combinations of words to understand something. Does shitposting count as being good at writing? I suppose. You could be really good at writing shitposts. Have I gotten Zinrock yet? Unfortunately not, no. Still working on it. That is what we're doing here. Back to Moment of Truth. Zinrock, come on. Nope. Can get another Night Elf solve. I think I'm almost out of Highborn Scrolls. Man. 275 plus solves. Yeah, I stopped counting. I don't even know how many I'm at. Is there like an achievement where I could see my tracking thing? Archaeology. Find where's yeah, because it stops counting for general solves. I don't know. I don't know if there's like a tracker somewhere. It's a chat command or weak or a I'll have to look into that after. Concept writers exist for a reason? Yeah, for sure. When people are left to do everything by themselves, you can get masterpieces like Undertale, oh, words. However, you can also get stuff like Yandere Dev. Absolute freedom goes both ways. Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing. It is tricky because you are correct. Like Undertale is a very good example of when a really talented creative person is left completely to their own devices, they can create amazing things. I've said before, I think Undertale is one of the best games ever made. It's one of my favorite games of all time, if not my favorite game of all time. I love Undertale. But at the same time, I love Toby Fox, and I want him to, like, take his time. But Deltarune has, like, been progressing at a snail's pace. It is a really, 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 really long time for one game. And once again, I do not mind. I want him to take as much time as he wants, because the limited Deltarune chapters that we have gotten have been amazing. I absolutely loved, like, I really liked Deltarune Chapter 1, and then I played Deltarune Chapter 2, and I'm like, holy shit, this is somehow even better. So I am really, really excited to see what he does for the rest of the game. No, he's still working on Deltarune. Like, he did Chapter 1 years ago. I was still, like, just in... It was my first year of college, I think, when he finished Deltarune Chapter 1, and there was no information about it for, like, almost a year or two, and then randomly, out of nowhere, he just dropped Chapter 2 for free on his Twitter. I think it was, like, on Halloween or something. I forget when it was. He just dropped it for everybody to download. No preamble whatsoever. And I think he said that he's not going to do that anymore for the next few chapters. Like, the Chapter 2 is the last one that we're going to be able to test. I think he said a while ago, the last time I checked, Chapter 3 was already pretty much done, and he was, like, working on Chapter 4 and, like, conceptualizing Chapter 5. But this was probably a year ago, the last time I read it. So it's definitely still in progress, and as far as I know, he plans on finishing it. But that's the thing. He is doing, as far as he has said, almost all of it on his own. And kind of to your point, while it is most likely going to be one of the best games ever made, if the quality of the next few chapters are on the same level as chapters 1 and 2, it is taking a really long time. So it's kind of like, it is the issue that I have fallen into with video making. I do everything related to all of my videos entirely on my own. And I'd like to think that a lot of my videos are relatively high quality, and I try to put a lot of effort into making every part of it really good. But it takes a lot of time. And I basically have cut out, like, almost all other free time activities that I used to do to focus on getting this stuff done. And it still is really hard to maintain a consistent schedule. And you have, like, there are these gigantic YouTube channels that have tons of people working on them. And they're, like, basically content farms in terms of how quickly they're able to churn out WoW videos. And they put out, like, a detailed... Well, not, like, detailed is... a bit of a stretch, but they put out, like, you know, a 15-minute quote-unquote leveling guide for every single class in the game over the span of, like, 4 days, and it's just like, okay, in that amount of time, I could maybe get one really polished leveling guide for a specific class put together. Like, if I had 4 days. And you have these people churning it out. Now, a lot of that just comes down to, like, low-quality research. They will just go on Wowhead, copy the talent tree, tell you which talents to pick, and tell you, like, a basic leveling rotation of, like, press Crusader Strike, press Divine Storm, blah, 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 blah. But even if I was doing that, like if I was just copying Wowhead and churning out videos, I wouldn't be able to go at that speed. Because I'd still have to make all the thumbnail, like the assets that I use in thumbnails, like the characters, and like, you know, obviously trim out like the background so it's just the character in front of a background, do like, you know, the fancy effects and stuff like that on however many different thumbnails. Then I would have to actually get the information, write out a basic script, record the script, edit the audio, put footage on top of it. Even if I'm just haphazardly slapping footage on there, it would at least need to flow well. And it would take a good amount of time to do that for like a 15-minute video. So even if I was just grabbing information, like, and not doing any research whatsoever, there is still a level of grunt work that it takes to get stuff like that done. And I simply could not humanly keep up with that level with that pace, right? But then you have these channels that, you know, I'm sure a lot of them will probably outsource their thumbnails, like hire an artist on Fiverr or something. Not that there's necessarily anything wrong with that in and of itself, like having a thumbnail artist, that's fine. But they will like pay for a thumbnail, they will pay for an editor, and they will grab the information off Wowhead and they basically automate the process. There's a lot of people who do that with like video essays. Obviously, there's the infamous one of what was her name? The one that H-Bomber like destroyed, right? Illuminati, that's the one. There's a lot of channels like Illuminati. The reason why obviously H-Bomber targeted Illuminati is because she was like a big one. But there are so many channels like that that just vomit out like copy-pasted video essays that have no effort put into them. That's like, it's easy to do that if you want to just keep hiring people to put out soulless content. But yeah, I'm kind of going along with the topic of, yeah, if you're just the only person doing everything, there is a certain level of time that, you know, it's difficult. And also, I'll admit, like, I'm not a robot. I can't just work nonstop for 48 hours without just like completely burning out. So, the other day, I finally finished the storyline in the latest Honkai Star Rail patch in Penacony, which, if anybody has not played Honkai Star Rail, highly, highly recommend. Holy shit, the game just keeps getting better and better. It is a gacha game, and I know a lot of people hate gacha games. I, generally speaking, hate gacha games, but goddamn, Honkai Star Rail is just built different. It is just a genuinely good game with gacha mechanics, which, like, is it unfortunate? Yeah. Do I wish that it wasn't a gacha game? Yeah. But is it still a fantastic game despite the gacha stuff? Yes. It is so fucking good. So, like, after I finished my 60 to 70 leveling guide, I went to sleep, I woke up, I streamed the first part of the speedrun, and then, like, I made food, and I'm sitting there, like, I could get started on, like, other stuff from my Cataclysm Heroic Dungeon guides, or I could just, like, play a game for a few hours. And I'm not gonna lie, I played Honkai Star Rail for, like, 4 hours the other night, because if I don't take at least some short breaks every now and then, I'm going to fucking go insane. So, like, while I am trying to dedicate as much time as possible to getting all this stuff done, I also can't just work 100% around the clock without, like, literally just losing my mind. So, yeah. Hey, Axara Luna, good to see you. Can't work for 48 hours without passing out, so lazy, yeah. But yeah, on that note, Star Rail, it's phenomenal. It's really, really good. Both story-wise and gameplay mechanics. Like, to me, turn-based strategy is very hit or miss. Some games, like Undertale, do it really well. Other games, it's just really, really boring. Honkai Star Rail, in my opinion, has managed to keep turn-based strategy feeling really fresh. And I really like how, whenever I think that they have kind of exhausted all the things that they can do in terms of, like, the design space and, like, what is really good. Like, okay, I already have a character that does, like, ludicrous amounts of damage. Surely it can't get any, you know, more interesting from here. And then there's, like, this whole new damage type that gets explored that allows you to basically play your team in a completely different way. And I'm like, oh, that's actually really cool. And while I already have teams that can clear all of the hardest content, it makes me want to play all these other characters just because their style of play is completely different from my main teams of characters. And it's just really cool. So, yeah, I really like that game. Still have to finish the new story. Yeah, it It's really, really, really good. I was like considering holding off on it, but one of my friends played through it and told me like, oh my god, it's amazing. And I won't spoil it for you, but you get a lot of really cool like in-game rewards by playing the new storyline, in addition to just it being a good story. So my friend was like, oh my god, the story is amazing, and there's this really cool thing that you get. And I was like, oh fuck, I really want that cool thing. So fuck it, I'm just gonna play through the story now. I was gonna do it eventually anyway, but I was initially planning on just holding off and finishing the Penacony story until after I had done like all the Cataclysm launch stuff, but I just said fuck it and like went through it because it was really cool. Follow-up attack getting rise up, yeah. Yeah, the new follow-up attack and break effect teams now like being really pushed forward into the meta is really cool. Because they were considered to be pretty awful at the start of the game, and now that they're actually getting proper support, I think it's really cool. Is this my full-time job? Yes. Yes, YouTube is my full-time job. Hades is another example. Yeah, Hades is definitely a good game. I heard that Hades is finally in, or Hades 2 is in early access. Heard good things about it. Haven't tried it myself, though. This is how you know you've been playing retail too much. You're leveling a rogue in Cata pre-patch, buying bags, and looking for a reagent bag. I feel that. Golden rule many new writers break is respecting the existing lore of a universe. Yeah. Absolutely agree. That was one of my biggest issues with Shadowlands, them shitting on the writing of Warcraft 3 for the sake of their garbage story. Is there a list of my hardware? No. I am the wrong person to ask about hardware stuff. I can give you a brief summary of my hardware. I have a like $5 keyboard that I bought off Amazon. I have a $5 mouse that I bought off Amazon. I have a $15 headset that I bought off Amazon. And I have a gigantic slab of wood on top of my laptop that my dad put together in his garage. So, I do not have a very advanced setup, basically. I do not have fancy equipment, whatever. Yeah. And I don't know, like, the specs of my laptop. In case it isn't obvious, I also bought my laptop off Amazon. And, I did some research into it at the time. It was like a few months ago, and it was a good computer. Seemed fine. So, you weren't joking about the... Yeah. I just saw your earlier message of he plays on a toaster with nails sticking out of it. Yes. Admittedly, there aren't, like, many nails, but there are, unironically, some nails, like, hammered into the wood here. Because my dad, basically, it's like his... He made, like, a little arts and crafts project for me years ago. Surprisingly, as janky as it looks, like, whenever I send a screenshot of my setup to one of my friends, they're like, how the fuck do you play on this? But it holds up well. He built this thing, like, years ago, and I've been using it for a while. It's starting to get, like, a little bit... Like, the wood is starting to kind of... the center of it, basically where the keyboard sits, it has started to kind of, like, bends a little bit. I don't know how to describe it. So sometimes when I'm, like... If I put too much pressure on one side of the little keyboard holder, it makes, like, a little squeaking noise, because, like, the axles or whatever... I don't know how to describe this properly. They are not, like, completely sealed in there. It's a little bit cursed, but it works out well. Yeah. I am the wrong person to ask about computer specs and stuff. You should make it your profile pic. God, no. I'll have to continue the Starwell story, but wanted to pop in and say, hey, well, I appreciate you stopping by, Oxara. And I hope you enjoy it. It's very, very good. It's enough for you to have fun? Yeah, pretty much. It works for me, and that's all that matters. They don't respect stabilized lore because the new writers always want their stories to be the highlight. Exactly. Yeah. How many solves so far? I don't know exactly how many. Quite a lot. Quite a lot. And I'm specifically going for Zenrock. I don't really care about any of the other stuff. The only one that I kind of wanted in addition to Zenrock was the Extinct Turtle Shell, and I got that. So, I already have one of the two that I kind of wanted, but the one that I really want is obviously Zenrock, and I do not have that yet, so. We'll see. Swear to God, if the game gives you another Japard on the standard banner, yeah. I am planning on maining Blood DK and Cataclysm. I main tank, that's the one thing I can say for sure. And right now, I'm planning on maining Blood DK, but my main from Wrath was a Prot Paladin. So I'll probably play Prot Paladin still, just because I like Prot Paladin. But I didn't really play Blood a lot in Wrath, but I am very excited to try it in Cata. You're still deciding on rolling for Robin. I grabbed Robin, but I was on the edge just because you wanted to 100% Firefly. Yeah. I will say Robin is very good. Obviously, there's a lot of good Harmony characters, so it's kind of like you can make almost anything work. Robin is very, very, very strong. She is especially good in a follow-up attack team, and I suspect that the standard follow-up attack build will kind of remain Topaz, Aventurine, Robin, and then either Clara or Ratio, depending on if you're doing single target or AoE. And she just works really, really, really well with that type of damage, basically frequent attacks. But she is also just a universally good support that can work well in any team. It's just that follow-up attacks like make the most out of her kit. Also, I am biased. I really like Robin just because of the singing. The moment that I watched beta gameplay for Robin and like heard the fact that her ultimate like causes her to just sing in the middle of the battle, I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. I like that character design. So I am biased just for her design, but she is also just a very good character. As for Firefly, I'm not going to give direct spoilers of her kit, but I will say I have looked at Firefly's kit based on leaks. I am kind of underwhelmed by it, which is disappointing because Firefly as a character is one that I am very, 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 very excited for, obviously. And her kit just kind of looks boring, which is a shame. There's also, like, some tuning concerns, but, like, tuning, I never really worry about that too much because they can always fix it. But at this point, I don't think we're going to see any major kit changes, so it's a little bit unfortunate. You believe me, Honkai Star Rail could be an amazing game, but you personally don't play any gacha games on principle? Yeah. I completely understand that, and it's why, like, I understand that for a lot of people, no matter how many times I tell them it's a really good game, like, you know, I understand that they're not going to play it. One thing that I want to do, this is not anytime soon, but probably, like, a long time from now, whenever I have a shit ton of free time, is I want to do a full speedrun of Honkai Star Rail story, with obviously, you know, no like gacha mechanics involved, just like whatever the game gives you for free, just to show that like the game itself is just really fun, even if you don't interact with the gacha system at all. Because I think that could be a cool way. I think it'll be a fun thing to do regardless, but I think that would also be a good way to showcase to people that you can just completely ignore the gacha mechanics and still really enjoy the game. Where did I miss? You have Ron Mace, you're kind of torn. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that's tough, because then especially there's like a lot of break effect characters that you'll want to build towards, but you have a lot of good options. You're over 800 total solves, no sword, no staff. I'm sorry to hear that. You generally roll for Harmony characters because they'll always be good, generally speaking. Yeah. Yeah, definitely Aventurine was cool. I've been using Aventurine more often now, because I finally built him, like, a week or two ago. But I didn't really have a chance to use him, because I had already done all of the Memory of Chaos and stuff for that cycle. But now that all that stuff is getting refreshed, and I can actually play around with him, he's a pretty fun character to use. You came from retail to Cataclysm to play with some friends. At what level do you learn the flight mount? Could do a quick Google search, but you are already here. I believe level 60. Level 60 you get flying no matter what. I want to say that in Cataclysm you just learn Flightmaster's License right out of the gate at level 60. But I could be wrong in that. It is indeed 60. Okay, good, good. Glad I wasn't misremembering that. You're so behind on relics and stuff. Yeah, relics are... I mean, relics are the eternal grind. I am still missing, like, 3 good relics for my Acheron. I've gotten so much farming done for it, and every single time I just get dog shit relics. It's just, And then meanwhile, I guess maybe kind of thematically, I did only a handful of Caverns of Corrosion for Aventurine, and I got almost perfect rolls on all of my Aventurine relics within like an hour or 2 of grinding for it. And I'm just kind of done. I already have all level 15 relics with perfectly rolled substats. It's not like absolutely 100% perfect, but it's like 95% close to perfection, which for a gambler character, I suppose, is thematic, but I was just kind of amazed that I can get that lucky on one character, and then meanwhile, I've been farming ridiculous amounts for Acheron and still haven't gotten what I need. Perfect in that game is for mad people, yeah. I mean, though I cannot understate how insane the rolls I got on my Aventurine relics are. It is genuinely close to perfect. I got that lucky. Like, some of the best relic rolls I have ever seen. Are the quest items in the first zone 272 item level greens? Yes, that's correct. No. Your only 5-star DPSs are Jinglu and Topaz. I mean, Jinglu's just generally pretty good, but in that case, yeah, Topaz with any sort of follow-up support works out pretty well. 1 second. I'm gonna check beta again. But to be honest, I hope beta's up by now. Because if it's still down, we're kind of fucked, man. Ah, it's back up. Finally. Okay. The run is saved. Okay. Whew. I'm gonna have to go back into the recording for this and timestamp when I stopped and when I started, because we're back. Thank God. Yeah, I'll be honest, if beta was not up right now, I might have ended the stream, because I did not want to sit here. I think it was almost a full hour break where we just did archaeology, which I didn't mind it, honestly. That was relatively chill. Got to catch up on chat a bit, but resume the timer, and we're off. Whew. Okay. Yeah, I think time-wise, I'm honestly doing pretty well. Let me close. I have Wowhead open in the background. Sometimes Wowhead really slows down a lot of stuff. Oh, fuck. I'm out of coffee. I should have gone and made coffee while I was waiting. Hindsight's 2020. See you, Zach.
How are you? See you soon. You have a great day now.
And I'll just grab whatever.
On the ground.
Here we go. Yeah, I have a 305 chest. And then speak to Therazane. Okay, yeah, so this is the next quest I need to do. You should get the new snortable caffeine. Is that actually a thing, or are you just making a joke about cocaine? But I do need to make more coffee. I'm trying to think, like, when is the next bit of roleplay where I can go make more coffee? Actually, you know what? I have an idea. Peruvian marching powder. It's real? You'll have to send me a link to that. Here, I have a speedrun strat for how I can make coffee. So I'm going to open up Discord, and I'm going to message my dad, hey, could you make me coffee pretty please? Alright, let's see. Oh my god. Okay, what? What are these quests again? These ones, I vaguely remember this from the previous run, but I still have not done these quests very often. So my memory of them is fuzzy. You sent it on disc. Wait, is it actually a real thing? I still thought, up until you actually said you sent a link, I thought you were just messing with me. Oh my god, it's actually a thing. What the fuck? Who makes this shit? God. Sorry if this has been asked, but how do you plan on approaching leveling on day 1? Pre-questing into Deep Home? It's really hard to say. Day 1, I mean, I have a lot of backup plans, because you never know what's going to work, what's not going to work. So I'm definitely going to do some pre-quests. I'm probably not going to go as crazy with pre-questing as a lot of people are. But the nice thing is, Wrath of the Lich King has a lot of very condensed questing hubs. So you can relatively easily put together, like, really condensed quest turn-ins, like Argent Tournament, great example. I don't know if that'll be the most efficient, but it is something to consider. Things like that. One day you just started getting Instagram ads for it, jeez. But yeah, I think my current plan is I will at least test Halls of Lightning leveling, because so many people have asked me about Halls of Lightning leveling. Also, why is my volume so loud? That should be 10. I don't know why it was up to 15. So I'll at least try that out, see if it works, and I will get familiarized with the routing for it. And just practice getting efficient Halls of Lightning clears. Because if that does work, and it's giving as much experience as people are claiming that they're getting from it, then I suspect that'll be the best thing to do along with pre-quests up to 82. And then I will probably weave in dungeons and Deep Home. Yeah. Up to 83. And obviously if you've skipped Hygel from 82 to 83, Deep Home is the only thing you really can do. Because you can't do, like, the end of vashj'ir or the end of Hygel. So you'll have to just do pretty much all of Deep Home, which I suppose, as many people have pointed out, is not necessarily a bad thing, considering you gotta do it anyways. So it just kind of works. But I still think that in between doing Deep Home quests from levels 82 to 83, you should be queuing dungeons and at least doing each of them once. The thing about Throne of the Tides that makes it a little bit weird is Throne will give you... oh, and also another thing to keep in mind, if you're not leveling as a full 5-stack, which I do not plan on doing, I'm either going to level solo, or I'm going to level with one of my other friends. And if you are doing that, you're most likely going to get queued into either Throne of the Tides or Blackrock Caverns as your first few dungeons, because you're going to be queuing with other people who are still level 80. And you don't unlock the other dungeons, namely Vortex, Pinnacle, or Stonecore, until you get to 81. Now, 81 is not super hard to reach. There we go. Oh my god, I'm getting all the procs. Alright, I'm gonna shift into bear form. Shift into cat form. Oh, that was fast. Okay, yeah. I erased that mob. That took me way longer to do when I did this on my Death Knight. Okay. The speedrun strat paid off. My dad said he's gonna bring me coffee in 8 minutes. Easy peasy. Best way to learn how to play WoW Cataclysm for a new player, should you level from 1 or boost? Well, I still think that there's no downside to getting the boost, but My personal opinion is if you want to, right? Obviously, if you want to save your money, go ahead and save your money. But if you already plan on buying like the Cataclysm Deluxe Edition or whatever to get the character boost, then hold off on using it immediately. Level up some characters from level 1 and just play around with a bunch of different stuff. Get characters up to like level 30 or something. Get a feel for how everything plays, because if you really hate the playstyle of, let's say, Warlock, you're going to realize very quickly, oh man, I cannot stand Warlock, or Warrior, or something like that. And then the ones that you are kind of enjoying, maybe level them up a little bit more, and when you've really gotten a feel for, yeah, I like this character, I want to play this at max level, then I'd say it's fine to send your boost on it at that point, and start learning it at max level. But if you are absolutely brand new to World of Warcraft in general, then I would say probably continue just leveling a new character just to get a feel for it. But if you're familiar with WoW in general and it's only Classic that you're new to, then you should be able to pretty easily pick up classes at max level just by playing them a little bit. Let's see. Sharding has been pretty good last couple releases. Yeah, for sure. Oh, right, I need to go into the back here, and that's where the mobs are. Fortunately, caster mobs are really annoying to round up, especially with these knockbacks. Oh shit, I forgot that I needed to kill a desecrated Earthbreacher. Yeah, look at this is actually stupid. In a good way. But like, holy shit, Bear just eviscerates large groups of mobs. Actually, like, crazy. This might genuinely be a good mob farm if that gives experience. I don't think it does, though. So I'm pretty sure it's not really worth doing. But, like, that was wild. Oh, shit. I'm actually kind of getting blasted here. And I'm just going to eat here because, oh, thank you. Where did I find this mug? There's like dust on this coffee mug. I must have pulled this coffee mug out of like a fucking closet or something. Anyways, at least I have coffee. What was I doing? Ah, fuck. Okay, I'm going to just Ferocious Bite and then shift into Bear. Druid Supremacy? Druid Supremacy indeed. Alright. This mob is a little bit annoying to take down. Think. Gonna refresh Lacerate and then just press it again. And now I'm gonna go into cat form because all my energy is back. Yeah, I think for mobs like this, weaving in and out, also I should use Fairy Fire for sure. Oh, my Lacerate stacks fell off. Fuck, that's my bad. Yeah, obviously this mob is supposed to have a shit ton of health, because the entire idea is that, like, Therazane comes in and helps you kill the end of it, but I still could have sped that up a little bit. Oh, unskippable cutscene.
It is done. We are
Oh yeah, but what I was saying for my leveling route,
with the pillar.
honestly, after level 83, it becomes a lot more straightforward. Once you've done every single dungeon once, like, Stonecore is definitely not worth doing. Ooh. Ooh. Wait, that's a big upgrade. Okay.
Thank you, Stone Mother. It was an honor to live.
You've proven true to your word, Earthbender. For that,
Stone Throne.
our wrath. Once your wounded are gathered, you can thank me.
Hmm. You know what I just realized? I think this is the end of Deep Home. I'm going to go over here and turn this in. And I'm actually going to cheat a little bit because I'm going to try and simulate what this will be like on launch day. So one of the other things you can do on launch day, if you're like a mage or if you have like a mage friend, is you can have like a little pocket portal mage following you around, which is something that I plan on doing. And that means that you can set your Hearthstone to locations like the Temple of Earth, which saves a little bit of time. There's also, there's daily quests over here. I don't really know if any of these are going to be worth doing. I suspect that they're not really. There is a portal directly back to the Temple of Earth, which is nice. But yeah, I suspect that most of these are not going to be worth it. Because this is, what, 43,000 experience? Not really worth. Yeah, this takes you back to the Temple of Earth, and that's the transporter there. So I could have just used that, I think. Unless it opened up after I finished that quest, I'm not entirely sure. If you really want to simulate it, start typing "fuck you." That was my mom. Stop tagging shit. Yeah. Do Scrolls of Recall go where you set your hearth? There's inscription scrolls that do kind of something like that. And yes, there are low-level inscription scrolls that if you are above the required level, they will instead teleport you to a random location. So that can actually be useful if you want to just go to a random spot. And sometimes maybe if you want to fish for the right spot. But what I'm going to do real quick, because we're going to go to Oldham now. Let me just... This will take like a moment or two, but it'll save like 3 minutes or so. And that'll be worth it. Oh, is it gonna crash? I'll mute the second window in a second. Okay, menu, systems, audio, turn off. I don't think it's going to overwrite my OBS. Yeah, it won't. Okay, yep, go back. Cataclysm level 85. Okay. Where do you spawn in after you create a character? I think I see it, yeah. Okay. And then... Do I seriously not? Oh. They took out the raid vendors? Are you fucking shitting me? Blizzard's actually sabotaging me right now. There's Rune of Portals. Me. They took out the raid vendor and they don't start you with the shit that you need. Oh my god, Questy, stop. Questy, stop giving me a million pop-ups. I just want to create... Oh, please tell... Okay, yes. Thank God. Okay. So, if you do not have... If you have absolutely no way to access a mage, and I'm going to be honest, it's probably faster even if you don't have, like, a mage friend or something, to just find a mage in trade chat and buy a portal off them to Dalaran. Because this is, without a doubt, the fastest way to get to Uldum. Dalaran, Caverns of Time, fly. This would have been infinitely faster than if I tried to, like, take the boat over to Theramore and fly down. So... this is what I will be doing on launch, and I recommend you do the same. If you do not have anybody whatsoever and you really don't want to buy a summon, just set your Hearth at Dalaran, because this time save is infinitely more significant than any time save you can get by using your Hearthstone within the zone. And I'm taking things one step further. I am going to have Warlocks posted at a few key locations, one in particular being the entry point to Uldum. So I am going to have a Warlock right over here. And when I get the Uldum pre-request, I'm going to immediately invite my character to my Warlocks group, send myself a summon, and teleport straight over there. Now that is something that, for actual 80 to 85 speedruns, I will not be doing, because I do not like using Warlock summons, etc. for that purpose. But for day one leveling, all bets are off. There are no rules. It is just level as fast as possible. That is always my approach to launch day leveling. But for, like, post-launch standardized speedruns, I usually try to keep some rules, and I do not like the idea of having Warlock summons, because it's kind of cheesy, but, like, hey. On launch day, every little bit counts. Alright. Fingers crossed this doesn't crash the game. Why do I talk? Oh, god damn it. Alright, so it seems this bug is still happening. Launch ready, by the way. This has happened every single time I've tried to do Uldum. And it's going to crash again. Yep, called it. It's going to crash one more time after this. Happens every single time you try to enter Uldum. Launch ready.
You need something?
Oh? Did I dodge the extra crash? Alright, it's improving. I crashed one less time than I did the last time I did these quests. So, you know, progress. I think Questy broke. Oh, no, Questy's back. Okay. No, this is the beta. This is the beta. Right, okay, I need to... I always forget that I have to do this before I get the other quests. You got a level 13 Worgen Druid on Classic and you gave up because it takes forever to level? I mean, that's Classic for you. But, you know. You didn't cross your fingers hard enough? Apparently not. Your DPS queues for dungeons have been shockingly fast while leveling? Interesting. I'm surprised DPS queues are actually not slow. And Kata, why the fuck is Darnassus Forge not near the mining trainer? It's near the PvP vendors. No wonder the tree needed to be burned to the ground? Yeah. Their forges are in random locations? I don't know, that sounds like a fire hazard to me. Oh, what? How? What? How did that break me out of stealth? What? I am mad. Okay. Just... God damn it. God damn it. That was weird. Alright, so I need to... Do I even need to fight any of these mobs? I don't think I do. Okay. I can't be shapeshifted for the barrels, or the bales of hay. But if I just stand in a spot where they can't reach me, can I reach it from here? No. Okay, fuck it. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to... Yeah, this is enough. I can reach all the stuff I need just from these 3 mobs. Nice. Oh, I got armor off all of them. That's good. Bales of hay. This one. There's a bale of hay here. And, yeah, the one back here. That's the quest. Siege of Orgrimmar is broken for you. You blame the remix. I mean, unironically, it probably is because of the remix. Yeah. They changed a handful of things for SOO in preparation for the remix coming out. They also removed the weekly lockouts for all of those raids, even outside of the remix. So it probably is as a result of that. But I mean, realistically speaking, obviously do what you want. If you want to farm SOO, don't let me stop you. But pretty much anything that you can farm right now in SOO, I'm pretty sure you are just better off waiting until Mop Remix. I can't think of a single thing that you could possibly want to farm that is not easier to get in just a few days. Galacross is impossible to kill. And now, oh, yeah, that makes sense. They probably reverted the changes that allow you to solo it. Because obviously they want it to be kind of intended. Yep. They should probably specifically fix that for non-remix characters, but that is... I can see why that would be a little bit of an oversight on their end. That is definitely because of Mop Remix, though. Yeah. That is a change because they want to make it function as the encounter is supposed to work. You're thinking the same thing, waiting for Remix, but you're just bored and looking for something to do? Yeah. I feel that, but, like, literally anything you do right now and anything Mop-related... It's just kind of a waste. Like, every single thing related to Mop is just going to be easy to get. Mounts, easier to get in Remix. Transmog, easier to get in Remix. I don't know, I can't think of anything else that's really important. Mounts, pets, transmog, all that stuff you can get. It, like, just drops from everything. Also bronze, right? And then, of course, there's even rare stuff like the Tusks of Manaroth or... Garrosh heirlooms, which I initially wasn't sure if I would make a guide on how to efficiently farm bronze, but what I can't say for sure now is because Garrosh heirlooms have entered the picture, I will be looking for the most optimal way to farm bronze, and I will try to put out a guide for that. Because now there is something that I actually give a shit about farming, so it's something that I'm going to be looking to optimize, and when I figure it out, I'll let you guys know. But I'm not sure. I didn't find any, like, amazing ways to farm bronze. The only idea that I had, which I kind of discussed before, is I suspect that if you really want to farm bronze, one of the best ways is going to be... Wait, I got taken out of the dungeon queue. Why? Oh, because I DC'd. Fuck. It doesn't matter. It's never gonna pop anyway. Jeez, this quest item really doesn't want to drop, huh? It's kind of annoying. But I honestly think the best way to farm bronze is just going to be to level up a bunch of different characters and then spam the dailies on every single one of them. Seems like it will be the best way. You don't know if you would say mounts are easy to get, but the changes in the percent... Yeah, true. Well, some of the mounts are easier to get. Yeah. Like the, you're correct that... Galleon and the, Shah of whatever are easier. But at the same time, you're probably going to get a lot of that stuff just passively while playing the game. Because keep in mind, you're still going to be killing Galleon and the Shah of Anger. They're still going to have a chance to drop the mount, and as far as I'm aware, the chance is going to be the same as it is on live servers. So, basically, the reason why I say it's going to be more efficient in Mop Remix is instead of farming it right now on your alts on retail, you can farm it on your alts in Remix, and then you can just loot the mount on your own, and that way you don't need to buy it with bronze. But you'll get bronze by doing all that stuff and by completing various activities, and then whatever bronze that you loot by killing Shah of Anger, let's say, and you don't need to now buy the mount, you could then spend on a different mount. So it's just everything you do will be more efficient. It's going to be completing achievement metas. Yeah. That's a belt upgrade. And then, yeah, I killed the Warlord guy. I'll need to have my mage ready for, if I need to summon, or if I need to, portal myself again. There we go. Got at least the Ravage off. Come on. Yep. Just going to speed this up. Nice. Yeah, Catform Berserk just minces single target mobs. You can buy mounts with the currency that you get from leveling. That is 100% not a chance to drop amounts. Well, yeah, but like, so what I don't know, maybe I'll make a video going over that. I think a lot of people are going to be tempted to just like spend their bronze on whatever they need. But the thing about bronze is it's almost like bad luck protection currency, if you want to view it like that. Because you're going to be doing so many things that just drop the thing for free. So I think that most people who would want to collect everything are better off just farming a bunch of stuff, hoarding all of the bronze that they get their hands on, and then maybe not like at the very end of the event, but later on in the event when they have almost everything and they have a shit ton of bronze, then spend your bronze on whatever you're missing. I think that's just kind of a better way to go about it. Before I forget, I'm going to set my hearth. 1.5 million bronze is not going to farm itself. Yeah, for sure. For sure. For you, you're going to focus on buying stuff in Panda Remix on items that you cannot get in retail? Yeah, for sure. Well, but that's the thing, though. I think a lot of those sets you can get as random drops. But absolutely, if there is an item that you can only get by buying it off the vendors, which I do think there are some, so it's not a bad idea. There's like a few appearance collections, I think are the main ones, that it's impossible to get anywhere else, and I don't think they have a chance to appear in any of the leveling gear. So that stuff, yeah, you're correct, Goose Comics, that would be like absolutely the best thing to get. But for instance, like Merc said, everyone's just going to save for the Shah mounts, but you can just buy those or farm those on your own. That's what I'm saying. Like, if all you care about is that stuff, you can farm it by actually just killing the mobs in the game, and then buy other stuff with your currency instead of having to spend it on the Shah mount. So it's just a more efficient use of your time. I'm not going to do the Kartut's Tomb quests because that quest line feels really inefficient. And I've done it both times that I tried Uldum, and I did not like it both times. And the thing is, like, the Harrison Jones quests, in general, are very, very inefficient, and I'm fairly certain that they are completely disconnected from the main quest line. Like, I could be misremembering this, but I think Uldum is effectively two different campaign quest lines that just kind of run concurrently. There's the Tol'vir quests, and then you have the Harrison Jones and, like, the Schnatz and whatever guys. And they, like, all of them are prereqs to each other's follow-up quests, but you don't need to do, like, the Harrison Jones quest to get further into the Ram Kehen story. And the Ram Kehen quests are, like, the ones that are actually efficient. These are the ones that matter, and they're the only ones that actually give rep. So, like, the others just don't even matter at, like, whatsoever. It doesn't matter at all. And, like, the Kartut's Tomb quest, like, that's terrible. Then you have that whole quest where you have to do all the fancy stuff, like, on that obelisk. And then you have the gigantic RP plane ride thing. I just don't think that's worth doing. And a lot of the quests down there, like, that was the one where we had the little... It was over there, and there was the coyotes that just had an absolutely abysmal drop chance. I do not think it's worth doing. I'll have to double check. I'm fairly certain that you can just skip all the Harrison Jones quests and it doesn't impact it. But I'll probably use this run as a way to test that. Not to mention the Harrison Jones quests, last I tested it, were bugged at the very end. But on my own free time, I'm going to go test it on my Paladin to see if they finally fixed that so it's completable. So at the very least, I can just see. Where's the Survivor? Okay, I got credit for that. Don't interrupt me. Nice. Go. Yeah. That being said, for what my priority is, it's definitely going to be Garrosh heirlooms. Obviously, I'm not as much of a collector as I think most of you guys in chat. I know you guys like collecting a lot of mounts and pets, and it's not really my scene. But Garrosh heirlooms, even if they have a chance of dropping off Heroic Garrosh again, or I guess it would be Mythic Garrosh now. But even if they have a chance of dropping, I am still not going to wait and try to farm them all. I am targeting that immediately because, I don't know, if I end up being really busy testing War Within, the absolute last possible thing that I ever want to have happen is I end up being too busy to farm all my Garrosh heirlooms, and then the event ends and I still don't have it. Because who knows if they're ever going to bring it back. That would really suck. So that is my top priority. It is the only thing that I'm going to be 100% sure I get out of this event. And it also means that I was initially going to wait until War Within pre-patch to make my leveling guide. Or, not my leveling guide, my heirloom guide. I will probably make my heirloom farming guide sometime in July. So, hopefully by July, I will have had access to War Within, and I'll be able to, like, get enough information on the upcoming trinket so that I can include that in the heirloom guide. But the moment that we have information on that new trinket that you can get in pre-patch and in later content, I am making my heirloom guide. Because I want to make sure that I'm able to include a footnote at the end about, hey, Garrosh heirlooms are insane, and if you're watching this video right now, you can farm them during Mop Remix. That way, ideally, I want to put it out at least one full month before Mop Remix ends, so that anybody who's like just coming back to WoW at that point and doesn't know about the Garrosh heirlooms can be like, oh fuck, I better go farm that right now before it's gone. So that is going to be my goal for that video. Okay, back to Ramkahen. I'm not going to use my Hearth because it's a fairly short flight. Oh, is it a ring? Right, yeah. My bad. You're right, Goose Comics. It's a ring. But yeah, you know what I mean. The more important thing is I want to make sure that I include the acquisition of that heirloom in the video so that, you know, it remains relevant for the rest of the War Within. No, you're good. I just said the wrong thing. All right. No, Kata is not out. This is the pre-patch. You started in Kata, but Mop was your first expansion, which you played on release, so you're really hyped? Yeah. Well, I will say, I think Mop Remix is going to be fun, but I will be honest and say that if you're really looking for, like, the Mop Classic feel, it's kind of missing from Mop Remix. It feels like a little bit half-baked. I'm gonna have fun with it, and I like it, but it definitely feels more of like we just want to have a fun vehicle for players to get access to all of the cosmetic stuff, which is fine, again, but I think a lot of people are expecting it to be like Mop Classic, and I think you're going to be a little bit disappointed. I think the one thing that I'm a little bit upset about is the new stones and whatever that they're doing, because I just objectively think it's bad design. I don't think anything about the powerful stone combinations is interesting, because we tested it, and it was literally just you get the most broken combination of stones, and then you just one-shot things. And it's like, okay, sure, but it just takes away any of the oomph from the actual classes themselves. So now suddenly it's not about like, oh, I'm playing a Windwalker Monk, it's, I am playing a vehicle for these stones to do all of the damage for me. And that's just not interesting design. Whenever all of your damage comes from tertiary effects, nobody is having fun. It's Twilight Devastation all over, which, like, Twilight Devastation, while it is amusing to watch a gigantic laser beam one-shot a bunch of stuff, it's not really fun after, like, the 20th time it happens, at least for me. So, I think that's a bit of a bummer. But, it is what it is. You'll come back for Mop Classic? That definitely... Mop, yeah. I do still think it's fun, and Zach, I mean, if you're interested at all in the War Within, which I have no idea if you are or are not... I know Pooty is, because Pooty is currently doing Mythic Zero dungeons, I think, and trying to get caught up again. But in that case, Mop Remix is honestly, it's going to be a fun way to get characters back into the endgame. Though, the thing about it is you still can't copy them until into Dragonflight for much later. So, for people looking to experience, like, Dragonflight Season 4, they'll still need to actually make regular characters. I'm looking for two serpents that are kind of close together, but... Man. These ones are so spread out. I think I can maybe make this work. Yeah, this is probably still fine. God, really? I'm getting parried? I shouldn't have target swapped. Okay. There we go. Is that... Huh. It's an agility neck, but it doesn't actually have any stats on it. Huh. Alright. It's worse than my current necklace, anyway. You, Worgen? Yeah. I gotta test Alliance at some point. If I make a Horde-only leveling guide, then people will accuse me of bias, which is... I mean, it is kind of true, but at the same time, you know, Alliance players need efficient leveling guides, too. Honestly, so far we are cruising through this. I can't believe I'm actually already pretty close to 84. You were kind of excited. You were like, new trinket, oh boy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the heirloom trinkets we have now are kind of chill. Now that Elemental Confluence is available to everybody, the best thing that they could possibly do would be to do, like a WoD remix. And in the WoD remix, give the Mythic Dungeon heirloom trinkets back to everybody. And now there's precedent. There's precedent with the Garrosh heirlooms that they could potentially do the same thing with the WoD heirlooms, which I'm very happy about, because those WoD heirlooms are really good. That, at least at lower levels, that trinket is really powerful. Hacked said, love you, Harlden. Thank you. WoD remix would be sick, yeah. I really, really hope that... I mean, obviously, WoD remix would be cool. I really do hope we get WoD Classic. I know that a lot of people use WoD Classic as, like, a punchline. Like, ha ha ha, they're gonna make WoD Classic. Oh, imagine that. But, like, I really think it would actually be fun. So, I don't know. If it was done correctly, that is. Like, if they actually took the time to really make it work, it could be a lot of fun. WoD doesn't need a remix. There was already so much one-shot stuff. What do you mean by one-shot stuff? You do WoD too? You had a lot of fun? Yeah, exactly. Look at this amazing new ring, but Garrosh heirlooms. When 90% of your damage are the random proc stones, why even have classes? Exactly. Yeah, that's my problem with it. Like, I don't care about stuff that accentuates your gameplay. Like, for instance, in Mop Remix, the whole idea of you get to take, like, a mobility spell from a different class, I said I think that's really cool. Having Heroic Leap on a monk felt awesome. I think that was a really cool idea. But then, why not expand on that instead of just being like, wow, we had this really cool idea of you take utility spells from a different class and put it on, you know, your, like, on anything. And then they just said, and then we just get a bunch of random damage procs and healing procs, and that's it. Like, why? They had such a good idea, and then they just didn't continue with it. So, I don't know, it's disappointing. Like, if it were up to me, I honestly think that they should just... Well, they're not going to, but I think they should have just cut the damage and healing stones entirely. I like the idea of having the gems to customize the stats in your gear, but I think that's all it should have been. Make the meta slot in your helm the epic ability. The epic ability was at least kind of cool, like having the thing where you transform into Nizal and you do like a big stomp and do a shit ton of damage. Like, that's pretty cool. But beyond that, just make it so you customize the secondaries on your gear, you get a cool big epic ability, and you get to pick a mobility spell from one of the classes. That sounds good enough. That would already make leveling feel really interesting, really fresh, and it wouldn't completely kill a class identity. But as it stands, with the way that they have the stones implemented on the current version of Mop Remix, if nothing is changing, which doesn't really seem like it is, then it's just going to completely smother class identity because everybody's just going to be pressing random buttons and getting a million proc effects and deleting things before they can even react. In which case, by default, Druid effectively turns into the best leveling spec, because if everybody can just kill stuff at the same speed, because all of your damage comes from the stones anyway, then you just play a Druid. Because guess what utility thing you can't copy? Flight Form. So Flight Form remains the only unique thing that a class can get while leveling, and Druids just dominate everybody else. And, I'm still gonna level Monk as my very first remix character. But they fixed Uldum. What did they fix about Uldum? Is there, like, patch notes that I missed? Oh my god, this drop rate is terrible. I wouldn't mind the low drop rate if the crocodiles would, like, be in the same fucking location. The fact that they're so spread out is the thing that annoys me. Can you get cosmetics like Tusks of Manaroth on any class? That I don't know. We really don't know the implementation of either the Garrosh heirlooms or Tusks, because they were not available on the testing weekends. Tusks are something that they have only just recently said would be present in Mob Remix. They were kind of cagey about whether or not they would even add it prior. I'm glad they are, but yeah, we don't really know... Oh, what the fuck am I in combat with? Okay. Weird. Just class abilities and the Ashran legendary things. Oh, yeah. True. I guess if we're talking about, like, little cantrip effects that, that allow people to be broken, yeah, WoD already did have a lot of that. I mean, I don't think they should play into that. The main advantage of the Remix event, in my opinion, is just getting to do all the content in, like, an accelerated time frame. And WoD honestly would work perfectly for it, because the issue with WoD was, like, lack of real endgame content, but the leveling was, phenomenal. Really, really good. So if you had, like, Remix leveling where it was just sped up and all that fun stuff like they're doing with MoP, I think it would work out really well. You want WoD Classic as well? That would be great. Just make it fast-paced like Kata without the bugs. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm... Right. Oh, I need to defeat... What the hell? Why is he fighting? I didn't even attack this mob. I am kind of disappointed that they're accelerating Kata as much as they are. What do you mean? I'm in Old-Doom. Oh, did I tell you about the Old-Doom bugs the other day? Is that what you're thinking of? If so, the thing about Old-Doom that's bugged is the end part of it. This part of Old-Doom has always been working on the beta. It has random crashes still. It's buggy. But it has always been working. The part that doesn't work is this entire section of the zone. The questline the NPCs don't spawn, so you can't actually progress it. So, I've tested Old-Doom up until this point. And the only set of quests that I have not tested in Cataclysm yet is the Alliance Twilight Highlands quests, which, obviously, that's the point of this run. And the End of Old-Doom, which I can't test until they fix it. Now, somebody earlier in the stream told me that they managed to get it to work by just leaving the zone and re-entering. So, after the stream, I'm going to try to do that on my Paladin just to see if it works. That way, at the very least, I could get footage of those quests and get a general sense of how efficient it is. Though I'm pretty sure it's not efficient. I vaguely remember those quests from back in the day. I remember it's like... There's a lot of Harrison Jones RP up here. You have to, like, blow up the Schnotz airfields in this area. Then, obviously, Questy has the Merzian's Head thing over there. That's the mob that just kind of patrols around, and if you kill it, you can loot the head as a quest item. And then there's the quest where, like, all of the guys are patrolling up the hill, and you can bombard them from, like, it's a turret or something. I forget exactly what it is, but it's some vehicle quest where you just shoot a bunch of the mobs. And then it turns into a daily quest later on, which is one of the most worthless daily quests, because if I remember, it either doesn't give rep, or it gives such a pitiful amount of rep that nobody consider it to be worth doing. Over here. And then I remember there were some quests where you have to go inside this little obelisk area. And then you go up top. There's like a big Goliath guy. Oh, I see. So by using the roar, it causes them to flee in fear. So I actually don't want to use the roar. Do the Lions even have a health bar? No, they don't. I think this is another one of those... Yeah. This is one of those quests where the game tries to scare you into thinking, you better man the controls to make sure that the quest doesn't fail, and, like, it just does not matter. Like that one Harrison Jones quest where you can quite literally AFK it and nothing happens. Yeah, the Lions, there's absolutely no risk of them dying at all. So I'm going to wait for all of these guys to get grouped up, and then we're going to press the big damage button. Alright. Yeah, the lowest lion is still at 55. Having a WOD event just to speed through the content would be really nice, since a lot of the backlash was because of the lack of content. Yeah, for sure. What server is it? I mean, right now I'm on the PTR, or the beta, rather. So, there is no server on the beta. It's literally just, there's a PvE server and there's a PvP server. That's the entire thing. But if you're asking what server I play on normally, it is Horde on Faralina. What quest is this? I guess this is one of the follow-ups from whatever I was doing before. Might as well do this while I'm in the area. And then I can always hearth way down south and get back faster. This one's all the way at the end. Your character's a time runner. Would have been awesome to just blitz through the zones at increased move speed. Yeah. I don't know. I think there's cooler utility stuff that they could have done instead of just having your character kill everything. I'm all for having, like, fun utility options, but when the rotation itself, the way that you do damage, becomes replaced by extra cantrip effects, that's what I dislike. I just find that to be boring. Which is why I will probably put out at least a tier list from the first testing weekend on my second channel, just so people know which ones to look out for. Because there were certain bonus effects that were completely garbage. And were not worth doing whatsoever. I think I just need to wait. Yeah, there's roleplay. Oh. Wait, Fairy Fire actually does damage. Okay. I'm only realizing that now. You probably should have realized that earlier. That's not bad. Stacks up to 3 times. Okay. Well. Yeah. That would have been good to realize. Some druid experts are probably infuriated with me right now, but, you know, sorry. Live and learn. Is that not... Okay, that has to be the last one. It says, picks up a key from the Enforcer. Yeah, there we go. And then I have to go down here. I have a huge delay? No. I don't have a huge delay. According to... I don't think there's actually really any delay whatsoever. But... The playback on my... Like, if I look at the stream on YouTube, it shows my timer... on the playback at 31 minutes, and at the time of speaking, my timer is, as you can see, 33 minutes. So the playback that I'm looking at is 2 minutes behind what I'm actually at. But I'm pretty sure that that's not actually what the time difference is. I'm pretty sure the YouTube player is just a little bit delayed for me. Oh, you answer... No. It's just, yeah, sorry. It's not that there's any delay, it's just I try to read every single message, so a lot of times I'll try to finish responding to whatever I was responding to, and then a lot of times after I finish whatever I was responding to, I'll scroll up and see if I missed any messages in chat and respond to that. You have to increase the speed of the VOD to 2 times, and then it catches up to live? Yeah, I usually do that when I watch live streams on YouTube. Why can I not see... The nameplate of this mob is not showing up for some reason. This should be one ferocious bite, and it's basically dead. Okay. Oh my god, can you maybe parry, like, my attacks a little bit less? Stupid fucking shitty game. Just parried, like, 3 attacks in a row, casually. Oh, you're kidding me. That respawns and immediately triggers. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Don't worry, yeah. Sorry. I always feel bad because I do want to respond to every single chat message. It's just can be a little bit difficult at times. I should just Hearth at this point. And then I can Hearth, head up here, do that quest. I'll at least do the very intro quest because it's fast and it teleports me slightly south from the zone, so it's not actually that much of a time loss to do it. So yeah, it's not terrible experience for like a very quick cutscene that gets me a little bit of travel distance. Do I like Kata? Oh, absolutely. I love Kata. I'm very excited for this expansion. Is spamming Raid Finder as the meta? I will be very, very surprised and disappointed in Blizzard if spamming Raid Finder is still the meta. If they really did not make any changes whatsoever based on the first testing weekend, then I have to wonder why the fuck they even had us tested in the first place. I mean, it is Blizzard, right? So who fucking knows with them? It's not the first time that they've tested something and then completely ignored all feedback, but that is like the most bare minimum feedback that everybody, I think, had from the event is that, you know, obviously 60 to 70 was just not working. That is a bug. That is not like a design thing. But the fact that LFR was just the only way to really level, at least efficiently, felt bad. I do not expect that to stay the same. They changed it to daily lockouts? No. Are you sure about that, though? Because if you're talking about the Wowhead post, they did not mention LFR in that. Yeah. If you're talking about the Wowhead thing that they just reported on, LFR is not mentioned on the thing. Because I did look at that, because I was curious. But I think there is a chance that LFR is also on a daily lockout. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, but as it stands, really hard to say what they're actually going to do with it. Also, gotta love unskippable cutscenes. LFR ain't real? Yeah, well, for leveling it, it most certainly is, that's for sure. Oh, okay, that actually, yeah, wasn't bad experience for a quick little cutscene. I'm not going to do the rest of the stuff, though, because fuck these quests. Technically, I think maybe those 2 initial quests wouldn't be terrible, but I don't really care. Do I think dungeon spamming will be faster? No. Wait, for what? Or for Cataclysm? Sorry, because I guess right now we're talking about 2 different modes of leveling. For Cataclysm, no. For Mop Remix, very hard to say. I suspect that the universal rule for dungeon leveling will apply in Mop Remix as well, where doing all dungeons once for the quests will be good, and beyond that, really depends on the tuning. The thing is with With mop dungeons are actually relatively fast, aside from a handful. Because, like, some of the later ones, like Siege of Nizhao Temple, very slow. What are some of the other ones that I'm thinking? There's a few really slow dungeons towards the end that I'm, like, blanking on. Scholomance is relatively slow. But, like, Temple of the Jade Serpent's really fast. Stormstout Brewery is really fast. There's some of the other ones. There's a few really fast dungeons, basically. And because mop leveling is not necessarily the fastest, some zones aren't bad, but some are like, kind of slow. So I do think that for certain segments, spamming dungeons could be better. Like I did all of Kunlai Summit. I did all of Kunlai Summit. I did most of Dread Wastes. Or not most of Dread Wastes. I did most of what's it called? Townlong Steps. That's the word I was looking for. I did all of Kunlai Summit, most of Townlong Steps, and they're both pretty good zones. They're not like amazing, but they're good. And I definitely think that Kunlai Summit will be worth doing for quests. There's like really good quest density. It's a fairly solid zone. I think that at least the first half of Townlong Steps will be really nice. There's a bunch of really good questing hubs there. And Dread Wastes is kind of similar, where the initial few quests are kind of good, kind of worth doing. Valley of the Four Winds is really, really, really bad for quest efficiency. It's absolutely terrible. That said, the western side of Valley is not bad. And you don't need to do the eastern campaign in Valley. Like, you don't need to do all the Chen Stormstout quests to get to the western side. I was about to open up my map to show, and I realized I'm in Cataclysm. There's no Mists of Pandaria zones. But the part with, like, the wall, that little town that's under attack by the Mantid, that part's not bad. The Hemet Nessingray quests are not bad. Krasarong is very hit or miss. I don't think it's going to really be worth doing. And at least the introduction to Jade Forest is good. Like, the first 30-ish minutes of Jade Forest is okay. Kinda. And then after that, it slows down a lot. Basically, the moment you meet Lorewalker Cho, there's a bunch of really long RP quests. And then Jade Forest slows to a crawl when you get to either the Jinyu or the Hosen area. Because you have all those really long roleplay quests where you control, like, the characters and stuff like that. That you want to jump out of Jade Forest as soon as possible, the moment you hit that. Also, there are quests to kill mangy hyenas. If there is good quest density, I will do this quest. I suspect there is not, though, so I'm probably going to just skip it. Yeah, there's like 2 in one area. I'm not going to do that. How much time does a normal player need to get to 85? I suspect 15 hours. That is my ballpark estimation for, like, a regular, newer player. Keep in mind that as long as you have some memory of these zones, like any tiny bit of memory at all, it's honestly not going to be quite as bad for you. You'll still want to quest in all zones because the meta rewards a lot of bronze. You don't think we should treat leveling in Mop Remix as the same as retail leveling because of the reward structure? Yeah, but you only need to do that once, right? You don't need to do that on every single character. So it's going to be way more efficient. Like, on your very first character, you can make an argument for that, Goose Comics. That's not a bad suggestion. And you are correct that you will want to do all of that at the very least one time. But for all future characters, if we're just trying to blast them up to max level to, you know, benefit from dailies and stuff like that, that's kind of what I'm more thinking of, like, what's going to be worth doing. And that is going to be at least my priority on launch day. I'm just going to try and level up as quickly as possible because I'm just going to farm cloak upgrades. I'm going to get as many characters to max level as possible, blast my cloak up as high as I possibly can. And part of the reason why I'm really curious about that is because I want to see how far the cloak can go. Because I'm sure that I'm going to get a lot of people asking me that, and it's going to be annoying if I'm like, I don't know, I haven't tested it, but you do make a good point for, like, general purpose stuff. You're assuming all these asks are for the first character? Yeah. I mean, but even then, you could, like, the other thing about efficient leveling in Mop Remix or efficient questing is keep in mind that the time to kill for mobs was exponentially faster when I was max level compared to when I was on a low level character. So it could be argued that it's better to just get through the other stuff as early as possible, get all of those ridiculously powerful gem upgrades, and then go back through all the quest lines and just one-shot everything that you touch. Which is kind of what I'm going to try and do. Because when I went back to it later on, it was just a breeze doing all those quests. Okay, I got all 10 of the mobs I need. Now I just run around and grab tablets in flight form. If I can find them. And if you're playing the zones for the first time, well, my 15-hour estimate was for people playing the zones for the first time. 15 to 20 hours is what you can expect. I was just saying if you are familiar with them, it might be a little bit faster, but yeah, if you're brand new to all of these zones, I would say 15 hours is to be expected. There we go. Uh, 100% agree with you there. Leveling fresh is actually super slow. And I think the first character has an XP threaded cap, though. Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's only so far you can go, but that's what I mean. I'm going to level multiple characters. Like, on day one, my priority is going to be getting as many characters level up as possible so that I can get my, cloak up as high as I possibly can. No problem, Alexander. I'm glad I could help. What level can you get flying for Catazones? Level 60. Flying in, like, these zones, like Uldum, Hyjal, etc., it is the same as Flightmaster's License. That's what applies to both. So flying in all of the Old World zones is the exact same training requirement. So it's really, really easy. You won't... If you have it right now in pre-patch, you won't even need to do anything different when launch day rolls around. You just can fly immediately. All right. They do not have the same level 10 scaling as they do in retail level 10, yeah. It definitely didn't feel amazing. I mean, we also didn't have full enchanted heirlooms and stuff, so it can be a little bit hard to tell. What do you think about Halls of Lightning and Blackrock Solo as a Blood DK? To be honest, that has been asked a lot, so I'm just going to give a very brief answer because, like, I've already answered that question a million times. It could be nerfed. It's not bad. Tuning is subject to change. Blizzard could nerf it. I don't necessarily know if it is the fastest option, but it seems good. What is this cloak thing you're talking about? We're not talking about Cataclysm. We're talking about Mop Remix. So Mop Remix is a special retail mode that comes out in a few days on the 16th. And there is this thing that you can get for it called a Cloak of Infinite Possibility. And the Cloak of Infinite Possibility during that event will give you a stacking experience modifier, and you can get up to like 300% increased experience, and it's account bound. So basically the idea behind that leveling event is the more characters you level, the higher your cloak will be, the faster your leveling will be, the entire experience will just be a lot faster. But we still don't know exactly how high it'll be able to stack. I think I might have fucked that. Give me a second. These quests are kind of annoying. Oh, it bounced it out of the fucking town. Oh, I missed. I hate that there's a travel time on these arrows. Makes it really janky to try and calculate distance. Oh my god. Pull the ripcord, no cap. Is that for, like, making the cloak as good as possible? I missed the context on that. Nice. Oh, for the cloak, yeah. I do wonder how insane they're going to allow it to get. Because at a certain point, like, if you add a high enough experience modifier, people are going to be doing 1 to 70 in 30 minutes. And that is just kind of going to break the game. You know, my whole idea of, like, oh, hey, I'm going to get, like, 1,000,000 warlocks ready for the War Within. I mean, everybody's going to be able to do that if the cloak is broken enough in Mob Remix, because anybody will theoretically be able to just level up 1,000,000 warlocks in, like, an afternoon. And then why wouldn't you? You bet they do diminishing returns? I mean, probably, but if there's no hard cap eventually, then it would just be a little bit insane. We'll see. It already felt pretty fast when I did my second testing run. We'll have to see. I got a quest item that I need to use. What's my record so far? I believe my Death Knight run was 11 hours, 20 minutes, but none of my runs so far have been, like, super duper optimized, like, I'm trying to go super duper fast speedruns. They've been just, like, efficient questing and testing. I will try to do a very, very fast run to give you guys an example of what you should look for prior to, this quest I will do because it is easy. Yeah, prior to launch, like, over the next few days, I'll mess around with doing that on my own free time. We'll see. Do I understand correctly that a Mop Remix will play through Pandaria and only Pandaria on current retail classes, not Mop classes? Yes, that is correct. Yeah, and it's like, well, it is Dragonflight classes. It is very much not that Dragonflight class design matters, because almost all of your damage is going to come from the external gear sources anyways. So it's like, eh. You know, one thing I wonder, I am going to try this quest. It was really inefficient on a non-druid, but I wonder if you can just cheese the shit out of this in flight form. Yeah, you can use that. How do I do this? Bomb cluster disarmed. I can't tell if that was interactable or not. I couldn't really see the plunger in between all of the gnomes. I'm going to try to really closely look. It is over there. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. Fucking Druid is so broken. God. Where's the other pile of bombs? Oh, it's over there. Druid is so fucking insane. Why would you level as any other class? Actually so broken. Just skip the entire quest. Fucking love Flayform. I'm not going to do the Gnome Obliteration quest, because as fun as that one is, it's, well, it's not very good. This, at least, I'm pretty sure you literally go up here and do this, do this. I mostly use bear form. Cat form is good for single target. So bear form on pretty much 2+ targets is the way to go. A lot of times, I'm still figuring out Cataclysm Druid, so I'm by no means an expert at it. But based on my limited testing for it, I've started to weave in cat form, like, to dump my energy. So I start with cat form and I'll, like, rake. Then you can't really shred consistently because you can't hit the target from behind. But I'll, like, apply rake to multiple targets and then dump all my energy on Mangle Spam if I have a lot of combo points, Ferocious Bite or Rip, and then I shift into bear form and cleave stuff down. But if you have, like, really, if you have 3+ targets, it's better to just start in bear form and just immediately begin cleaving things. Bear form is just ludicrous for leveling. It's so good. Okay, I can't squeeze in between the little gaps. I didn't think I could, but, you know, hey, gotta test it for science. Alt-Z removes nameplates too, so you can... Oh! Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I didn't even consider that. Forgot that I could do that. Yeah, good thinking. Oh shit, before I forget... I'm going to hop onto my mage again, because I'm not quite at the very end. But I am close enough to the end of Uldum that I'm going to want to mage portal myself over to Stormwind to do the last bit. You're horned for the cattle launch. So, if I recall, my timer was at, like, 7 hours something when I reached this quest of my paladin, and I had only just dinged level 83. So I am, like, at the same point in the questline as my paladin, and I am still a full level and 30 minutes ahead. So yeah, we are cruising in this run. This is definitely sub 10 hours, and it's not even close. But yeah, this is... Let me start this RP, and then I'll figure out my mage. Do I have... Oh, none of my keybinds have carried over. At the very least, this quest is mostly AFKable. I think, yeah. This I need to help. There's a lot of segments where you can just wait for them to run on their own. Yeah. Not only is it, like, flight form broken because of instant mount, like, that's obviously nuts, right? But the most broken thing about flight form, by far, is that you can just skip entire quests by interacting with stuff from the air. That is so insane. And the fact that, as we can see here, is an advantage that is present as early as Cataclysm, and as anybody who has watched my retail speedruns knows, that is still a massive advantage that druids have over every other class, even in modern retail. It, like, druids are just the kings of leveling. It's crazy. I genuinely don't understand why anybody over the years did speedruns on anything that wasn't a druid. Like, as this shows, they are already bonkers OP for leveling efficiency. Oh yeah, Shadow Meld is nice. I didn't even think of that. That could be really good to drop combat. That's... Ooh. Ooh. That's actually, yeah, kind of spicy. Huh. Like, Shadow Meld already works like that in Cataclysm, I think. So you could actually do that. Give me 1 second. I saw somebody just ask the question in chat. Just do this real quick. Retail Shadow Meld was changed in Wrath. Ooh, damn. Alright, well that's really huge. Yeah, maybe in that case, Night Elf Druid may actually be the fastest race class combo for speed leveling. Because I was saying the other day that I think either Paladin or Druid is the fastest class for Cataclysm speed leveling. And I honestly think that Druid is faster. Paladin gets, like, really good AoE in the mid-game. Druid is really fast at lower levels, and it obviously pulls ahead at this point. But... I mean, damn. Druids are good for speedrunning as long as you move while leveling. If you stay in one spot and kill mobs, Druid is probably not the class you want to speedrun with. I mean, yeah, but, like, that's not really speed leveling. Staying in one spot and killing mobs is not always the best thing. And I will note that at very low levels right now, I've tested it a little bit, and ignoring the idea of getting boosted, right? Because if we're getting boosted, that's not speedrunning. So, just to get that out of the way. But I've done a bit of testing at low levels, and Druid is actually the best class for, like, 1 to 10 leveling, because they get Moonfire really early, and Moonfire is insane for rounding up mobs really quickly. I mean, Exhibit A. And, obviously, it's not doing a lot of damage right now. Like, the damage of Moonfire is not a concern at this stage. But at lower levels, it actually does really good damage. Right, I forgot about the meteors. The meteors are a bit of a problem. Okay. Because the thing about low levels, you don't really get any reliable AoE abilities in early Cataclysm, so the best way to AoE farm mobs is to multi-dot. And there are other specs outside of Druid that have, like, dots that they could use. Warlocks get Corruption really early, and Corruption's not bad, but Moonfire does about the same damage as Corruption, but in a shorter period of time, and it has instant damage. So you can just kite and keep applying Moonfire to kill mobs faster at really low levels. And a lot of times, the instant damage of Moonfire, when you account for heirlooms and stuff, will just demolish mobs before they have a chance to really do anything. It is absurdly powerful at low levels. Jesus. Yeah, that meteor is... That meteor's a little bit much. Yeah, when I did this, I think I died, like, at least once on my Paladin, maybe twice, and my Druid is just cruising through here without any gear. Actually crazy. Let me just eat up real quick. Yeah, Moonfire, the upfront damage on Moonfire, especially when you have, like, intellect heirlooms and stuff, is crazy. So, I actually think that the best way to play Druid at low levels is to effectively spec Feral for feline swiftness right up front, but then play with intellect gear and just play around Moonfire. I don't know exactly when it would be worth to switch into actually playing around Feral, but Moonfire is basically the only spell you need at really low levels. And if you have Intellect Heirlooms, it's just going to do such a ludicrous amount of damage that you basically don't need to press anything else. It is really, really, really good. And because of the way that spells work in Cataclysm, or really in all older versions of WoW, you don't actually lose much by not speccing into balance, because you get a lot of the really good caster spells just at low levels. It's not until much higher when you actually will miss out by what's it called? By like not having stuff from talents. People who play druids are the furries of World of Warcraft. Well, on that topic, I think I've told that story before. The furry druids that I've encountered as my co-tanks. Always a fun one. You'd go with Troll, 5% damage versus Beast, and passive healing. Yeah, for Horde, Troll is probably going to be the better Druid pick. Though it's hard to say. There's like, there was a very good argument to be made for Tauren, namely their starting zone is a lot more efficient than the Troll one. But the Troll starting zone is like, it's not bad. So I don't know. But specifically for Alliance, I definitely think Night Elf is the play. Because the Worgen starting zone is like a little bit inefficient. I don't know. This is all stuff that I really am curious to test out, but alas, we're really not going to be able to dive into this stuff until after Cataclysm launches, because until then, the focus is 80 to 85. You play Druid because you want buttons. Yeah, there are certainly a lot of them. How much XP do you get from handing in 25 pre-quests? I don't really know exactly, but I am going to test that, and I will have a video out on it, so you can stay tuned for that. Gonna do... Oh my god. Oh shit. I didn't realize I already over combo points. Yeah, so for the person who is asking, is it worth it to use cat form? For situations like this, yes, especially in your burst window, it's definitely worth it. But you'll see now, I'm going to swap to bear. Now that I've applied like a big rip and I've gotten through my initial burst window on cat, my cat's damage is going to fall off a lot because I'll be energy starved. So now I just stack up my lacerate and I just do bear stuff. There we go. A known guide out on... Yeah, I appreciate you for not naming that, because I think I know the one you're talking about, and I'm not a fan of it. Assuming you've not done any of the 25 quests as a prep guide for 2.4 million, yeah. It definitely seems like you can get a lot, and I'll put out a pre-quest guide on my second channel. It's not a main channel thing, just because I know not a lot of people are going to be interested in that, but what I will do is within my actual 80 to 85 leveling guide, which should be out before launch, I will include a link to that in the description. Be like, hey, if you want to learn more about pre-quests, different video. That's the current plan. I missed this one message earlier. BS said, do you think duo trio leveling on quests can be faster than solo, assuming the performance of all group members is the same? Yes, in theory, right? That said, some quests will be sped up by having 2 or 3 people. Some quests take the exact same amount of time. So the mistake is thinking that the more people that you throw at a quest, it makes the time significantly faster, right? Like, having 2 people will make every single quest twice as fast. That is not the case. Most quests, having a second person makes it marginally faster. Maybe not twice as fast, but, like, good amount. Also, we're done with Uldum here, because the only other stuff that we could do is... Yeah, shit. And this is why I forgot I needed to get my mage over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fly into the air, and I'm going to auto-fly in the direction of Caverns of Time, and I'm on my second account. I'm going to run my mage over here, and I'll meet myself halfway, and then give myself a portal to Stormwind. And again, If you do not have access to mage portals or something like that, then make sure you keep your Hearthstone set to $on. The reason I am not doing that is because I will have this stuff on launch day, so I am simulating... Oh my fucking god. Oh, well, They really give you dog shit on the template characters. This is awful. God. I don't have Flightmaster's license on this template mage on my alt account. So... So you can see my template mage is slowly running on foot. And I'm going to just fly out to meet it. And then I'm going to drop myself a portal to Stormwind. But yeah, again, if you do not have access to this, keep your Hearthstone set to $on. Setting my Hearthstone to Ramkahen honestly didn't lose me much time. And realistically speaking, the fact that I need to do this, effectively, I'm losing all of the time that I would have gained by doing the Hearthstone skips. I'm just trying to simulate... I'm trying to simulate what it'll be like on launch day, having the little tiny time saves for the Hearthstone skips, because I will have a pocket mage ready to summon myself. Or rather, I will have a pocket warlock to teleport myself around. Okay. Portal to Stormwind. As a balanced druid, anything aside a second druid will probably slow you down in the end. Yeah. Yeah, so to finish answering the question, it's not necessarily like a linear increase of like the faster you, or the more people you stack, the faster it is. You generally speaking get diminishing... Oh, fuck. You get diminishing returns the more people you bring. Like, having a third person isn't really going to speed up kill quests that much. It will speed it up a little bit, but by a fairly minor amount relative to 2 players. So I answered this question earlier in the stream, but just to repeat my answer, I think the best thing that you can do is run with 2 people, and if you are going to run with more than 2 people, the only other really good breakpoint is 5 people, because with 5 people, you can then instantly queue for dungeons, and you don't need to wait for anybody else in queue. So you have a lot more flexibility over when your queue time pops. But if you don't have any interest in doing dungeons, which I think your question was specifically... your question was specifically in regards to questing, in that case, doesn't really matter.
Have you come to speak with my father? Something strange is happening in Stormwind.
So let me close my my second account real quick. Okay. So I have literally never done... I've never done these quests before in my entire life. It is probably some of the very few quests in this game that I have literally never done a single time. Just because I never played Alliance prior to MOP. And Twilight Highlands is not necessarily a super efficient zone. So I had no reason to ever do this on an Alliance character. No, Chori, it definitely wouldn't, yeah. It is interesting, though, because you can... It is possible to link certain Battle.net accounts. Where do I escort Anduin? It says I need to escort him to the graves. Oh. It is a guy named Graves. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. I guess I should read. Alright, where is Mr. Graves? Level 84 Rogue, 1v1 you outside Stormwind right now? No, I'm not going to. Sorry. Oh, there's Supply Sergeant Graves.
We'll get to the bottom of this.
I don't know why it wasn't marked on the map. Missing parts, etc. If all these are things that I can just scoop up on Druid Flight Form, this is actually insanely good as a Druid. Everything is insanely good as a Druid, but this is like massive efficiency. Right. Yeah, and there's the last stock worker I need and the last thing of parts. He's going slow as heck because he's leveling with me. Well, as long as we practice, I think it should be fine.
I'm glad you're here. Keep your eyes open for anything suspicious.
I also never realized that Anduin was part of the questline here. I always thought that the first time they used the new Anduin model was in Mists of Pandaria. It's interesting that he actually is already relevant in Cataclysm. Samuelson's papers. Okay, so I just basically escort Anduin around the city. Huh. Hard to tell if this is faster or slower than Horde as of yet. You love Miss Pandaria best expansion? Yep. I agree with that. I assume I'm gonna get, like, jumped by mobs or something. Yep. How long do I think it'll take for World First 85? It's impossible to say. I will at least confirm, because I know people always ask. I am not even remotely trying to compete for World First 85, since I know a lot of people ask that. I have no interest in doing that. But you are correct, it's going to be, like, ludicrously fast. The thing about World First 85 is it's not even necessarily just, like, degen strats. There's always some exploit that somebody stumbles upon and keeps to themselves, and then we only find out about it at launch, and then Blizzard immediately nerfs it after that person uses it to reach World First. That is how World First leveling in every single expansion has always gone. And it is how it will go in Cataclysm launch, it's how it's going to go in the War Within launch. It's just how it always is. Athene did it in like just over 5 hours with the Legion of Mob Taggers. Yeah, I could see something like that. You must add the frustration of having to communicate everything for like 10 hours. Yeah. Well, if you are playing with people who are not familiar with the quests, then yes. A lot of it is like relatively intuitive though. Where do I go? So I should still be in cat form. Oh, 3rd floor, all the way up on the spiral staircase. Ah. Okay. Fucking... Okay. Alright, Blizzard, that's how... How? How? How did I do it 2 times in a row? Oh my god. Okay. Alright. I'm going to just super carefully go up these stairs. God damn it. Ah.
Something strange is happening.
Can you just start Hygel on the Malfurion hub? I actually haven't tried that. I know that you can start Hygel on Moonglade, but I didn't realize that you could skip the initial quests. If so, that's interesting. I've not done that. I definitely think that you should skip Orgrimmar and Stormwind, because there's like, you pick up the quest, you teleport to Moonglade, and then there's introductions. So if you start at Moonglade, you skip that stuff. But if you can skip that initial flight on the Green Dragon, that'll be really good to know. I guess I'll probably test that after this. Probably even do it on this stream, shouldn't be too hard. What level am I? 84. You know, I wonder what happened to these quests after they revamped this part of Stormwind. Has anybody done this since the Stormwind revamp? And, like, do you know what happens to these mobs? Because I think Twilight Highlands intro, it's still in the game. Like, they haven't removed it. Huh. Where do I turn this in? Over here somewhere? Oh, there's a bunch in this building. Whoa. I'm not familiar with this section of, words. This section of Stormwinds. Because it has been a really long time since Stormwind has looked quite like this.
How are you? See you around.
Jack Bawden. They have a 24 reference in here. Yes, this is beta. Where do I go? I'm guessing I have to go down this little spiral thing. And if it's anything like vanilla, yeah, there's this area. I'm gonna prowl the rest of the way. There's a CSI Miami reference in Westfall, yeah. There's a lot of little random references like that in the old Cataclysm zones. I just never knew about the Jack Bauer reference because I haven't done these quests. The explosives. Okay, and then... So these mobs don't go away, so I should still prowl on my way out. Average time to 85, I would say, for like a regular player who has no experience with the quests, 15 hours. Give or take. I think this is it. Pretty sure this is the last of the intro. You remember Kata having the highest number of silly quests or references? Yeah. I mean, a lot of people really disliked Cataclysm leveling for that. Personally, I never minded it. I don't, like, some people get so offended if Blizzard tries to, you know, be funny with their quests. And a lot of people, I think, take WoW's writing way too seriously. Admittedly, it is hard for me to take WoW's writing seriously after the shit that they've done in the more recent expansions. But I also think people took WoW's writing way too seriously. Oh, That's the wrong quest. Even in, like, original, like, older versions of the game, it's possible to have funny references without it being a bad quest. Samuelson Unmasked. Ah.
See you later.
This is interesting. I do not... I think you asked that question earlier, Vemp. I don't know if you heard my answer. To answer your question, though, no. I do not. And, it is... Unfortunately, it is a lower priority for me, because I have a lot of other stuff to get done. I would love to eventually get a written guide done for 80 to 85, but it is, like, very low in my priority list, if we're being real. Yeah, it's all good. I figured. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff that I need to do, and... Well, I like to update the website whenever I can. The reality of the website, and, you know, is what it is I basically make no money off it whatsoever. The website is something that I do completely for fun as, like, a bonus extra thing to, like, go along with my videos. They're, like, companion things to basically add on to the videos. But the reality is, my job, the thing that, you know, actually I make money from, is the videos themselves, so those are top priority. As much as I wish I could, you know, ignore that. So, it's just life. But I would love to do it eventually, I just don't know exactly when that will be. It is basically... My priority list right now is... Oh, do I not have to... Oh, that's nice. If there's no, like, forced wait time like there is for Horde, then that's a big advantage for Alliance. That said, that questline felt a lot longer for Alliance than the Horde ones in Ashara. Because the only inefficient part for Horde when going to Twilight Highlands is the fact that you then need to fly all the way out to Ashara. But if you have, like, a way to quickly teleport over there, the quests in Ashara are actually really fast. The only annoying thing that you have to do is wait for the Zeppelin to appear. To be fair, Kata is fairly streamlined. A useful guide is more like what to skip than what to do. Exactly, yeah. And that's why it's the same way that I structure my retail leveling guides. A lot of people expect me to tell them, or maybe not a lot of people, but some people expect me to tell them exactly what quest to do. Like a list of 100 quests, do this, 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 this. That's just a shit guide. Nobody needs that. Oh, I can't skip this cutscene, okay. So usually I go like bigger picture in my route. And the nice thing is I have the full speedruns for anybody who really cares about the exact questing order. So, wait, Alliance has no... Alliance doesn't need to sit through the whole introduction where you... Oh my god, wait. That's so much better. Wow. Well, that's kind of lame. As much as I love the Twilight Highlands intro on Horde, from like a thematic standpoint, if Alliance just get to skip that entirely, that's like... massive bias. But yeah, I go bigger picture, and that way, if somebody does want to see, hey, what is the exact order of quests that I should do, they can check out my actual full runs, and I have that, you know, links to that usually. But most people, all they want to know is which zones do I do. Like, people will come in here and they're like, hey, do I do High-Gel, vashj'ir, or Halls of Lightning, and then are like pre-quests worth it, etc. What do I do from 82 to 83? And all I need to do is give you like a quick 2-minute summary and you're good to go. And that's kind of what I will be doing for my actual leveling guides, except obviously a more streamlined version of that. With like, you know, where I script it out and I'm much more particular about my wording. What do I do here? Okay. God, for whatever reason, clicking on that was a struggle. How many do I need? It says I need 10. Wait, do I have to shoot myself out of that cannon? I actually do need to... Huh? Wait to be launched from Flintlock's cannon. Do I have to talk to him? Huh? Oh! So you need to wait for the Horde Zeppelin to line up with the cannon, and then I'm assuming it chucks you in. Oh, that's interesting. So that if the Horde Zeppelin has a predetermined flight point, then you could potentially lose or save a lot of time depending on where the Zeppelin is. Huh. That's actually, I like that, I like that dialogue. That's good. Okay, so it needs to be right behind you. Oh. That's interesting. I think I'm safe to just press Berserk here, because I'm pretty sure this is the last quest before there's like a bunch of roleplay shit. Run to the balcony and jump to escape. Okay, that's credit. Oh, I want to make sure I didn't miss any messages. Have you seen the world first achievement bug also appearing on War Within Alpha? I wonder if Blizzard is really considering bringing those back since the code seems to be moving around. I have not heard about that, but that's good to know. It's interesting. Let's see. I go up here? Yeah, that's where that seemed to be. And... what is this quest? I assume that's, yeah, that's just Questy lying to me. I'm gonna guess that this is all I get right now. And... okay. This, I assume, is the same as the Horde quests. What I'm really curious about is... ah. So there's way more quests in here. You fight with increased attack power. Okay. So if I do... yeah, the problem with Fairy Fire is for pulls like this, like, the fucking Marine is still attacking the other mob. It's just rounding up all these guys is such a pain in the ass. Oh, okay. Can't expect that. And... I need how many more mobs? A few. I'm not gonna really count this. I'm pretty sure that If I just round up all these guys, it's enough. This feels like more than enough. Yeah, that feels low. I don't know why it randomly stopped attacking. What else do I need to do? Shredder parts. Okay. So, on the Horde, you need to defend a Shredder as it's being repaired. On Alliance, you kill a Shredder. I see. I think I'm within range to where they won't all leash. Yeah, this is perfect. And there we go. Oh, it's not guaranteed drop chance. That's close. I'm gonna just pull 3. Just to be safe. My lacerate fell off, but it doesn't really matter. And there we go. Okay, so I can turn this stuff in. I think that was all 3 quests from this area. It bumped me out of the dungeon queue at some point. I'll re-queue just on the off chance it ever pops, but I doubt it will. Okay, it was just a generic item. What is this? Siege Tank Commander. Oh, it's this mob that I need to talk to. Okay, so I need to do this. There's a quest over there that I need to pick up, and then I guess the sunken ship, it looks like, is where those other objectives are pointing me towards. Jesus. Yeah, that hits pretty fucking hard. I wonder, because, like, the main thing I'm curious about, obviously, Horde starts in Dragon Maw Port, and then Horde has all the quests at the Krasworks. And I wonder where the connection point is. Obviously, all of the Red Dragon quests here, I know that is identical for both factions. And I think they're like... There's very marginal differences for the last section up here. Where I think, the quests that, where you, like, go into the Twilight Highlands area, like, or the, Bastion of Twilight area, the introduction ones are probably inverted. So, instead of escorting Kor'kron mobs, obviously you're escorting SI7 mobs. In Beta, you can go straight into Hygel, and Ysera has the quest to go to Malfurion. Interesting. That's actually really good to know. Well, in that case, I think my theory is probably correct. Of the best thing that you could do is start in Moonglade. Obviously, this is... Oh, nice. It's a thing I can just cheese on a druid. You can start in Moonglade, you could pick up that quest, and then while you're doing that roleplay fight, you should be able to have a Warlock fly into Hygel and drop a closet and summon you straight there. it'll be like ever so slightly slower than doing it yourself, but then you get the initial quest from doing the introduction. So it's like basically the same. I feel majorly. You've been like a little bit weird in chat. Just, you know, just relax a little bit. I don't understand some of the messages. Just cool it. Not gonna like do anything. I'm not gonna, you know, time you out or anything like that. I'm basically giving you just a verbal warning, just like, I don't know, weird messages. Not thrilled with that. Yeah, is this just roleplay? Did I just AFK? Just made a fresh template druid and flew from org to Hygel. Interesting. I guess then the question would be, where do you stand before the thing starts? Like, what is the closest area that you could be towards Hygel? On one of the other advantages of the Warlock summon thing is if you're turning in pre-quests, obviously you won't be able to get there faster, but if you send Warlocks up here, drop a portal down as you're turning in pre-quests, then if you wanted to, if you didn't want to do like Halls of Lightning, you could just get here immediately. So that'll probably be my backup plan. But yeah, so having like, I think Warlocks up in the air here, basically at level with Hygel, somewhere in the Winter Spring Mountains, and then you just fly in directly the moment it's available, that seems to me like it would be the fastest way. But I guess that's something that I'll have to test. I might do that on beta. Maybe not. I think I should probably at least test the obvious ones that I know for a fact I'm going to use, just so I can get the muscle memory down. Because I don't want to do the Warlock summon stuff for the very first time. Do Moonglade, then go to Ysera. Well, the problem with Moonglade is you have that very long roleplay fight with the Green Dragon. And the entire thing that I'm trying to figure out is whether you can skip the Moonglade RP. Starting in Moonglade is faster because it skips all the stuff in Oregon Stormwind. But ideally, if you could skip Moonglade too, that would be really nice. Yeah, that would definitely give you a major head start. The only problem is, that's why Hygel's weird. Because pre-questing is obviously very efficient, there's no universe in which you're able to turn in all of your pre-quests and get a significant head start in Hygel. If you want to do pre-quests, you are going to fall behind in Hygel, which is why I think it's either... I guess you could, like, start Hygel, get up to 80-something, and then turn in your pre-quests after the fact and skip straight to Deep Home. That's a... Yeah, that could be like a decent option. I don't know. What the hell? What is this? Oh, it's like, it's, what's... The Odyssey reference, where they, like, lash themselves to the mast for the sea sirens or whatever. Is that... It's the Odyssey, right? Or am I thinking of the Iliad? Ugh, it's one of the two. I don't remember. Jesus Christ. This quest is a little bit too horny, though. My camera is, like, all fucked up. Okay, there we go. Oh. Jeez. Do I get credit for that? Oh, I am right. It is the Odyssey. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, I thought it was the Odyssey. I thought, like, Odysseus, but my memory on that is, like, I am not an expert. The nice thing is, underwater quests, that is Druid stonks. Ice Crown quests don't have a drop of XP before 84. Maybe worth delaying. Yeah. Well, your goal would be to get to 82 as quickly as possible. So I guess that's why most people are aiming to do stuff like you do the Halls of Lightning thing, is a lot of people are theorizing. But yes. Pretty much as long as you turn in your pre-quests before 82, that's all that really matters. Ideally, you would want to do it relatively early. I think... Why can't I hit this mob? The absolute latest that you'd want to turn in your pre-quests is, like, right around the start of 81. But theoretically, assuming Halls of Lightning doesn't work, that could be a nice backup strat. You do High Gel, turn in pre-quests after hitting 81, skip the Deep Home that way. And that way you get ahead of the pack, and the start of High Gel is where, like, it's most efficient. So it honestly wouldn't be bad doing that if you weren't bogged down by everybody else. Can I show how much XP I need for leveling? Yeah. In total, 9 million. I love that sound effect. Why can't all interrupts have sound effects that meaty? I feel like players would press their interrupt keys more if every single one sounded like that. It was that satisfying to use. Alright, now I just need all these boxes. No problem. If you remember the name of the guy that was tied to it, you'd probably guess the name of the play. Yeah, true. I couldn't remember. I wanted to say it was Odysseus, but like I said, my memory was too fuzzy for me to say with absolute certainty. I'm glad that my initial gut instinct was correct, though. I'm just gonna press Berserk here. Alright, was that all of them? Yes, that is all of them. And flight form. Okay, so... Oh, no. I almost made it up the railing. I should have angled it towards the stairs. That way, if I missed the railing like that, I would have been able to just land on the stairs and get up a little bit faster. What do I do for this? Okay. I think... Well, you know what I should do? Where's the Hearthstone? It looks like there's multiple innkeepers. Where the fuck are the innkeepers? Please don't tell me they're, like, on the bottom floor or something. Oh, they're here. Okay. Set my Hearthstone there. This high bank is a good distance away from these quests. So I should do that real quick. Let's see. I don't know if I get shot down going too close to Dragon Maw Port, so I'm just going to head over here. And I think this is all that I have for now. 5 whirlpool cores. Give me 1 second also after this quest. You did the Twilight Highlands intro in retail, and if you grab the quest on the board, everything has been removed. Wait, really? They just straight up removed the entire intro. Did they do that for Horde too? I thought Horde still had to do it. Wow. Well, that's interesting. I guess it makes sense though if the Alliance introduction is built on like deprecated quests. I guess they figured it would be easier to just remove it entirely instead of trying to rework it to fit the new Stormwind. Huh. Did not know that. Nice. I got all the stuff I needed, and this is massive druid stonks of just fly around and grab all of the items. Love to see it. And how am I looking on stream time? One thing that I was kind of worried about with the servers going down earlier is, while I feel like I'm making really good time on the run itself, I was kind of concerned that if the servers were down for too long, I'd have to just end the stream because I wouldn't be able to fit the entire thing in. But it looks like we're fine. I'm at 6.5 hours, so I have effectively 3 hours left. And there's absolutely no way the rest of this run takes 3 hours, so I think that should work out. Oh, this is... Was I not supposed to do this? Yep, apparently not. Gives you a portal to Stormwind, but you have to do something before actually using it. I guess... Yeah, and then it's going to send me back to Stormwind. No? Huh. Wait, so Alliance doesn't actually go back to Stormwind at all? Because in the Horde quest line, you open the portal to Orgrimmar, then you go back to Org, then you do quests in Org, and then return to Twilight Highlands. Wow, the Horde intro sucks. Because if the Horde intro is as long as it is with, like, RP and stuff, but they have to go back to Orgrimmar where Alliance don't, that kind of makes up for it. It is really strange how different Twilight Highlands is for both factions. Same zone, completely different questing routes. And then there's random periods of overlap. Well, I'm glad I tested this.
How are ya? See you soon.
Just kill mobs? Okay. Come on. I feel like my auto attacks randomly aren't starting. I don't really know why. How long should 80 to 85 take as ret? I mean, class doesn't really matter, so 15 hours for a casual player, same as every class. Ret is obviously good, but you're not really going to notice any major time saves. If you're good at your spec, it'll take roughly the same for everybody. Nice. What else do I do? Village fires extinguished. Okay, how the fuck do I do that? I have to read this quest. Tossing buckets. What? Where? Okay. I'm standing here. I have a bucket in my hands. Is there a quest? Yeah, okay. There's a quest item that Questy forgot to show. That's the problem. Is it worth doing the dungeons? Yes, at least once. Ah, okay, and they keep throwing new buckets to me. Alright, this is interesting. This is a really weird quest. Okay. That works.
Great to meet you. Watch your back, Kai.
Huh. So there's 3 separate sets of quests. Okay. If you're a lot above average player, is it like 10 hours? I mean, yes. But I should remind you that most people always think that they are above the average player. You most likely are not. And frankly, and I mean this with absolutely no offense, if you have to ask, you probably are not. The people who are above the average players, the people who are doing practice runs like this, or who already have like ICC gear and stuff and know the routes and stuff like that. When I say for average players, I mean people who are just going in mostly blind, even if you are good at your class. Like, keep in mind that I am good at my class. Well, I was good at the classes that I played, all these testing runs on, and I know these quests from doing them many, many years ago. And this is now my 3rd full run that I have streamed, and it's still going to end up taking me like around 10 hours. Now, there are things that I could do to even optimize this further, but that's like more pre-questy type stuff. But if you are going in blind, right, if you have not done any testing, anywhere from like, I would say 11 to 15 hours is what you can expect. The quests are pretty self-explanatory, yes, but, you know. You also need to factor in, when I say 15 hours, I'm like saying that on launch day, which is what most people are doing, and it's going to be crowded on launch day, and the people who are not extremely familiar with the quests will slow down. Because, yeah, the quest may be self-explanatory, but if a quest tasks you with killing, 10 different mobs, and there are 30 people all trying to kill those 10 different mobs, well, the people who have practiced the quests and know all of the different mob respawn points, and know where to look, that's like kind of off the beaten path, and they can snipe those respawns when you're not looking, and you're sitting there just competing over the same 5 mobs as everybody else. I mean, there is a reason why practicing leveling, like it or not, does massively help. What am I stuck in combat with? Oh, why am I stuck in combat, Blizzard? There we go. How long does it take to level from 50 to 80? That is way too arbitrary of a number. I don't know. I have no idea. a decent amount of time. Okay, so I was thinking if I end the Orc's misery, maybe it instantly kills them and I can loot them to get their item. It does not look like that works. It's just, it is the same as doing anything else. I don't know why that's even an option then. Okay, there's a weapon rack. And weapon rack. 1 to 80 then. I mean, also, 1 to 80, I'd say you can expect about 2 days. If you're really, really optimizing it. 2 days / played. Oh, if you're really, really optimizing it / played, maybe a little bit less. But in terms of like real time, where you're really trying to level efficiently, yeah, about 2 days. 50, 80, hard to say. Where is this quest? Oh my god, it's like hidden. They took my pants. What? Yeah, let me read your message in a second, Dollarouse. Just, hold on. Where is this? I'm assuming this is inside the building. The fuck? What are these quests? Gorosh the Pants Stealer? Man, what was Blizzard on when they designed these quests? Spamming dungeons is not efficient. That I can say for sure. Pure questing will beat pure dungeons. But a mix of the two is almost always a better option. Oh. Okay, that's... So now I return there. So I'll go over here. And I'll do the first quest of Crucible of Carnage again, because it's relatively easy. Real recognizes real, and I know I'm shit. If you get the Drake and Moonglade and press log out the moment it starts, when you log back in, you're alive at the Shrine of Aviana Graveyard. That's an interesting skip. I don't know if I'm going to really use it, purely because logging out, any sort of logout skip is extremely unreliable for launch day. Because you never know if you're going to get fucked over. But that is interesting to know. 1 to 80 was like 24 hours played. Yeah, / played if you're really trying to optimize it. Yes, it can go down to 24 hours, or even lower. I suspect it could be even lower. I haven't really done a ton of optimization for it, so I don't know for sure. Oh my god, I'm getting cranked. Holy shit! Okay, you cannot catform this. Oh my god, you cannot catform this. Holy shit. I think that was actually my first death of the entire run. I did not expect that to just demolish me as quickly as possible. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna put my rip up, and nope. The game just said nope. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm aware that this is a 5-person quest, but this mob is soloable as a tank. But maybe it's a cry of help from someone that fell victim to the milk stealer. Oh god. Yeah. I'm gonna try it again. I mean, as long as I shift into bear form, I should be fine. I also, I mean, I did, admittedly. I'm just gonna bark skin this. Unfortunately. Yeah, this does unreasonable damage. Yeah, if I'm in bear form, I should be fine. Jesus. Barely refreshed in time. This is definitely really tricky to do. Come on, Lacerate. Don't fucking get parried 3 times in a row, man. Come on. Come on. Oh! God, this is fucking sketchy. This is definitely harder to solo than on Blood DK or Paladin. This Bear Druid's survivability against a single target is nowhere near as good as the others. Come on. Yeah, this is not efficient, by the way, at all, to do solo at this point. Get off on me. Oh, don't get hit. Come on. Give me some rage, piece of shit game. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Lacerate. Are you kidding me? Lacerate gets parried on the refresh. Game, please stop fucking me. Misery. Hey. Didn't really have time to refresh Lacerate there. I'm getting parried over and over and over and over and over. Oh, this is awful. Yeah. I wanted to test this for science, but if you are doing this solo, just, you know, don't. Obviously, if you're not getting here, like, really far ahead of the pack, then... yeah, if you're not getting here super far ahead, then you should just find a group for this. There's no reason to solo it when there's other people looking to run it. But for anybody who is solo questing, don't do this. This is not worth it. This has taken me almost 6 minutes, and I'm going to basically get 2 quests worth of experience out of this. And all of the other bosses after this one are not soloable. They do way too much damage. You need a healer. The only reason you can even reliably solo this one is because you can hide out the spinny thing. And his overhead smash is avoidable by just standing directly under him. Yeah, when I said, and for the record, I obviously, Calamera, I don't know you. I have no idea who you are. I am just saying that, you know, if somebody is asking, you know, if I am above average, how long will it take me? I'm just saying that in general, most people overestimate their stuff on average. Their abilities on average, words. So, I'm just saying, if you have to ask how long it's going to take, you know, you can probably expect to fit into my definition of the average leveling time. Average is not bad, but if you have not done any practice, you probably fit the average leveling time that I am referring to. That was all I was saying. But I like I said, I don't know who you are. I don't know anything about you. Maybe you are extremely, extremely good, and you do have really good knowledge of this, and you're just curious. In which case, yeah, I can't say for sure. But, rule of thumb. What quest is this? Okay, why did that not fucking get placed on my bars? What the hell? Oh, it's not a usable quest item. Okay, so do I just... Okay, I just do that. Interesting. Oh, no. How much does it want me to heal this fucking thing? Oh, nice. That's actually not that bad. I thought I had to heal it to full for a second. I was gonna say, hell no. That's interesting, though, because that means... healing classes have an inherent advantage for stuff like that. Hello? Oh, the bindings. Ah. Let's see. Okay, that's... These are interesting quests. Jesus Christ, it's already almost midnight. Oh, I'm so fucked, man. I am actually just so beyond fucked. Alright. At least we're like kind of sort of close to being done with this run. Blizzard shutting down the servers for an hour, like, kind of fucked me over. Really, that delayed my run way more than I really needed. I have a lot of stuff I need to do, and that was kind of an hour of time that I desperately needed. Anyway. You put up RIP, but the game said RIP. I missed a few messages before. Drake skip saves a minute. Nice. When you clear quest at 85, is it going to give you more gold than in Wrath? Wrath gives 20 gold a quest. Well, the gold is based on the amount of experience you get, so probably. I don't know, though. I mean, to be honest, I really could not care less about, stuff like that. So I haven't looked into it at all. Are there more quests here? No. Logs out 3-hour queue. I am speed. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Logging out on launch date is the best strat in the give up % category. Pretty much. Yeah, it's an interesting skip regardless. It's something that I'll try to keep in mind for when I actually do, like, standard 80 to 85 speedruns. Much later on down the track, but, you know.
How are ya? Safe travels. Watch your back.
Okay.
Hi. Safe travels.
Where are these mobs? Oh. Okay. What? Are you kidding me? That's kind of bullshit, game. Why do they have knockbacks on a tiny platform? What the fuck is this? This is insane! Who fucking made this? What the fuck is this? Are you fucking kidding me? I can't even get back up there. Who fucking made these quests? Wow, that is so garbage. Like, oh, I've got to be missing something. There's no way that an actual fuck. Oh, you. Oh, okay. Yes, you're supposed to ride the griffin. Okay, okay, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Why doesn't it just... Oh my god. I was gonna say, that, like, there's no fucking shot. Ah. Cut. Okay. I will admit, I'm getting a little bit impatient. I just want to, like, get this over with. Because it is really late. I'm gonna finish the run, but... Man. If it wasn't for the servers going down, I'd probably be close to done by now, so that kind of... It's a little bit frustrating for me. Baited by Druid Brain, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, admittedly, I would have probably figured it out in a moment or two, because there is absolutely no way that that is possible. So... Them having knockback is a way for them to... Yeah. Oh. Ah. Okay. That's kind of cool. I will say, quests like this that are just press one button over and over is, like, not amazing design, honestly. Like, the guy just, the Griffin Rider just fucking dies. Okay. Poor bastard. Do people hate Paladin? Was looking for a normal pug raid, and it said, if you are a Paladin, you will get declined. I don't think people hate Paladin. I think what probably happened there is the group leader is also a Paladin, and he just wants to keep all the tier set stuff for himself. Assuming it's a raid. Which he said normal pug raid. And especially if it's Vault of Archivon, then all of the items drop specifically with that spec in mind. So if he's playing a Paladin, he probably wants all the Vault of Archivon tokens for himself. If it's not Vault of Archivon, dunno. But he probably just wants to prioritize giving himself the gear. The hammer I saw earlier when doing other stuff, so that one I already know. Dried roses and a doll. Okay, there's the doll. Dried roses, I'm guessing, are in this building? Yes.
Welcome.
I don't know if there's any follow-up quests, so I'm just turning this in now. Just to play it safe. Doesn't look like there is. Okay. Yeah, and then the other two are just breadcrumbs, so... Oh man, I finished my coffee again. Oh, I'm gonna have to do the last, like, hour of this run with no coffee. That's gonna suck. At least my water thermos thing is still full. Could be worse.
Great to meet you. Safe travels. See you soon.
Great to meet
Alright. Wow. A lot of quests here. So... Twilight guests, welcome to Dunwald. I'm assuming this is meant to be done over time as I do other stuff, because if it's like... If it actually expects me to just kill 20 mobs... So I'll just do it all in multiple big pulls as I knock everything else out. Dunwald victims found. Okay, so I just interact with the dead bodies. That's Druid stonks right there. I would imagine that there's a lot of overlap with the other quests, so I'm gonna go turn this stuff in first. Where? Hello? Blizzard? Where's the mob that I need? Oh. The map lied to me. Why? Oh, okay. Okay, wow. If all of these count for the quest, as this seems to indicate, yeah, okay. Yeah, then you definitely want to pick up the other ones before you do the kill 20. Alright. You got beta pretty much instantly, but you can't be asked practicing. On Europe release, it's always super empty in the world, or even on the most populated realms, since it's released at midnight here. Ah. Yeah, that's fair. For North America, obviously, it's usually very, very crowded. But I could definitely understand that. I have not played on a European release, so can't speak to that. I mean, even if you've done the quests before, then it's not terrible. Blizzard loves North America. Well, they are based in North America. Stuff like that I can kind of understand, right? They obviously need to do their releases during business hours, or close to it. So if there's an issue, they can fix it. Nice, got credit for that. Are there any more Dunwald victims just sitting around? It's really gonna sit on the roof where I can't reach it. Nice. They grieved to Gehennas during Blackwing Lair when they forgot to open BWL? Oh, really? Okay, that's unfortunate. Did I get credit? No, there's... Please tell me there's not more. There we go, thank God. Nice. Trinkets. Oh, it's an on-use agi. Even though your guild was several minutes quicker than every other guild in the world, we technically lost it. That's actually, yeah, that really sucks. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I would be very pissed if that happened to me. Alright, I guess I should go to the other Dunwalds and just do their individual quests, because I'll probably just find random victims and kill extra mobs while doing this. Only by a couple of seconds. Sheesh. Okay, here we go. There's a victim, another victim. What does this one guy want me to do? Sacred Wild Hammer Ale? Okay. As long as it's not another stupid escort quest. Okay. Oh, you were in Apes. Oh, nice. I actually do recognize that name. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, in that case, well, to go back to our earlier point, you are probably above average. But, obviously, yeah, no way of knowing that just by random questions. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Wildhammer Ale. I think I saw a bunch of random kegs. Yeah. Oh, and I can pick this up with Druid too? God. I fucking love Druids. Come on. Most people come into chat are not the best. Yeah. I get people who are like, I've never played World of Warcraft in my life, and I have no intention of looking up any questing routes before I start. Do you think that I could level from 80 to 85 in 5 hours? I'm like, I don't fucking know, man. Answer the question yourself kind of thing, but yeah. Yeah, if you understand general, like, quest efficiency, yeah, you should be fine. Let's go turn in this quest while I'm here.
How are ya?
And nice, my final keg. What do I need to do? Search the cellar. Oh, fuck. So it wants me to search every one of these cellars. I think it's this building. Yep. What server do I play on? Horde Fairlina. Can't tell if I was stuck in combat with this guy or not. I'm gonna kill him just to be safe. You did a stream back in TBC, but that was arenas. Interesting. Where's the last thing? This way. How much XP can you get with a full log? I haven't tested that yet. I plan on testing it. I will let you know. Right now, I just don't know. Do I play with T Muggsy or know him? I have no idea who that is.
Hi. Safe travel.
In Twilight Highlands, enough quests for 80 to 85, or better take some percent on previous? Oh no, Twilight Highlands has too many quests. You're gonna... If you enter Twilight Highlands at... Oh, the guild... I've seen the guild Polar. Yeah, I do not know anybody in that guild, but I have seen them advertising, and I know that they are, like, one of the bigger guilds in the server. But outside of that, I don't know anything about them. I've not been on Fairlina long. I played on Grobulus for 2019 Classic, and for most of TBC I was there. Where the fuck are the turn-ins? The mob was in the basement, where I turned in the quest, and now it's just, he's not there. Hello? Is it maybe because I have to Do I have to do this quest first? Yeah, so I went to Mancrick for the end of TBC, and I ended up playing on Mancrick again for most of Wrath. Yeah, okay, well, here's where the quest turn-in is. That answers my question. And then, for the very launch of Wrath, I briefly played on Maladath, which was the fresh server that they had at the time. And for specifically in ICC, I transferred servers to play with one of my friends, and they were on Fairlina, so that's why I went on Fairlina. But prior to ICC, I have not been on here. And I'm staying on here because, like, I can't be asked to move my characters again, and I mean, Fairlina's not a bad server, so I figure I'm going to play here for Cataclysm launch because I have everything set up here already. And then if I find a guild that is on a different server, I'll just transfer. I'm not really attached to Fairlina whatsoever. Use Yoin's mug to replenish your health. Yeah, I really need to replenish my health. Really difficult fight here. Thank you for that, Blizzard. Does it not die? There we go. OG Fairlina was lit. I mean, OG Fairlina, wasn't it like the streamer server? At this point, they're all kind of whatever, but I tend to avoid streamer servers whenever possible. I do not like the vibe. So, I played on Grobulus because I had a lot of friends from Retail Emerald Dream who were really interested in playing Classic, and they all wanted to play on Grobulus, which was like, everybody was setting that up as the big roleplay server. And honestly, OG Grobulus was really fun. But Grobulus, I've heard that Grobulus is kind of turned around, but a lot of people hail Grobulus as staying 50-50 forever. There was a period of time in TBC where it became heavily Alliance-dominated. And I moved off Grobulus around that point. I literally could not do anything out in the open world without getting mobbed by, like, multiple Alliance players. And Grobulus basically slanted 75% Alliance for a little while there. And then they closed a bunch of smaller servers and opened up free transfers. And Grobulus was one of the destination realms. And then, as far as I'm aware, Grobulus bounced back and returned to being, like, the big PvP server that people know it as today. But it was not always like that. It definitely was not, you know, a picturesque PvP server for its entire lifespan. Grobulus seems like a cool server, the only faction balance server in the world, yeah. It was 100% a shit show, Giga Servy. Yeah. Where is this turn-in? Oh yeah, to answer the previous question regarding Twilight Highlands, if you want to see just how much experience these quests give, most zones in Cataclysm, for that matter, will give more experience than you actually need. But I left Uldum immediately upon hitting 84 on my Paladin, and I immediately went to Twilight Highlands, and I did all the quests, and like somewhere around here, I forget exactly where, it was like in this section on Horde, mind you, so it was like Crush Blow or something. I can't remember exactly when it was, but that's when I dinged level, or no, I remember now. I dinged level 85 in the mines over here. And I did the final quests around there. So even starting off completely with zero experience going into Twilight Highlands and doing nothing else outside of Twilight Highlands quests, with no XP modifiers at all, you will still finish before the zone is completely over. What am I doing here? Okay, these are the daily quests. Or it's, well, it is the prereqs to the daily quests. I think I can do most of this while flying. I'm going to grab all this stuff first, because ideally I want I want the kegs to respawn after I'm done doing this big AoE pull. So, okay, this should be good. Yeah. And then I'm going to do a Fairy Fire on that mob, get it rounded up. I will say the Druid Burst is really weird because it's like you have to get it rolling. Once you have your rage going, it does crazy damage. But until you have rage and you can weave in a maul between every single GCD, it feels really slow. Okay, it's not a guaranteed drop chance because I didn't get an insignia off some of those mobs. Did any of this stuff respawn? No. I think the kegs have like a really long respawn timer. Well, if I can't find any else where, then I can come back here. Why is my quest tracker not updating? I don't know why it's not updating my tracker. I'm getting the thing that I need. It's just not displaying for me, which is odd. There's a keg in there. Okay, let's go up this way. Okay, well, this does increase my damage, which is nice, I suppose. But it also makes it insanely difficult to navigate or see anything. Like, having to correct the drunken steering is such a fucking pain in the ass. Where are the Dragon Maw mobs? Oh my god, I keep crashing into things. Where are... Why are these guys level 80? Oh. Stupid. I can't believe I even... Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get threat on those mobs. These NPCs have really established threat, though. Okay. Fuck me. Come on. Alright, ideally I get 2 insignias just by killing these 2 mobs. That way I don't need to do anything else, but most likely it takes a little bit longer than that. Fucking easy. Just call it and it happens. Okay, I need to click off this buff. I cannot steer by fucking flying. That is so annoying.
What can I do for you? How are ya? See you soon. You got my attention.
Okay, these quests opened up. Nice. Where do I go now? Oh, this area. I remember when I passed through here on my paladin, I was curious what this little questing subzone was for. So I don't remember ever doing anything here, but I'm like, surely this is used in something, and yeah, it makes sense. It's used for one of the Alliance quests. I think I can just pop all my cooldowns and go to town here. Oh, fuck. Oh. Man, I'm already... The moment I loot 5 mobs and I get 1 out of 5 quest items, you just know it's gonna be a bad time. That is just the worst feeling in the world. That sinking feeling of, oh, it's one of those quests. Great! Ugh. And I just used all my cooldowns. Alright. Hopefully I just got really unlucky and it isn't just one of those abysmal drop rate quests. And there we go. Are you fucking kidding me? Did I actually just get no... Wow. Okay. Wow, this quest is bad. This is like... drop chance hell. There is like a low drop chance quest, and then there is this shit. I might actually be fucked if they're all casters. I do my best, but at a certain point, I can't outshield multiple caster mobs. I can stun that mob. Jesus. Oh, and they're respawning on top of me. So why not? Jesus, fuck. I really, really need to heal. Oh, come on, stop parrying. Come on. What? Alright. I go like over 10 kills with no drops and then I just loot 4 in a row. You know, sure. It's just, that is definitely a standard distribution of drops. Oh. I would have been really pissed though if I didn't that potential energy. Okay, I need to do... Before I do that, I'm just going to eat this real quick, refresh my food buff. Hopefully, the last food buff of the run. Crossing my fingers. It's using the old shuffled deck of cards RNG mechanic, yeah. Apparently. God. Just an Elementium loop. If it drops off those mobs... Shaman of the... Ah, fuck. Okay, these mobs are actually kind of tough. Oh, I didn't... Targets in time. I'm gonna save my survival instincts, because I think I should be able to do enough damage in my Berserk burst window that I don't need to worry about it. Yeah, Berserk's fading, so I can just go ahead and do this. It looks like the drop chance on this quest, kind of the opposite, is basically 1-for-1 on all these mobs, unless I just got really lucky. Okay, I'm gonna survival instincts here. I'm also just gonna bark skin because I'm very spooked by this. Jesus. Okay, Twisted Elementium Luke, thankfully, is guaranteed, I think. Oh, it's... wow. It's not guaranteed. I just got very lucky. Alright. There's a term in Monster Hunter called the Desire Sensor, where people joke that the game is a mechanic that lowers the drop rate of items you want. You reference it a lot when playing WoW. Interesting. Yeah, I've never heard that before, but... definitely does feel that way sometimes, especially in a lot of these older quests, where it's just like, you've got to be fucking kidding me with these drop chances. I'm gonna go with this. I do not like these... These shaman mobs will absolutely fuck up my day. I'm not gonna do gigantic pulls when they are in the mix. Alright. Getting there. I can't believe I need to full heal after every single one of these, but like, these mobs actually really, really fucking hurt. I think I can probably do one more big pull. I'm gonna have Berserk for this. I want to find a spot where I can pull 3 Shaman. This is the spot. Nice. Now get me my quest items. Easy peasy. Oh, wasn't too bad. Alright. It really does... It sucks going to the Twilight Highlands and thinking, like, man, I only have 1 level left, and then Twilight Highlands is, like, so fucking slow compared to everything else. It's rough. I'm gonna just put this in my... on my bars and do this instead. Just to make this easier. I'm not going for World First 85, no. Not even going to remotely attempt it. I'm going to try to level fast. I hope to be among the faster people, but I'm not going to even set like a goal for myself because I'm not going to reach it. They're going to be people who their sole objective over the next like week or so, and probably has been their sole objective over the last like month, has been doing everything in their power to get World First 85. Meanwhile, my sole objective has been to create a leveling guide and do test runs. And the like leveling route that applies to the average player is a far cry from the stuff that you need to do if you want to get World First. It's just a completely different game. There is not a remix for Server First, no. It was data mined, and Blizzard has confirmed that they are not actually going through with implementing that. And I mean, I don't know. Like, remix, it's hard to say. Will I try to get like realm first, whatever. Obviously, even if there isn't an achievement, I will probably try to get realm first in Remix, because obviously that's a different story, right? That's not necessarily a you do prep work ahead of time. But that being said, I'm going to be doing Remix either solo or with some of my friends. And I'm going to, you know, maybe play with them until they get bored or if they lag behind. Frankly, my first Remix character I probably will just do solo because I want to see how fast I can do it like that. But after that, I'll probably try to play with my friends. And the thing about, like, Remix is I'm just trying to, like, have fun with it. I'm not too concerned. But I will be leveling really quickly, and it's not like Cataclysm, where... Or, well, it's not like an expansion launch in general, where everybody has been doing preparation for, you know, an extremely long amount of time in anticipation of it. I basically have the same chance at getting world first as anybody else. So, in that case, yeah, maybe. But it's... I don't know. It is not, like, my top priority. Like, I will not really give a shit if I don't manage to get it. What? Oh, I have... Ah, fuck me. Okay.
You got my attention.
What class am I maining? Current plan is Blood DK. Wait, are you serious? Did all of my lacerates get parried? Wow. That is... Okay. Lovely. Nice. Agi Staff. That is a pretty solid item level jump. Peered into the eye. Oh. This is like the Garona quest where... I just... Anything... Okay. And there's one more quest up this way. Man, at this point, it... Fuck me. I thought I was guaranteed to get sub 10 hours, but holy shit. This is slow. Doesn't help that I don't know any of these quests at all. No, this is, like, really, really slow. Where I lost my sense of direction.
What's on your mind?
This is beta.
We must unite the Wildhammer clans. How are ya?
Yeah, I think that's the only... Yeah, that's the only quest I get right now. I just fly over there. To me, it feels like... While the Alliance introduction to Twilight Highlands is maybe a little bit more efficient than the Horde with the whole Zeppelin thing, the Horde route through this zone, at least the early part, feels way more streamlined. Because you have all these quests relatively condensed around Dragon Maw Port. Alliance, like, go all the way over here, zigzag back to the boat. Like, I can maybe route that a little bit better, but then you have to go all the way up to the river to do the same quest that the Horde have to do. And then you have to go all the way around this area, whereas Horde go up to the Krasworks, which isn't really hard to reach, and then it teleports you down to Highbank. So, the only thing would be, I guess, set your Hearthstone at the Krasworks, and you're kind of fine. And then you go to Blood Gulch, you do a bunch of quests in this area, then you go here, which is much closer to Blood Gulch than all the way out here, and do stuff in this general area, and then Dragon quests. Alliance, it just feels like you go all the way around the place. And a lot of these quests just feel a lot less efficient than the Horde quests. It is entirely possible that I'm just not comfortable enough with them. And that if I was comfortable... Oh my god, but it's one of these. The other thing is, like, these types of quests where, like, all of the mobs are fighting existing things and you just can't do a gigantic pull because, like, the NPCs have threat. There have been so many of these, and it is awful. It is just the fucking worst. Ugh. Yeah, like, I can't reliably round up any of these mobs. Because every single fucking one of them is fighting some roleplay fucking dwarf. God, that is actually really annoying. On. I don't know. I feel like with Twilight Highlands, dungeons, first off, at this level, you get access to 3 additional dungeons, and I think doing all 3 of them for the quests is going to be faster than this. After that, probably still don't want a dungeon spam, but it's also most likely worth staying in Uldum for the efficient stuff at the end, if you're, like, over on experience. Obviously, you need to do a certain amount of this. It's kind of unavoidable. Oh my god. I don't even know where I'm supposed to go for this. Is there a cave that I don't know of? Oh. I think it's like the cave by the Horde camp, maybe? Yeah, this is a cave. Okay. No, that flask and food buff is pretty much all there is for Cataclysm leveling. Obviously, you want to use potions as well. Okay, the fact that all these mobs are actually... like, condensed together in the cave makes this a little bit more bearable. What? For whatever reason, I just stopped dead in my tracks there. I don't know what happened. Can't tell if, like, hit a little ledge or something. Rash got parried. I love this game. Okay. I assume the mob that I need is behind here.
Welcome. See you soon.
Alright, and then I guess I have to... yeah, there we go. RP finished. And I'll use Dark Flight to get out of here a little bit faster. High gel faster is... Yeah. High gel is faster than vashj'ir. Sorry. By a significant margin, I should note.
Hi. See you soon.
There we go. No, this is not with pre-questing. This is a level 80 template character. I literally created the character, I did some quests, and I've only done quests. So, you can consider this an alliance-only, basic, like, starting gear character thing with no pre-quests, etc. With pre-quests, this would be, like, probably about an hour faster. Maybe more. I did waste, like, 30 minutes, earlier in the run, at the end of, like, the previous stream, just fucking around in vashj'ir. So, the vashj'ir stuff was not actually efficient to do. I literally just did it because I'm mainly trying to just get, testing done and footage that I can use for my inevitable leveling guide. Okay.
How are ya? Off with you.
Wow, this is really sending me far away for this quest, huh? Fucking hell. Where is this caravan? I guess I want to try and kill owls and other stuff while doing the escort quest.
You got my attention.
Oh my god. Is it an on-foot escort quest where you just have to actually... Oh god. Oh no. God, Alliance players have it rough here. Like, I might be crazy. It might just be that I'm not familiar with this, but so far, Alliance Twilight Highlands feels fucking awful. I would not wish this on my worst enemy. Okay, nice. You can pick this up off the ground. Can I at least run ahead? It looks like I can. I'm just really worried that... Yep, that's gonna happen. At the very least, silver linings, right? This is absolutely going to be my fastest run yet. And as I said, that is with 30 minutes of just fucking around. So, that's good. Happy about that. And this is going to fit within the YouTube streaming time limit. So, I don't need to worry about, like, losing the recording or anything. So that's a little bit of stress taken off my shoulders. The only downside is that it's almost 1 in the morning, and I'm starving, and I have so much work to do. That's the only... that kind of sucks. But everything else, you know, not bad. This run overall, I'm happy with it. I'm just more like, oh, please make it stop. I wonder if there's owl feathers along the cliffs that I could pick up. There's owls in the sky. What the fuck just happened? I just erased that mob. Was that just a crit lacerate and it just did all his health? Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I look away for 1 second. come on. Where are the owl feathers? There are like none. There we go. Oh my god. This is... Oh, and there's another one back here. Can't look away for 1 second. This is actually the worst fucking escort quest ever created. Holy shit. Stot also does a lot of damage. You didn't offend me. I told you to just relax a little bit. Like, I don't give a shit. It's just, I don't know. You were typing a bunch of weird, random stuff that just, like, you gotta understand that, you know, if it was just like a joke, I don't mind, which is why, like I said, I didn't time you out or anything. I wasn't, like, upset, but it can get a little bit exhausting when some people get into the mode of, like, I am going to just say, like, random, odd shit just to see how the streamer reacts. And it's already, like, it kind of similar when people are, like, trying to, like, make jokes. And, like, sometimes somebody makes a joke, and it's funny, and I laugh. But then the problem is, anytime I laugh at, like, a joke that somebody makes, what follows is a bunch of people making, like, really lame jokes that, you know, I don't want to be mean. I don't want to, like, offend people. So I usually try to be like, haha. But it's a lot of, like, a lot of energy trying to do that. So that's why I tried to just be like, hey, look, you know, I don't exactly like having to answer stuff like that. So I was just letting you know. It can be a little bit exhausting. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I get it. I didn't think that you were trying to like do anything mean or whatever, so don't worry about it. I'm really worried that I'm about to go out of leash range for these mobs. Seriously? No feathers from all of those? Yes, it's a good thing that these quests are so fucking slow anyways, because I gotta do this stupid escort. It is actually unreasonable how slow this escort is, though. This is maybe one of the worst escort quests I have ever seen in this entire game. This is such a fucking long distance for a slow on-foot escort quest that is constantly ambushed by enemy mobs. This was designed by the fucking devil himself. This is actually fucking ridiculous. The European way, go to sleep with Harold and stream, wake up with Harold and stream. Nice. Yeah, for some of these long streams, that's how it ends up a lot of times. Quest designer Steve Denuser. Yeah. Steve Denuser would fill it with cringy dialogue. Oh, man. Well, all of my stuff is, oh my god, are you serious? It's a main fucking, I feel like I am just trapped in hell, and all of these quests are awful. Oh no, oh no! It's a non-guaranteed drop chance quest. Why? Why? Why is this a thing? Oh, why is this a thing? And the Highland Does don't aggro onto you. Oh my god. This is so bad! This is like some of the worst quests I've ever fucking done. Oh, I am so glad I'm Horde. I am so glad I don't need to do this more than once. I genuinely, I do not think that I'm going to do another testing run for Alliance Twilight Highlands. I think, honestly, I have seen all I really need to say what my recommended leveling route is for Alliance. If you need to unlock the Wild Hammer Dwarves for your reputation thing, I guess you gotta do this. Avoid it like the plague for literally all other characters, because goddamn, you could not, like, calculate... You could not put together a worse series of quests if you tried. This is, like, all of the hallmarks of terrible quest design packaged into one chain. Just, holy shit. I am going to make a 1 to 80 speed leveling guide, but it will not be for, like, another month. Because 1 to 80 is a lot of testing. So, I know that that's not what everybody wants to hear, because a lot of people want to level their ults right now. If you want, like, a general rough idea on what I expect a leveling route will look like for 1 to 80, you can check my Discord. I've put together in the pins comments, or in the pins on the Discord, like, my guesstimation based on memory and stuff. But do not take that as gospel, and I will be doing many, many, many testing runs after Cata launches to try and figure out the fastest 1 to 80 route. I will be doing it, but it is a long process. They're pushing heavy carts, don't be rude. Okay, well, that mob didn't have... Needed... Okay, my Berserk is back up. I really need to find a bunch of Highland Wargs. Here we go. This is good enough. Was I out of range? Oh, man. Okay. Ah. Okay, I only need one more ward rib. Hopefully, one of these two drops it. If they don't, I will be very upset. Warrior tank next. I will do a warrior tank run at some point. It is not going to be before launch. The reality is, I debated even doing this speedrun. The only reason I did is because I needed to test Alliance. If I had more time, I would have tested warrior tank before launch. And I've been leveling a warrior tank on live servers, and it's good. Don't get me wrong, I really like it. But I don't have time. This is most likely going to be the last Cataclysm testing stream. I still have a lot of, like, off-stream testing that I'm going to need to do to, like, refine my leveling guide. Oh, it's the Zeppelin that I need to... Ah. Okay. That's weird. But yeah, like, the main issue is I have to stream Mop Remix when that comes out. And it is very difficult to do quest testing in, like, this type of format. The nice thing is, I think I've already thoroughly tested Twilight Highlands. And Twilight Highlands is the most annoying set of quests to test. This is awkward. I should only need to kill the mob itself. What? Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. What do you mean? Why did that mob not drop it? It didn't drop the item. It didn't drop the... didn't drop the quest item that it's supposed to. Huh? What? Come on. Oh. No, Questie's just lying to me. Never mind. Okay. Wait, oh, I could have cheesed this as a druid. Fuck. Questie baited me. Yeah, I could have just done this. And now I hearth. Yeah. So, I've kind of tested all I need to for Twilight Highlands. My focus now is mainly going to be mostly 80 to 82. That is the main thing I'm planning on testing. And it's like, because of the way that like these speedruns work, I kind of need to test the entire thing. So it's easier to do like specific 80 to 81 tests if I just like, I have a little bit of free time. I do a quick 80 to 81 test run where I'm like, let's see how fast this is. And then I go do something else. But with a stream, I'm like here the entire thing. So it's much harder to like adapt and get testing done in like an efficient manner. I should Fairy Fire for this. Yeah. So that's the current plan. I am currently planning on doing one more full test run, but it's going to be like a launch day simulation test where probably, I don't know, over the weekend or something. I guess I stand in this. Yeah, to negate the... Maybe? I don't know. Doesn't seem to be doing much damage. I don't think I need to really be scared of this. But yeah, probably sometime over the weekend, shortly before Cataclysm launches, when I've absolutely finalized my leveling route, and I'm 100% sure, yes, this is the fastest series of quests, I'm going to do a run off stream, and then I will post it to my YouTube channel. I don't know when you can expect that. Also, what that means is because I will probably be uploading YouTube videos on, like, Saturday, Sunday. Because, yeah, like, definitely Saturday, Sunday, I'm going to be posting YouTube videos, either leveling guides, or whatchamacallit, dungeon guides, or, like, the leveling stuff. So, outside of the initial stream for, Mop Remix, most of my Mop Remix testing after that is going to be on Twitch. I might do another Mop Remix stream on Friday on YouTube, but we'll see. Now we at least know, yeah. But we'll see. I'm fairly certain that from this point onwards, the quests are identical to Horde. I think. Could be wrong, though. I'm still gonna, you know, keep going, right? But... Ooh, almost pulled that. This is like, we're already familiar with how this stuff works. Oh, shit. Right, and then there's... something I almost forgot about. What's the timer on my Hearthstone? Oh, that's yucky. Because the next set of quests is going to bug out. Message retracted. Ooh, somebody sent a message and immediately deleted it before I got a chance to read it. Worgans make good DKs? Yeah, I suppose they do. Let's see. Okay, so I want to pull as many cultists as I can, and then I can do druid shenanigans to... I might be fucked. Oh, I might be fucked. This might be where Guardian Druid falls, or Feral Druid falls. Yeah, I think I'm dead. I think I'm dead. It's too many casts. It's too many fucking casts. Oh my god, they all have magic damage. That is ludicrous. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, I can't live that. I killed most of them before I died at the very least, but that was rough. Yeah. Yeah, it was close. Could have been a lot worse. That was fucking brutal, though. And that was through CDs. Yeah, I used Survival Instincts, I used Barkskin, I used Berserk, I used everything there. Magic abilities like that just absolutely rip me apart. Ah, very little that I can really do to counter that. Big pull like that is good though. Got a little bit out of the quest out of the way. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna talk to the NPC in the building, and I'm gonna turn that in. It's gonna give me the follow-up, which tells me to go kill fire elementals, and then until Berserk is off cooldown, so like 1 minute, I'm gonna run around and pick up the barrels. So I can do this, and let's grab the NPC. Grab the barrel. Okay, another barrel. Another barrel. There's 2 elementals here. I can get another elemental there. I can get another elemental down there. It's probably my best bet. So I'm going to eat up real quick. Just go in with full health. Unfortunately, lots of casters in this pull too. But if there's only a handful of casters, I'm just gonna Survival Instincts just to be safe. Won't need it for a while. Okay, and then... just do this. That's that. And now I just need 1 more fire elemental for the Flesh Burner Heart. Be a DK forehead. I mean, honestly, my survivability is like roughly comparable to Blood DK. That is one of the few situations where Blood DK is probably better. For like heavy magic damage, AMS is obviously pretty insane. And for any sort of magic damage thing, you're going to want to have self-healing rather than like regular mitigation. Like Death Strike probably would have been better for something of that nature. But I managed to do roughly the same size pulls on my Death Knight and my my Feral Druid so far. It's felt pretty good. Nice. So I'm not looking forward to having to do all the Red Dragon quests again, because those suck. Those really, really suck. But I probably don't have enough experience to skip all of those. So, is what it is. Can I portal to Moonglade and then get back at all? You know what I could do? I'm going to open up my alt account again. I have a janky solution. So for people who aren't familiar, who didn't watch the previous runs, what's going to happen is at the end of this quest line, at the very end of this quest line, it's bugged, and there's like a little bit of roleplay, and at the end of it, you get teleported to Deep Home, and you're not supposed to be teleported to Deep Home. Okay. What? Hello? My wild charge just didn't work. Was that an untargetable mob? I saw a hostile nameplate, and I clicked on it, and I was hitting wild charge, and it was grayed out. So, I guess that was untargetable. Oh, well. The funny thing is, this is probably still about as fast as waiting for the slow fall. Because, for whatever reason, whoever designed this quest was like, yeah, let's put them on like a 30-second slow fall down to the ground instead of, I don't know, just like skipping it. Yep, it is. Well, that explains it. What the hell? Oh, come on, man. That's fucking stupid. Can I, like... Trying really hard not to be tilted here, but this is like actually the most miserable stretch of questing I've done in a very, very long time. This every single fucking quest in the zone is awful. Oh my god. I'm just so over this. At the very least, if I... Yeah, the mobs are supposed to kill me. So I want the mobs to kill me. I just want the mobs to kill me now, after I picked up the quest, where I get killed. Oh. There we go. Into bed and you're still grinding, pro gamer. Thank you. Okay, so what I need to do is... This is the quest that bugs out. Basically, after Deathwing does his little roleplay and kills everybody, the teleport is broken, and it just drops you here, and you have no way to get out outside of Hearthing. Unfortunately, my Hearthstone still has 15 minutes, so the way... That's an odd thing to say, Justin, but yes. What I'm doing now... Oh my god. I hate the default settings in this fucking game. Holy shit. Instant quest text, please save me. Okay. Yeah, so what I'm doing right now is I'm going to Moonglade on my mage, on my alt account. And I'm going to give myself a portal to Stormwinds. And I'm going to use my teleport Moonglade ability on my druid after this thing ends. And hopefully that works. Yep. And then I release, and that's the thing. It's not supposed to drop you here. This is supposed to teleport you back to Twilight Highlands. It is bugged. But thankfully, I can create a portal to Stormwind. This was bugged back in current content? Really? Yeah. Oh, well. Leave it to the classic team to, not fix any of the bugs. Ready to ship. Ready to ship. Come on, man. That's so annoying. I'm outside and it doesn't let me play for him. I am straight up not having a good time right now. Four bars. 4 more bars. We're like this fucking close. This fucking close. Unfortunately, I think the teleport is like really far away. Yeah. Yeah, that's far. Classic is not free, but it is free with a subscription. If you have an active sub, you can play all versions of Classic. You don't need to, like, pay a box price for it or something. No, there's... Scourge Stones are only for the Gamma stuff. There's no new gear that you can buy with Scourge Stones. So there's no reason to farm that right now. Well, unless you want gear for questing. Like, getting Death's Choice, probably worth it. Somebody told me they brought back the Realm First achievement, yeah. I mean, who knows? It is what it is. I don't know, Blizzard's consistently inconsistent with stuff like that. I don't really care too much, but... Wow. There are people that have spent 96 pulls on Mythic Fated Smolderon? What the hell? How? That is actually insane. Anyways. Let me... fly down here. I think it might dismount me in a little bit. So I think I need to be really careful. Alright, well, it kept me in form long enough to not kill me, so... it's something. I'll probably, after this tentacle, have to stop inside one of the bubbles. And make sure I don't die. Oh, I also... My Mark of the Wild fell off, because I... Yeah. Wait, why am I dying? Hello? Game? Oh. I didn't realize I was actually as close to death as I was. That was spooky. What? Wait, whoa. No, don't tell me that I did not kill that tentacle. I fucking killed that tentacle! What? How did that... Oh, man. I'm so fucking tired of this zone, man. This is one of the worst zones ever. I want to be anywhere but Twilight Highlands right now. Literally any fucking where in this universe. Yeah, I killed it. But why... Why did I not get credit for it? Fucking buggy-ass game, I guess. That's really fucking annoying. I'm glad I'm not crazy and, you know, other people are saying I killed it. Is it worth capping justice points to 4K? I mean, it's debatable. It is... So, for starters, they haven't confirmed or denied whether or not they're doing a justice points reset. They very well could. So, I don't think they will, but just keep that in mind. And justice points are way easier to farm at max level. Also, it's not like you need an infinite source of justice points. All you need to do is buy the gear that you need with it, and it's not capped. So, like, you're going to be doing so much farming anyway. Personally, I'm not going to be too concerned by it. Okay. Please get me out of here. Get me out of here, please. I did not mean to hit Savage Roar, but hey, sure. Why do I feel like its health bar is not moving, and it should be? Why do I feel like this is not working correctly? This mob is just not dying. I'm pretty sure I know what's happening. I'm pretty sure these NPCs are supposed to be fucking helping me, and they're bugged. And they're not, because this game is fucking garbage. Oh my god. Hello, NPC? Yes, I need you next to the fucking mob that we're fighting. Hello? No, you want to just sit there? Okay. Alright, that's great. And I have all of these Bloods of Isarath just chasing me. They already did the reset thing. You don't think it's going to happen again? I agree. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm just saying that there is a chance that it does. So, I'm actually just so fucked right now. I'm actually just so fucked right now. I'm so fucked by this fucking buggy game right now. And the NPCs are not doing what they're supposed to, and I literally can't fight this fucking mob. And I have multiple things attacking me. Jesus fuck. I don't know if I can get these Bloods of Isarath to leash off me, but if they continue chasing me, I cannot kill this thing. I'm just fucked. I am just completely fucked right now. And all of my attacks are getting fucking parried. I'm starting to lose it. I'm gonna be real. This is really fucking tilting. Yeah, do not do any of these quests. This is terrible. Twilight Highlands is fucking awful. This is the worst fucking zone ever made. Holy fucking shit, this is fucking awful. Admittedly, this is bugged. This is not supposed to be how these quests go. Normally, the NPCs are supposed to be helping you, and you're also not supposed to have multiple Bloods of Isarath hunting you down, making it literally impossible for you to do anything. This is a broken quest, and I fucking hate everything. Oh my god. I'm actually going to lose it right now. If this doesn't just start working. Maybe if I let them kill this idiot... No, he doesn't take damage. I'm genuinely tempted to, like, die. I think it would actually be faster for me to do this quest if I die. And... Okay, I'm out of combat. There we fucking go. Oh, dipshit's still stuck over in the corner. Wow. I was able to shred for a moment. Yeah, see, wow, look at how much easier this is when the fucking NPCs are fucked. Wow. Hey, Blizzard, maybe fix your fucking game before releasing it, and maybe when people politely call you out in the forums and say, hey, your game isn't fucking working. Are you sure this is ready for release? Don't fucking delete their posts because you're salty that you're getting called out for releasing a shit game before it's ready. I love this game. I love this game. I think he's... Well, I mean, at this point, yeah, the healing doesn't matter. The healing definitely mattered when none of the NPCs were doing their jobs, and I was getting slapped around by multiple Bloods of Isarath, and, like, targeted only by the guy there, because it's supposed to be attacking the other mobs, as you can see, and I was able to get shreds in. Oh, God. Yeah, so... if you're looking to level efficiently, don't even enter Twilight Highlands until you're like halfway through level 84. Because you want to avoid this shit like the plague. The daily lockout for Pandaria raids is intended? Yeah. They put out a blue post about it. I don't think Harrington likes Twilight Islands. What gave it away? Guess you came back at a bad time. No, you came back at the perfect time. Oh, that's the part that everybody likes watching, right? When I'm, like, raging. Right? Did you say this game is not finished? Blizzard copyright strikes the bot. Thank God they don't have that power. Devs probably want to wait before releasing, but they're forced to respect the timetable. Yeah, which is fucking stupid. The way that Blizzard is running their release schedule is absolute fucking garbage. And it sucks. It really sucks. How far beyond Kata do you think they'll go? We're definitely getting Mop. That's all I can really say for certain. Outside of Mop, I mean, no fucking clue. It's anybody's guess, really. Oh, fuck me. This set of quests again. I love I love these quests. I love these quests. I fucking love these quests. I'm just gonna go for it this time, because I don't really feel like waiting 5 minutes just for the quest to unfuck itself. Oh my god, why can I not target the black dragons, please? Please, give me threat, give me threat, give me threat, give me threat. Stop attacking the mob. Oh my god, why is it not ignoring... Why is it... It's just ignoring my threat. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, Blizzard. I will admit, I am moderately tilted. Moderately. Just a little bit. Just a tiny, moderate, slight amount of tilt. I also hate these quests with a burning passion. I will say, these quests, if I have another person... Well, I'm never going to do these on launch day, but this is like, theoretically, if you did this with a second person on launch, it would be notably faster. Oh my god. Are you... Why do I... Are fucking what? It ignored me and killed the mob! I literally built threat on this shitty fucking... Oh my god. I don't want to do these fucking quests. This is so fucking bad. I literally threw my headset after that. For anyone who doesn't understand what just happened, the way that this fucking quest works, the worst quest ever made, by far. Those quests that we just did before, you think those are bad? No, this is fucking worse. So the way that this fucking quest works is you need to wait for these dumb fucking Vermilion Menders to heal up these red dragons to full. And because these stupid fucking Twilight dragons keep trying to kill them, and the dragons are so spread out that you can't really cover them both at the same time, you have to bounce back and forth between the two big red dragons to defend all the little Vermilion Menders, and the more Vermilion Menders are alive, the faster the dragon gets healed, and you don't get quest credit until the dragon gets fully healed. So I'm trying to bounce back and forth to stop them from killing the Vermilion Menders on both ends. So what happens is I go to protect this fucking dragon, and the other dragon gets healed to full, and because I was out of range of the Vermilion Menders when they healed that dragon to full, despite the fact that I protected their sorry asses the entire fucking channel, I didn't get quest credit. So, at the very least, a fifth Vermilion Mender showed up at the absolute last second, so I completed the quest, and fuck that quest. More than anything else, I fucking hate that. Oh my goodness. Oh. Absolute fucking misery. Give me a second to read chat. I need a moment to, like, untilt after that bullshit, after that absolute fucking horseshit. Oh my god. Oh my god. can I do a big pull here? These mobs are so annoying. Because you can't actually kill half this shit. Because half of these mobs will just, like, ignore you if you try. And if they reach the portal, then they teleport away. I need 6 more defenders. This is beta. I genuinely don't understand how so many people ask the same exact question. Like, are there people who really just don't understand that betas exist? Like, once or twice, but it's like every fucking hour. There's another one. Jesus Christ, man. Put 2 and 2 together. Sorry, but, like, it's exhausting. Totally understand why that stressed you out. Yeah, that was not a fun quest. That was not a fun quest at all. They're speedrunning releases while at the same time paying as little as possible to the testers, and this is the result. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. We can't really expect much from this company, if we're being honest. Okay. Yeah, Blizzard, I don't know. I'm just like, I'm over-complaining about the Cata launch, because, like, there's nothing we can do about it. It's gonna be a shit show, and we're gonna live with it. Because what else are we gonna do? Either that or not play it. And I mean, I definitely will not fault people who decide they don't want to play Cata, because Blizzard's just kind of throwing it by the wayside. It's a shame. You enjoyed Mop? Yeah, Mop will be fun. Your money is on Pandaria Remix to be a broken mess at launch. I mean, it worked at least decently okay in testing. It's just that, like, so much stuff was blatantly untested. Like, the thing is, I was okay with the state of the Mop Remix for a first testing weekend, but the fact that we just didn't get any testing weekends after that kind of makes me really worried for how it's going to turn out. And knowing Blizzard, I will be very surprised if they did anything other than, like, a handful of minor tuning changes. Like, honestly, if LFR remains as broken as it was, which I think there is a non-zero chance that that actually happens. And if that happens, I'm just gonna be really fucking pissed off. Because it is so like Blizzard to just do a testing weekend and ignore the only real point of feedback that they actually receive. I hope that's not the case. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they actually do fix it. And, like, if LFR is as broken as it was on, you know, testing weekend, then maybe. But the thing about Blizzard is, this is the biggest issue. If they were consistent about what they nerfed, what they didn't, then I don't think anybody would really care. But the issue with stuff like why I'm concerned with LFR being broken in Mop Remix when it launches is because what's going to end up happening is if they do not fix LFR and it ends up being as broken, they are going to allow people to spam level characters up to 70 really, really quickly. And then if you did not level the character up to 70 really quickly, they are going to nerf it, and then you will not be able to benefit. And that's the issue with stuff like that. It's like they test stuff, they get feedback on like, hey, this thing is broken, XYZ, this thing's not working correctly, and then they ignore it, and then within like 24 hours after launch, when it's clear that the thing that people said was broken on testing is still broken, they panic and they nerf it into the floor. And it fucks everybody over. Like, the SOD devs have been doing this nonstop. It's just constant of like, oh fuck, we forgot about this. Boom, nerf it into the floor. Oh shit, incursion gold is really overtuned. Oh fuck, we forgot to pay a single tester to actually run a single incursion to see if this is working correctly. Better nerf it into the floor. Now suddenly everybody who benefited from incursions has like a massive advantage over everybody who didn't. Do they consider that at all? No. They just panic because they just realize, oh fuck, we forgot to test something. Better nerf it before we get in trouble with our superiors for whatever, for allowing this broken thing to go live. And they do this all the fucking time. Now, SOD is particularly egregious because there is no testing server. So SOD is like, if you're going to have no PTR, then you better fucking make sure that you're doing internal testing. You know, if they're going to ignore testing feedback, I want them to at least do that step of letting people test it and then ignore it. That way, at least we know that there was a chance that they could have prevented it, or that we could have prevented it, and it's not our fault, and it's Blizzard for fucking it up. But it especially feels bad when there was clearly zero internal testing done, and it just kind of reinforces what happens on live servers, or like retail and stuff, where they don't actually listen to the testers and they do none of their own testing because routinely people find broken stuff within like 10 minutes of play that ends up on live servers. And it's just frustrating because then that stuff gets nerfed into the floor after a handful of people benefit from it, and then it just closes the door on everybody else. Okay, come on. The incursion thing again? What do you mean? Not sure what you mean by it's the incursion thing again. I just used incursions as an example. Because incursions are the most recent and glaring mistake that they have made. Admittedly. There's a lot of little things like that that slip through the cracks all the time. It's really worrying if they change a lot of stuff without testing. That's exactly what leads to game-breaking bugs. Yeah, precisely. Yeah, one thing that I have learned from Season of Discovery is that the next time that Blizzard has like a major feature where one of the selling points is no PTR, I'm just going to avoid it. I was already concerned when they started doing that and they basically advertised no PTR as if that was a good thing. Like, we know all the casual classic players hate PTR, so we're going to make them feel better by saying that, you know, there's no testing realm, so that way they don't fall behind. But it's like, anybody who has seen Blizzard's track record already saw that and was like, oh no, that's not a good sign. I admittedly did not think that it would end up as bad as it did. So yeah, now I just know that happens again. I just avoid whatever content that is. Because to Blizzard, no PTR means we don't have to do any internal testing at all. And we just let it ship. Come on. Fuck it, I guess I'm killing these mobs. Okay. I need to make sure the lieutenant follows me. Come on. Oh, come on, please. Please. There we go. Hate quests like that, where you have to hit an invisible checkpoint. Gotta love it. You're back after finishing Star Rail Story. Nice. How was it? Did it live up to the hype that I built up for it? Was it that good? I hope so. I really liked Penacony. I will say, I felt like the last bit of Penacony was a little bit hard to follow. Like, the very end of it, some of the story beats felt a little bit confusing, but overall I was happy with the general story. And without giving any spoilers, the big thing they did at the end that was kind of broke the molds. It was like a little bit of a twist. I liked the little twist they did. Unfortunately, I did have the twist spoiled for me. So, I think that kind of like... I don't want to say it ruined it for me, because I still did really enjoy it. But I think a lot of people, the twist hit them like really hard. And they were like, wow, I didn't see that coming. I kind of wonder if I would have seen it coming. If I would have like realized what was happening. Trying to be as spoiler-free as possible. But because I had a general sense of what was going to happen. I was like waiting for it. And it was still enjoyable seeing, the entire thing unfold. But I had that like thought in the back of my head of, I get it. I know, like, I know the thing, so I know what they're doing here. But it was still cool. You kind of suspected it just because of the phase count? What do you mean by phase count? Yeah, that's the thing. The only thing that bummed me out about the twist is I was kind of wondering, would I have seen it coming if I hadn't had it spoiled for me? If I didn't know ahead of time. And I do think that there were certain things I noticed where I'm like, this doesn't seem right. And I'm hoping that I would have been able to pick up on that. Either way. One of the, I think, other issues, though, is it made me kind of question a lot of the stuff building up to it, because I had heard this thing happens, and then I kept waiting for it to happen, so I kept expecting at any moment that was going to happen, so it made me, like, very cautious about, like, every single story beat. But overall, I liked it. I think my only complaint with Penacony, which, admittedly, I think they're probably going to explore that a little bit more. The main villain, if you can call the villain that, I don't really love the main villain's, like, arc, let's say, in this, this patch. I was kind of like, It felt like a little contrived. Like, the main villain was, saying and doing XYZ stuff before, and then kind of at this patch, almost out of nowhere, they just changed their stance on a lot of stuff. And it's just like, haha, I am the bad guy now. And I didn't hate it, but I do think that the transition was a little bit less seamless than I would have liked. I think they could have done a better job setting up a lot of that stuff instead of having it be suddenly this guy's, the bad guy. And it's like, oh, okay. All right. Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, the fact that the fight only had one phase. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That is actually the thing that I saw that spoiled it for me. Somebody said the fact that the fight didn't have a special ability and multiple phases, like the fact that it was so easy, they said, that's what spoiled to me, that XYZ, and then I'm like, oh, fuck. Now I know. But that's the thing. All I knew was that. I knew that it happened, and I knew that it was because of the boss fight, but I had no idea when that it was going to, like, occur. So kind of the entire story up until that point, I kept thinking, okay, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? One thing that I do really like is they took characters from Simulated Universe, because like the entire, like the main antagonist and the main theme and story of this patch was entirely like built upon lore that was established for the first time in the Simulated Universe with Swarm Disaster. And I think that's really cool because that means that they are willing to do stuff like that in the future, where like stuff that gets explored in Simulated Universe could actually be expanded on in the main storyline, which I really like, because Simulated Universe is like, it's kind of a side game mode, but the fact that, no, the lore that they explore in those side game modes are actually relevant to the main story, that makes it a lot more impactful. Because the entire Golden Gears storyline in Simulated Universe explores, like, the history of Rupert the Robot Emperor, or whatever. So now I'm like, oh man, are we going to see Rupert the Robot Emperor in a future storyline? That would be really cool. I'd love to see what they do with that. Obviously, like, I'm pretty sure the lore is that he died thousands of years ago in that big war. That's kind of what the entire thing explains. But who knows? I mean, maybe in the future he comes back to life. He is a robot after all. Theoretically, he could get rebuilt. So I'm curious to see what they do with that. It's not flawless. The writers are the same writers as Honkai Impact 3. There were a lot of references to that. And while it clearly respected the lore, you think that, yeah, Sunday suffered a bit from that. Yeah. Obviously, I don't play Honkai Impact, so I don't recognize all that stuff directly, but I did notice that there were a few references that I've heard people reference, or I've heard people discuss when talking about Honkai Impact, and I'm like, I think this is probably one of those, like, they're throwing a bones to the Honkai Impact fans, and it's just something that I don't really understand. Which is fine. As long as stuff like that isn't done excessively, I don't mind it too much, and they have been pretty good about not shoving it down your throat whenever they do a little reference like that. Because there were some things that, like, I played through the storyline, and then I saw posts talking about, oh yeah, there was this reference to Honkai Impact in this questline, and I did the quest, and I didn't even recognize the reference. It was, like, fairly subtle, so they're usually pretty good about that. You show how much XP is required? Yeah. It's like around 9 million. 9,165,100 experience. But yeah, my favorite parts of the new patch, gameplay-wise, the special ability that you get during the boss fight is sick. I absolutely love that. Without, you know, spoiling it, just the visual design of that ability was fucking awesome. That just felt really cool. And obviously I like the special thing that you unlock midway through the story. I was pleasantly surprised at how well developed that is. I guess, yeah, I'll continue doing these quests. Especially because, like, a lot of the stuff the game gives you for free, it's not necessarily bad. Oh, nice. This counts as being behind the target, so I can actually shred. But yeah, a lot of the stuff that the game gives you for free, I'm not going to say everything, but because it's hard to, like, talk in circles around this. A lot of the free characters that you get, and especially, like, the free Trailblazer upgrades are not necessarily amazing. Like, Preservation Trailblazer, for instance, is not bad, but it's a very weird character. Like, Preservation Trailblazer is arguably the worst pure support in the game. The only saving grace of them is they are kind of like a hybrid, like, support damage dealer utility unit with, like, their breaks. So they're not terrible. And then, like, Physical Trailblazer is obviously very basic, but it kind of makes sense why they're basic, because they are, you know, meant to be an early character that you get. And not supposed to be super good. I should be... I just said before that you can get shred, and then meanwhile I'm sitting here not actually using it. But a lot of the free characters are, like, kind of eh. So to have, like, an objectively top-tier option given to you for free as part of the story is really cool. Not only is it just good and nice that, you know, we have more options, but I also just think the design of that character is really cool. I think it is really interesting what they did with it. And I'm really, really, really excited to build a team for it. The only thing that's, like, a little bit problematic is, in order to upgrade it, you need to get, like, so many fucking Clocky statue upgrades. And I have not really done a lot of the side stuff in Penacony. I have only done the main storyline. Because I've just been so busy the last few months. So, whenever, like, the current event is about to end, it's like, do this event before, like, you know, the next 8 days and you get, like, some bonus rewards. I'll go through and I'll quickly do whatever the current event is, and I will at least catch up on the story before the next patch comes out. And I've been keeping up with at least, like, my dailies and stuff just to upgrade my characters. But I haven't really done any of the side quests and whatnot, because, like, I can do that later. There's no real rush. One. There we go. But that means that I have none of the Clocky credits that I need to upgrade the statue. And I can't really access all of, like, the high-level rewards from that unless I go and do all the side quests. And I do not have time to do all of the Penacony side quests right now. That is, like, the last thing that I have time for. So I'd love to go back and do that eventually. But that does kind of mean that I won't be able to use that character as, like, part of my main team until I actually get it fully upgraded. Which, I mean, small price to pay. You don't know why, but the GCD looks so long on Bear. It's not. Bear also has a lot of off-GCD abilities that they can weave in. All the references are subtle. The only thing is some of the characters canon-wise are the same character, so it's a bit of an interesting balance. Yeah, I think Welt is the only character that is, like, explicitly the same. And I've seen some references to, like, back where I came from, etc. And then, obviously, a lot of other characters share the exact same name. Like, you know, an easy one to say without really giving any spoilers, because she's right at the start, is Bronya. Bronya is the same first name. I think technically, I remember hearing that the last name is different in both games. So it's not technically the exact same character, but they're, like, fairly similar. But that being said, like, Bronya is kind of her own character, so it doesn't really matter. Gonna have to shift into bear form in a second. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna apply Rip again. Just apply a really big Rip to the target. If it will land. And then the moment I'm out of energy, I go into Bear. Try to keep Lacerate up. Yeah, I guess I can just say Harmony Trailblazer. I didn't want to spoil it before you did the story, but it's not even necessarily a big spoiler. I think we all kind of knew that we were getting another Trailblazer path. And I doubt there's many other people who play Star Rail here. What was I reading? Yeah, Harmony Trailblazer is great, but also 4 stars are all pretty viable and they're all pretty fun. Misha having an entire new unique mechanic is awesome to you. Yeah, Misha's... I haven't really played him, because, I mean, Misha, as far as I know, is, like, not a really strong 4-star, but I did read his kit when he first came out, and it seemed interesting. Like the whole like you have the freeze mechanics and stuff, and there aren't really that many freeze characters. Like March is really the only freeze character, and you get her right at the start, and she's not that good at freezing. So having a dedicated free support like that is kind of interesting. Though, honestly, like, Harmony Trailblazer, like, is probably the strongest free character in the game right now. Before, I would have said technically Chinkcha if, or however you pronounce her fucking name, if you got her to E6, but of course that's not really free, right? It's like you get the character for free, but then she's only really good fully upgraded. But Harmony Trailblazer is completely free to get all the way up, and is objectively one of the best supports in the game at this point. Like, technically speaking, you can combo it with Break Effect, and like that kind of makes it what, or that's kind of what it needs to be really good. But even outside of that, it's like just a pretty good support. Better than a lot of 4-star supports. Looks like you joined at a really good... Yeah, you joined at the perfect time, pretty much. Misha's not the strongest 4-star, but he's pretty fine. But like QQ is strong. Yeah, I mean, Herda, true. Actually, if we are counting like all game modes... Oh, God, are you serious? I'm like 1 quest off. Also, yeah, I was correct that these quests are identical to the Horde counterparts. They are just, on the opposite side. So I predicted that. Yeah, Herda is definitely... that's true. With the... You know, if we're talking pure fiction, she is actually crazy. Where's the NPC that I talked to? Game? Oh. Okay, the map indicator was wrong, but it's this guy. Alright, and I need to just run these guys to the turning point. No, this is beta. Alright, I could technically finish here. The last thing that I want to do is... I'll stop the timer when we're done, but... You want to do Kata, but you also don't have the time? Yeah. That's the problem. I don't blame you. What was I saying? But yeah, there's a lot of good 4-stars. A character that... So, like, I already had all my main DPS built by the time a lot of the recent DPS 4-stars started coming out. And Zuyi is a character that, like, I got her just... you know, because, you know, pulling on different banners. And I had her at, like, Eidolon 5. I finally got her final Eidolon from the current banner, because Zuyi's boosted on it. And I never really bothered building her because I already had all my DPS built. Like, why would I go and boost, or build, like, a random 4-star DPS when I already have, you know, Jinglu, Acheron, and Dan Heng? But... I was reading her kit, and it actually seemed really interesting, especially now that, like, Break Effect is going to be a lot stronger. And I just built her for fun. She's actually, like, really fucking good. For a 4-star DPS, I think she is easily the strongest out of all the 4-star DPS. She's, like, very fucking strong. And also just kind of useful because she has Universal Toughness Shred, which is just a really strong mechanic no matter what. And also, her animations kind of fucking slap. Like, her ultimate animation is actually really fucking cool. So, she's quickly becoming my favorite character the more I use her. And I have, like, all of the really good DPS. But at this point, it's like, I like building teams just for fun. It's like the way I approach Hearthstone. I just like building Hearthstone decks for fun. And seeing what combinations I can make. Also, Wow, a lot of people joined right at the very end. I gained like 20 viewers within the last 3 minutes or something, so welcome back all the people who probably swung by right at the end because they wanted to see the level 85 ding. Hello, Damon, Peter Cesuri. I have no idea if I pronounced that correctly, but it's going well. Thank you for stopping by the stream. I think, yeah, that's probably better, and then... What is this? Hidden explosives. Oh, yeah. So it's... All of the quests at this point are the same. I'm going to do, like, one more quest just to see if anything is different. But I think at this point, Horde and Alliance are completely identical. Just Peter? Alright. That is a lot easier. Attack signals. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I could do this. You can't do it while moving. Can I hide under here? How close do you need to be? If I stand here... No. The hitbox for this must be very particular. Oh? Alright, that works. Okay. So that's the spot. That way you can avoid pulling it. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to do any of the other quests. This is literally the same as the Horde questline. It is just slightly different variations of the exact same quests, exact same objectives, etc. Okay, so at this point, I have tested every single quest in Cataclysm outside of, or at least on the beta. I've obviously done all the quests outside of this before. This is the first time I've done Alliance Twilight Highlands. And hopefully the last time I'll ever do Alliance Twilight Highlands, because fuck that. I have yet to do the western side of Uldum, because it's buggy. After the stream, on my own time, I'm going to just test that and see if I could get footage of it. Just to see if it's, like, relatively efficient at all. Somebody said there's a way that you can unfuck it and get the testing done, so that would be nice. And once I get those quests done, I will have officially tested everything some more than once. Let me quickly read chat, and then I'll give you guys a quick rundown on what the plans are. I've kind of talked about it a little bit throughout the stream, but I will end the stream by giving you basically a schedule to look forward to on when releases are going to happen. Especially with Garrosh Heirlooms coming back? Yeah, true. Garrosh Heirlooms kind of make Mop Remix a lot more important. You love Uldum, you play Mop, and it's bussing. Nice. Is questing still going to be the fastest way, 80 to 85 when Cata comes out, or are there any tricks to level up faster? There are a handful of tricks, yes. That'll all be covered in my leveling guide. I discussed them, obviously, during the run itself, but it's hard to give you a full breakdown right now. Yeah, there's... Oh, man, there's so much to cover. I will... What I'll try to do... So, let me... I missed one message. Is Cata my favorite edition? I really like Cata, but I don't know if I'd say it's my favorite version of WoW. Mop is really good. WoD is not my favorite version of WoW, but I do enjoy WoD a lot more than a lot of other people. And while a lot of the class design choices they made in Legion were not my favorite, Legion is still a very good expansion. So if you, like, put a gun to my head, force me to say what my favorite version of WoW is, I would probably say Mop, and then Legion is a close second. But I think Cataclysm is very good, and I'm very excited to play it regardless. But I think the things that I like about Legion and Mop were both, you know, the game started transitioning towards that in Cata. It is the first time when the game really got to that point that I started to enjoy it. Haha, nice. Mop is your favorite too? Yeah, Mop is awesome. Why content was banger? It was the weight and overall just less content than there should have been. Yeah, exactly. Zuyi is really fun, but also even non-DPS are good. Oh yeah, true, Pela. Yeah, Pela is actually really nice. And then, yeah, you mentioned Ting Yun, really good on hypercarry teams. Yeah, I mean, outside of supports, which, like, the only Harmony character that struggles is Yukong, and Yukong is tough, man. Asta, I think Asta is losing a bit of value now because a lot of the characters that have come out recently kind of filled Asta's niche, which is a little bit unfortunate. But Yukong is just, it's so hard to make her work correctly because Yukong is pretty bad if you don't have her at Eidolon 6. And even at Eidolon 6, she is still really hard to make work. And the only character who really benefits from her buffs is Danheng in Bibiter Lune. And he also now wants Sparkle instead of Yukong. So pretty much the only use case for Yukong these days is specifically on like single target content like Memory of Chaos in a team with Danheng if you don't already have Sparkle. Which it's like, that is such a very particular use case. It's just unfortunate, especially because I really like Yukong as a character, and I have her like fully built because prior to Sparkle coming out, when Danheng was my main DPS, I actually used Yukong in all of my teams with Danheng. And it was really, really, really good. And like her animations are sick. Like her ultimate is really cool. But it is just a really tricky character to make work properly. You also like, a lot of guides for Honkai Star Rail will talk about like speed tuning and how important speed tuning is. And like speed tuning is important, but a lot of times speed is less important than a lot of the top guides make it out to be. There are very particular situations though where speed tuning is more important than literally anything else. And it's like Yukong and Bronya pretty much. Having your Bronya be like 1 speed slower than Jinglu is really, 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 really important. Having your Yukong be 1 speed faster than your Danheng is really, really, really important. And the problem is, I have incredible speed relics for my Danheng, which is great, because obviously you want him to be attacking as often as possible, but then to properly utilize Yukong with him, with those really good relics, I would need to have insane speed relics for her as well. Whereas Sparkle doesn't actually matter. Sparkle, like, you're kind of just fine with whatever. So it's so much easier to use and stronger, and it just makes you wonder why even use Yukong. It's unfortunate, but she, in my opinion, is like one of the most forgotten 4-stars. She's not as bad as like Hook or Arlen, for instance, but especially considering she's a support, which is normally just universally good, it sucks that her kit is very, very specific. Yeah, Yukong's technique is really nice. But one of the other awkward things about Yukong's technique is it's a speed buff that makes it really easy to, like, move around the world. But what is her best team? Danheng and Bibiter Lune. What is Danheng and Bibiter Lune's technique? It is also a speed buff in the open world. So you cannot use them together. So, like, she's built to work with one particular character, but a lot of her kit just does not synergize with that character at all. So you have to play her in a really weird way to even make her work in that one particular team. Which is, it's a shame. Because, like, yeah, like I said, and Oxara, you just said too, really cool character. I wish she was viable. Unfortunately, she is really not. Robin ult just being mass move up when Asta ult niche was kind of team speed up definitely moves Asta down a tier. Yeah. Yeah, Robin is kind of, like, insane. But, I don't know. The team that at this point I am most looking forward to building is... I began building my Gallagher, because even though I already have Aventurine and Fu Xuan, which my supports are covered, Gallagher specifically boosts the break effect of nearby allies, so I have completely exhausted all of my credits and all of my, like, stockpiled upgrade stuff. I am completely broke now because I've tried to upgrade a bunch of different characters, but I upgraded Zuyi. My Gallagher's still, like, half built. I didn't have enough to fully finish upgrading him, but Gallagher, Harmony Trailblazer, Ron Mei, and Zuyi seems like a ridiculously fun team. That being said, the very next banner, whenever Boot Heal is available, like, Boot Heal is going to be bonkers with that team as well. Probably even stronger than Zuyi for single target, but we'll see. Bibiter Lune was the literal king before Acheron? Yeah. I mean, Imbiber de Lune is still ridiculously strong if you have his Eidolon too, which I happen to have. I think that, well, Acheron, Imbiber de Lune, and Jinglu are all, like, roughly on the same power level. Like, at E0 at a baseline. Acheron starts to get ludicrously overpowered the more Eidolons for her you get. Dan Heng gets extremely powerful, like, borderline broken at Eidolon 2. And Jinglu gets, like, basically nothing from her Eidolons, which is a little bit unfortunate. Like, her Eidolon 6, which is, of course, thousands of dollars if you ever wanted to get that, is technically really good, but even then, she's, I would say, nowhere near Acheron and stuff. You have a friend on your list with a whale maxed out Imbibitor. It's awesome, yeah. Imbibitor was my very first banner, so I was lucky. I won 3 50/50s in a row and got his Eidolon 2, like, as my very first character, which absolutely carried me through all of Memory of Chaos. But, yeah, it's, when you get that, it is crazy. And the nice thing about it is you actually don't even really need a maxed out Imbibitor Lune to get that full value. Like, his E3, E4, E6 are all good. Like, they're not bad, but they are relatively minor damage buffs. The really big thing is E2. E2, you're already, like, almost exactly at the same power level. That happened to you with the Jinglu banner? Yeah, that was my first banner, and I got 3 of them in 1 banner's time. Well, to be fair, it was my first banner, and I binged the fuck out of the story at the time. So basically, all of the free Stellar Jade that you get by doing the storyline, I spent it all on that banner, and I won 3 50/50s in a row, and I got relatively lucky. That was, yeah. Frankly, my luck in Honkai Star Rail has been pretty fucking good. I haven't gone to, like, the website that logs your data and stuff, but I would not be surprised if, like, I looked at my luck for it. I'd probably be in the top 5%. It is kind of crazy how many 50/50s I've won. And of course, there was that screenshot I posted in Discord, like, however long ago, where I had leftover Stellar Jade at the end of Topaz's banner. I didn't even want to pull for her, and I just YOLO'd a 10 pull on Topaz's banner and got 2 of them. Like, in the last day. Okay, sure. 2 50/50s in a row in the same 10 pull. Yeah, I guess. If it works, it works. Oh, whoa. Curse of 3 Japards followed by his cone. No. Anyways, Goose Comic said, so 10 hours, 18 as a base point. Knowing you can knock that down to probably 7 hours. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because keep in mind, I wasted, like, and I'm not saying that I was inefficient. I straight up wasted, like, 30 minutes in this run. So if I had not wasted all that time in vashj'ir, which I'm kind of regretting now, I didn't expect it to be the difference between sub 10 and not, but oh well. So if I hadn't wasted all that time, this would have been sub 10. Where I was just swimming around exploring vashj'ir with the timer running. But if I did an actual really optimized speedrun, where I did the next runs that I'm going to do before Cata launch are going to be with prequests. So over the next, like, 48 hours, I'm going to look into getting prequests set up. And then I'm going to basically get a character, my Death Knight namely, set up with prequests, character copy it over, then do a run where I turn in all that stuff and farm Halls of Lightning. I will test that out. Because we've already tested Hygel extensively by now. I think it's pretty clear how fast Hygel is. So right now what I want to test is prequesting stuff, how fast is that relative, and the other really important thing I want to test is dungeon spamming. And I will say again, good night, Oxara Luna. Thank you for stopping by the stream. I will say again, though, if you are watching this, even if you're watching this, like, 24 hours from now, that you're watching the recording or something like that, if you have access to the Cataclysm Classic Beta and you want to help me test dungeon leveling, please shoot me a message on Discord. My Discord tag is Harlden. Let me know. I do not give a shit if you're experienced at the game or not. If you have, like, the ability to breathe, I would need help testing that. I really just need 5 people, or, well, 4 people, along with myself to help with queues. I already have 1 person guaranteed. I have a few people that are a maybe, depending on the time, but I don't know for sure how consistently I will be able to test it. And it would really be nice if I could get, like, concrete data on that. When do you need it? That's the thing, I don't know. But I will let you know. That's why I want to basically find out how many people are able to help test, and then I will figure out a schedule that works best for all of them, because I don't want to like set a time and then it only works for like 1 or 2 people. Shoot me a message on Discord and I will keep you posted. If you are interested in helping, message me. I will keep you updated. But yeah, Goose Comics, if you have beta and you're able to help, that would be a huge, huge, huge help. But yeah, I'll try to figure it out. Obviously, my schedule is really busy, but if there's a particular time that works best for people, then I would really like to try that. Does it have to be a specific access to the beta? I don't know what you mean by specific access. If you have access to the beta, then you do. But it's simple. You either have Cataclysm Beta or you don't. Unfortunately, the PTR does not work though. So it's a shame, but for whatever reason, Blizzard has not allowed that. Which sucks because, oh, you have access? Awesome, yeah. In that case, if you have access, that's all you need. I don't care about anything else. I don't really care what you play. I do need to make sure that I find one person with a healer. I think I have a friend who's a healer who might be able to help. I'll have to see. I don't know exactly how tight her schedule is, but she said maybe. But I'll look into it. What else was I gonna say? But yeah, I would really like to get that testing done at some point, and that would make things a lot easier. Another thing that I might just do is I might have like, I want to do at least some dungeon spamming. Like the main thing I want to test, just for like reference, is dungeon spamming up to 81. From like 80 to 81, how fast is that? And I'm going to kind of test that and see. You can DPS anytime. You'll join Discord right away. Awesome. I really appreciate that. But yeah, I want to test that out in particular. And then what else was I going to test? Yeah, I think that's about it. It's tricky because I kind of want to test 80 to 81 and then 81 to 82, but I can't really expect people to get a level 81 just to help me test. So, what I might do is have people, like, if they don't already have a level 81 character, or like around that range. If it's 81, 82, I don't give a shit, but obviously 80 to 81 is much easier because anybody helping can just create a template character at 80 and we can jump right in. So it's a lot more straightforward. I'll figure that out. There's time to do that. You're almost A1 and your highest is E1? Yeah. Yeah, I will say, Oxara, my luck has been pretty good. Also, my standard 5-star banner luck has been insane, because I have almost all of my 50-50 losses have been to either Bronya or Japard. I had to use my guaranteed 5-star on Himiko, because I have yet to actually pull Himiko randomly. I have her because I used the guaranteed thing, but she is the only character in the game that I have not randomly gotten from a pull. Which is a shame, because like I actually wouldn't mind getting some of her Eidolons. But I've gotten Bailu randomly, I got Welt randomly, I have Welt's E1, I have Yen King's E1, Yen Qing, however you say that, and then I have, as of the most recent banner, I have E4 Bronya, which can't complain, because there is an alternate universe where I have E4 Yen Qing, and that would suck. But E4 Bronya, actually kind of cool. And she gains a follow-up attack, which I've read about, but I have no idea how that actually plays in game, so I'm very curious to test it at some point. But yeah, my Honkai Star Rail luck has been very, very weird, and yeah, I feel bad saying it, because I feel bad for the people who, you know, obviously, for every person who's really lucky, there's a person who is really unlucky, and I have read, you know, posts on Reddit of people saying that they, you know, hit hard pity, like, 3 times in a row and lost to 50-50 both times, and it, like, I feel bad. Especially sitting here being like, man, I am lucky. But yeah. What was I gonna say? You're so excited for Firefly? Yeah. Firefly Firefly is going to be interesting for sure. But anyways, enough Honkai Star Rail talk. Last thing that I want to say, just general scheduling plans. So, obviously, I mentioned before, this is going to be the final of the streamed speedruns. The runs after this will be just done on my own. I'm going to try and put together, probably over the weekend, one really good practice run that I will maybe upload to my YouTube channel. I don't know exactly when that'll be. Ideally, I'd like to have that posted by Sunday, but who knows. Second channel videos, I'll be covering pre-questing. I'm sure that I'm forgetting something. Pre-questing, I know for a fact that I'm going to cover, and I'm also going to make a second channel video very soon. Honestly, I might post it tomorrow about Mop Remix, because I keep getting asked that, and I just want to get it out of the way. That way people stop asking me. So I will probably make some Mop Remix videos for the second channel before... Wait. Today is not... Okay, for a second I thought I lost time. Today's Tuesday. It's just that on the calendar it's the 13th because Pacific time in server. Okay, I was very confused for a second. Yeah, so... Gonna make some second channel videos here. I will have those posted hopefully later in the day. And my main focus right now before the release is I want to get as many heroic dungeon guides out as I possibly can. The current rate of progress, there is a chance that one or two of my heroic dungeon guides will be delayed. I am probably going to leave, like, Deadmines and Shadowfang Keep for last, because Deadmines and Shadowfang Keep are heroic only. So I want to make sure that, like, Throne of the Tides, Blackrock Caverns, all of the dungeons that are normal and heroic, I have those done ASAP, because those are going to be relevant for people while leveling. But if I am forced to postpone one or two of my heroic dungeon guides, it'll be Deadmines and Shadowfang, and they will probably be posted around here whenever I get to finish them. It's just, obviously, I have a lot of stuff going on right around now. But I'm going to get as many out as I possibly can, and then Mop Remix stream, I don't know exactly how long it's going to be. It's going to be bare minimum 10 hours. I'm going to go until YouTube cuts me off, and the Mop Remix comes out at 1 p.m. So what, like 1 in the afternoon. If I stream for 10 hours, that means that it actually works out really well, because I'll basically do the entire stream. I'll end at 11 p.m. And then my guild is doing a Mythic Ferox sale at midnight, which is our raid time. So basically, I'll end the stream. I'll be able to, like, make food and coffee and stuff, hop into my guild's raid, hopefully one-shot Mythic Ferox, because it's really easy now, and then I plan on doing another stream immediately after. I might need to take a nap, depending on how I'm feeling, but the plan is to obviously sleep before 1 p.m., so I'm, like, fully rested when I wake up. And if I'm feeling up to it, I will immediately stream again at 1 a.m., because I want to test that as soon as possible. The only issue with that is, as you may know, the YouTube algorithm can be a little bit fucky when you do 2 streams in a row, so what I might do is I might do, like, late at night, I'll do a Twitch stream or something, and we'll just continue whatever it is that I was testing, and then Friday, I will probably still focus on Mop Remix all of this day, and, like, maybe after I sleep and wake up, I will do another Mop Remix stream. Or that being said, the reason why I kind of want to leave Friday a little bit up in the air is if I find something really broken in Mop Remix, like I find an insane bronze farm that everybody needs to take advantage of right now, well, that's kind of video material, and maybe I post that on Friday. I have no way of knowing. So, I probably will not have enough information to make a leveling guide right out of the gate. I do not expect that I will be able to put together a leveling guide before Cataclysm launch. The timing is really unfortunate, because, like, I'm going to do the testing, and then by the time I might be confident in my leveling route, Cataclysm launch is about to hit, and then I'm going to playing that. I can't do video editing while I'm playing. So I expect that at the absolute earliest, my Mop Remix guide will land about a week after. I know it sucks for people who really want to level characters at the start, but that's why I said I'm going to try and put out second channel videos to give you, like, the rundown on what I'm thinking early on. Maybe I'll make additional second channel videos after launch to cover that stuff. And like I said, plan is to get all the heroic dungeon guides out. Either Saturday or Sunday, I'm going to post the speedrun, the optimized speedrun for 80 to 85, And at this rate, I'm pretty sure that I will just end up posting my 80 to 85 guide on Monday. If I'm really far ahead, which I doubt, because it's a lot of work, I might post it on Sunday. I want to give people as much time to like study it as possible, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to be too hard to follow. The main thing is just going to be, I'm going to tell you what I've tested, what is the fastest, etc., etc. So at the very least, I definitely want to have that out by launch. That I think is a pretty safe bet. But as for when exactly, that'll be hard to say. And then it should go without saying that I'm streaming Cataclysm launch. I'm probably going to do something close to a 24-hour live stream for Cataclysm launch. Like, I'm excited for Mop Remix, but I am infinitely more excited for Cataclysm launch. So I'm going to play this a lot. I am definitely going to level my Death Knight up to 85 on day 1. As for whether I level a second character or do endgame stuff, I don't know for sure, but I am probably going to just do endgame stuff and work on a second character later. Especially because the raid comes out here, I kind of want to make sure that I get my first character done and like prepped for raid before I worry about another character. And really, there's like, I have to think about this from a video standpoint. Does me leveling a second character benefit any of my videos? Not really. Because as long as I have one level 85, I can efficiently test all of the endgame content, and I can make videos on that. I have a few videos that I want to make on like endgame Cataclysm 85 stuff, and my 80 to 85 guide is already done, so it's not like I need to do additional testing. So I probably will just wait to level any of my alts like my Paladin. We could do that another time. But yeah, there's obviously a lot to unpack, and I'll try to refine it, but I guess the big takeaways next 24 hours is hopefully the first 2 Heroic Dungeon guides, and on the second channel, Mop Remix guides. And I am still in the process of testing prequests and stuff, so I will get around to that. One other request that somebody made is somebody asked if I could do dungeon tanking guides for each of the individual tanks. At this point, I have not tested Prot Warrior enough to really say. I don't know if I will have time to tank dungeons as a Feral Druid, so I can't say for sure if I will be able to really say for that. But I mean, I've done like enough big pulls that I'm kind of comfortable with that. Maybe I'll do like 1 or 2 heroic dungeons on this just to see how it feels. But that would be a second channel thing if I make like dungeon tanking overviews, and it would be just this format. Unscripted, I walk you through the talents, I tell you which glyphs are good, I tell you which talents to take, and then I give you some basic tips on what to do if you're leveling as XYZ class. That is something I may do, but that is like a very low priority. And I guess lastly, I'll probably post this again on my Discord, but if anybody is interested in like a different topic and there's something that they really want to know, you're really curious about, like, is this, you know, like you have this burning question that you haven't seen anybody cover, let me know. I can't promise if I'll have time to cover it, especially before launch, but if somebody raises a really good question to me where I'm like, oh yeah, I should probably make sure I test that, I want to make sure I leave no stone unturned. Like the pre-questing guide that I'm planning on doing came because a lot of people have been asking me about it. I was planning on pre-questing, but I wasn't really going to cover it on my channel at all. But since I know now that a lot of people are really interested in that, I think it would be a good idea to cover it. Anyways, I think that about covers everything. I've thoroughly discussed my schedule. The speedrun is done, and I'm happy with the time. This is a 1-hour improvement over my fastest run. Even with the whole, like I said, I wasted 30 minutes. Even with that, still a 1-hour improvement. Still quite happy with how this turned out. And even with Alliance Twilight Highlands being absolute dog shit, I'm pretty sure that I could probably get 8 hours if I really buckle down and try to optimize it, if not faster, on my Death Knight in the future. But we'll see how that goes. Anyways, thanks again for watching, guys, and I will catch you later in the week with Mop Remix streams.